Chapter 8:24. Heavens! What's going on? Countless people's eyes were fixed on the battle in the void. A falling meteor. A mysterious old Buddha. A fire ape. All of this was too confusing. A drop of blood in the starry sky. How sorrowful can it be? This is a mark from the great battle of the past. Suddenly, the demon lord sitting on the grave spoke. The great battle of the past is happening again? Lin Feng was shocked. He looked at the depths of the misty forest. The old Buddha's hand covered the sky, trying to suppress the fire ape. The fire ape was also an existence with great divine abilities. It resisted with all its might and punched out, shattering the old Buddha's attack. Whoosh! Next, the fire ape soared into the sky. Monster, where do you think you're going? The old Buddha shouted coldly and chased after the fire ape. The scene suddenly changed. Next, an endless river of stars appeared in the sky. The brilliant river of stars was densely packed. It was like silver sand sprinkling down. The fire ape fled to the starry sky outside. Even the others knew at this moment that what they saw was only a mark left behind by the events of the past. What had happened in the past? They could only find out from the scene. The old Buddha and the fire ape fought in the starry sky. Merciful Buddha's palm. The old Buddha attacked, and endless golden light lingered around him, making him look even more sacred and inviolable. Reveal your true face, despicable old bald donkey, the fire ape roared. It was very powerful, and it grew 3 heads and 6 arms. It was a terrifying divine ability. A cultivator exclaimed, 3 heads 6 arms, great divine ability. Isn't that a supreme divine ability created by the sacred battle apes? Sacred battle ape. The supreme existence that swept through the heavens in the primordial era, but was eventually surrounded and killed. Someone cried out in shock. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the legends of the sacred battle ape. When he went to the East Sea, he had even seen the mountain of flowers and fruit, the cursed place. When the world was first created, it gave birth to all kinds of living beings, such as heavenly flames, immortal herbs, and so on. Among them, the one that had been around for the longest time was the Stone Tribe. The Stone Tribe was born and nurtured by the heavens and earth. They absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and gained intelligence. Once the Stone Clan became a true life form, they would be too terrifying. For example, the Stone God was such an existence. But to be honest, the Stone God wasn't the most terrifying of the Stone Tribe. The most terrifying existence of the Stone Tribe was a living being born from the Chaos Stones. Chaos Stones were stones that were born at the beginning of the world. In the Eastern Sea, the country of Aeoli had such a Chaos Stone. Ever since the creation of the world, it had experienced countless hardships, absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, absorbed the power of the sun and moon, and finally completed its transformation. After that, this existence transformed into a stone monkey and obtained a great opportunity from the heavens and earth, learning many innate techniques and becoming one of the most terrifying existences in the supreme ancient immortal realms. This existence was also known as the sacred battle ape. Helplessly. In that era, the undying world's heavenly court was high and mighty. The status of the Western Buddhist world was revered. The heavenly court recruited the sacred battle apes. However, the sacred battle ape, who had always pursued freedom, refused. And a sacred battle ape with such a character was destined to not be tolerated by the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm. Thus, the first great war of the early primordial era, the Great War of Immortals and Demons, erupted. Many races that were oppressed by the heavenly court chose the sacred battle apes as their leaders to wage war against the heavenly court. The sacred battle apes were too powerful and won every battle. However, the heavenly court invited the 7 ancient Buddhas of Buddhism. The 7 ancient Buddhas joined forces and killed the sacred battle ape in the depths of the starry sky world. This great war between the immortals and demons ended with the sacred battle ape leading many races losing. Countless living beings died. Countless years later, a shamanic fire ape obtained the inheritance in a mysterious place. And that shamanic fire ape became stronger and stronger. Finally, it was discovered by the Buddhist realm. The great battle in the depths of the starry sky world caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The sun and moon lost their light, and the galaxy reversed. Be it the fire ape or the old Buddha, their battle prowess was heaven-defying. They moved the stars, destroyed the galaxy, and caused the heavenly cycle to become chaotic. 72 Transformations Innate Technique. The fire ape roared and used an even more terrifying innate technique. This was a peerless innate technique created by the sacred battle ape. In the primordial age, the sacred battle ape had used the 72 Transformations innate technique to fight against the 7 ancient Buddhas without losing. If not for the sacred battle ape being ambushed by the 33 Heavens Lord hiding in the dark, the outcome of that battle was unpredictable. This inheritance was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that the undying world's supreme heavenly court and the Buddhist realm trembled. It's this kind of innate technique. It's really this kind of technique. I must destroy you, evil beast. The old Buddha was horrified and roared in horror. Amitabha, Amitabha, lay down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Another 3 old Buddhas walked out from the starry sky world. Behind their heads, there were rays of Buddhist light. Their dharma was boundless. The 4 ancient Buddhas attacked the fire ape. Are you afraid? Back then, you used despicable means to kill the sacred battle ape senior. Now, you want to use the same method to kill me. The fire ape roared furiously. I was originally a small ape, and I only reached this level because of a fortuitous encounter. But I will never surrender. I am willing to use my demonic blood to dye the starry sky red. I am willing to use my battle intent to awaken the common people. The fire ape roared and attacked the 4 old Buddhas. But in the end, it was no match for the 4 old Buddhas. Evil beast, you have completely turned into a demon. If we don't get rid of you, won't you become another sacred battle ape who will bring disaster to the common people? An old Buddha said coldly. Ha ha ha. The fire ape laughed. No wonder the sacred battle ape senior rebelled against you. You people from the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court are high and mighty, enslaving all the living beings in the universe. Every time a powerful being appears in the universe, you wipe them out. Shut up. Impudent. The 4 old Buddhas roared furiously. They didn't want to hear the fire ape's words. Even though it was the truth. Under the attacks of the 4 old Buddhas, the fire ape gradually stopped and was about to be killed. Let's go to hell together. Before it died, the fire ape roared. His body instantly exploded. The fire ape had chosen to self-destruct. Lunatic. The 4 old Buddhas shouted in horror. They frantically ran away. But they couldn't escape. They were also submerged and their bodies exploded. They turned into a bloody mist. A meteor fell. It devoured. It was stained with the blood of the fire ape and the 4 old Buddhas. The meteor flew through the starry sky world. Faintly, the fire ape's last words seemed to come from the meteor. We were born in this world, so we should fight for our freedom. We are not their slaves. Our fate is in our own hands. Please be careful. The heavenly court and the Buddhist realm. They will mercilessly wipe, but his last words couldn't be heard. They will mercilessly wipe out all powers that cannot be controlled. The demon lord muttered. He was a big shot of the undying realm, but he was also enslaved by the heavenly court. Those who didn't submit were mercilessly wiped out. Countless years later, the meteor fell from the starry sky world into the foggy forest of the Tianwu continent. All the images disappeared without a trace. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless cultivators soared into the sky and flew toward the foggy forest. The falling meteor had absorbed the blood essence of the fire ape and the 4 old Buddhas. The ancient inheritance recorded in their bloodlines must have fallen as well. Chapter 825. Brat, you're lucky. I'll come and kill you next time. Du Guxian glanced at Lin Feng coldly, then flew into the sky and rushed towards the depths of the forest. He couldn't wait to find the treasures in the depths of the forest. The blood-stained meteorite was imprinted with the supreme inheritance of the battle Saint Apes and Buddhism. Even the inheritors of archaic powers found it hard to resist this type of temptation. It was too fatal, making one's mind waver. Lin Feng gazed into the depths of the forest. He didn't act immediately because he knew how dangerous the forest was. When he had come to Sky Divine City, Lin Feng had crossed the central region of the forest and encountered a beast emperor. He had narrowly escaped death. This was only the central region of the forest, but it was already so dangerous. No one knew how dangerous the deepest part of the misty forest was. Since the depths of the forest were called forbidden areas, they were naturally filled with danger. "Do you want to go in and take a look?" asked Murong Shui. "Let's wait for a while." "I don't think that meteorite will be easy to find," said Lin Feng with a frown. Murong Shui nodded. She didn't rush into the forest either. The meteorite falling from the sky was quickly spreading. As if it had grown wings, the transmission array in the Heaven Sacred City kept flashing, and many people came through the transmission array. There were even many strong cultivators from faraway prefectures who used teleportation portals to come. Amitabha. Good, good. The arrival of a dozen monks caused a huge commotion because monks were rarely seen. Although there was a Buddhist kingdom in the west among the 3,000 prefectures, they rarely went out. However, the monks of the Western Buddhist kingdom rarely came out. Even if they did come out to gain experience, most of them were alone. Now, more than a dozen eminent monks had come out. Obviously, the Western Buddhist kingdom had heard about the 4 old Buddhas. They came here to search for the lost orthodoxies of the past. The monks didn't stay for long and quickly left. They entered the forest with a supreme Buddhist treasure, hoping to use it to find the location of the Buddhist blood of their ancestors. The Buddhist kingdom of the western regions is the strangest among the 3,000 provinces. Ordinary people can't go there. An old man began to talk about the Buddhist kingdom in an inn. Asked a cultivator, "What's so strange about it? Is the western region's Buddhist kingdom a dragon's lair or a tiger's den? Have you forgotten what you saw? It was the fire ape's dying roar," the old cultivator said with a solemn expression. Many people couldn't help but frown as they recalled. The fire ape cursed the Buddhists to be even more evil than demons, but ordinary people did not understand why the fire ape would curse the Buddhists in such a way. The Western Region Buddhist Kingdom has a very strange power. Once you enter the Western Region Buddhist Kingdom, you may be assimilated by that power. You may voluntarily stay in the Western Region Buddhist Kingdom and become a monk. You may spend the rest of your life by the side of the green lamp, peacefully studying Buddhism and cutting off your mortal feelings. The 3,000 worldly affairs have nothing to do with me anymore, the old cultivator said. Cultivators can sever the mundane world. Convert to Buddhism? I don't believe it anyway, someone said. The old cultivator continued, "When I was young, I went out to train with my friends. Out of curiosity, they entered the Western region's Buddhist kingdom. From then on, they converted to Buddhism. No matter how much I tried to dissuade them, they never turned back. There's such a thing." Many people felt very moved. It was obvious that the Buddhist kingdom of the West was indeed very strange. The Buddhists were a power that should not be provoked. Even the ancient powers would feel afraid when facing them. Not only did the Buddhists come, but the Taoists also came. Mount Longhu, the holy land of the Taoists, had a dozen Taoists come to Heaven Divine City. Boom! A terrifying chi surged in the sky. From a distance, an endless golden light soared into the sky. Within the golden light, an enormous being flew over. His body was extremely huge, and when he spread his wings, they could cover a distance of 3,000 li. A great rock. It's a great rock. It's the overlord of the sea, the heavenly rock king. He's a big shot of the demonic beast. Many people cried out in alarm. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the heavenly rock king. He was extremely famous, and his battle prowess was incredible. He was one of the big shots of the demonic beasts. The heavenly rock king rushed into the misty forest and disappeared without a trace. Even the big shots of the demonic beasts have come. It's going to be very lively. Countless people in Heaven Divine City were discussing this matter. Not all the cultivators had entered the misty forest. Some people didn't plan to look for the meteorite. Maybe it was because the misty forest was too dangerous, or because too many people had entered and it was too difficult to find such a fortuitous opportunity. Or maybe it was because of some other reasons, Very quickly, a great battle broke out in the misty forest. Some creatures from the depths of the forest came out and started fighting with the cultivators. The battle was very fierce. Many cultivators were killed by the creatures from the depths of the forest. Trespassers in the depths of the misty forest will die. The creatures from the depths of the forest said coldly. Many cultivators had to retreat. At this time, the auction was held. Because of the meteorite, too many strong cultivators had been attracted. Therefore, the price of the items auctioned this time was much higher than before. Lin Feng's two Dao tools caused a huge commotion. They were the Pirate King Dragon's Eye and the Great Golden Immortal Dynasty's Dao tools. The Pirate King Dragon's Eye and the Great Golden Immortal Dynasty had been looking for it, but now it was being auctioned. If those two groups knew about it, would they be angered to death? The final price of the White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Saber was 2,370,000 top-grade spirit stones. The final price of the Heavenly Dragon Seal was 2,200,000 top-grade spirit stones. In the past, Lin Feng didn't even dare to think about that many top-grade spirit stones. After hearing the news, the Pirate King Dragon's Eye and the Great Golden Immortal Dynasty sent people to investigate who had placed the two Dao tools in the auction house. Lin Feng wasn't worried that they would be able to find out anything here. He believed that Jiang Chao wouldn't leak his information. 3 days later, shocking news came from the misty forest. Some cultivators found a blood-stained meteorite. This was a meteorite that had collapsed when the meteorite fell. It was only the size of a fist, but amidst the blood, a rune light soared into the sky. Obviously, it hid a huge secret. This matter caused a huge commotion. The cultivator who obtained the meteorite was killed without being able to come out alive. Many big forces fought fiercely to snatch the meteorite, and the casualties were extremely heavy. In the end, these big forces decided to temporarily stop fighting and study the value of this blood-stained meteorite together. Many big forces continued to return to Heaven's Sacred City. Now, Heaven's Sacred City was shrouded in an extremely tense atmosphere. "Demon Lord, what do you think?" asked Lin Feng. "When the meteorite fell, I observed it for a while. It's indeed not simple. I'm guessing that there are more than 3 or 4 types of archaic divine abilities imprinted on the meteorite, maybe even more," said the Demon Lord. Lin Feng was moved. The Demon Lord's words couldn't be wrong. He felt that he should also take action. If he could find the meteorite and comprehend the archaic divine abilities recorded on it, it would be a huge opportunity. Every time a cultivator cultivated an archaic divine ability, their battle strength would increase crazily. Chapter 8:26. Fog lingered in the fog forest. Lin Feng once again entered the fog forest. He planned to look for meteorites that had fallen from the sky, hoping to obtain the inheritance of an ancient divine power. With my current accumulation, I'm already on the verge of a breakthrough, but I still feel like I'm lacking something. If I can obtain an ancient divine power, cultivate it successfully, and integrate it into a divine power talisman, I might be able to break through immediately. Lin Feng walked in the forest and pondered. Swoosh! In the forest, a flying sword as fast as lightning slashed toward him. This sword was very sudden, and it wanted to catch Lin Feng off guard. It was too common to kill someone and steal their treasures. It happened all the time in the world of cultivators. Lin Feng directly raised his hand to suppress the flying sword, then quickly rushed in front of a big tree and punched it. Bang! The tree exploded. A cultivator was sent flying more than 10 meters away. This cultivator was in his 20s, and his face was very gloomy at this moment. It was this person who had sneak attacked Lin Feng. "You're courting death." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he punched out again. The cultivator quickly retreated and shouted, "I'm a disciple of the Wang Tian sect. If you dare to kill me, the Wang Tian sect will not let you go." The Wang Tian sect was one of the top 10 forces in the 72 states in the north. There were even branches of the Wang Tian sect in the East County. This force was very powerful. However, Lin Feng did not have a good impression of this force. Back in the Thunderblade Secret Realm, he had fought with the people of the Wang Tian sect because of Qiu Hanying. Ding Zishuo, the second-generation heir of the Wang Tian sect, had been taught a lesson by Lin Feng. So what if you're from the Wang Tian sect? Can the Wang Tian sect save your worthless life? Lin Feng sneered. He did not stop just because the person had revealed his identity. Bang! He killed the Wang Tian sect cultivator with one punch. Evil deeds bring about self-destruction. When you reincarnate in your next life, be a good person. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he quickly left. He went all the way into the fog forest. In the central area of the fog forest, Lin Feng encountered a beast emperor. This was equivalent to a human cultivator in the creation realm. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Feng was no match for the beast emperor. He was chased by the beast emperor for over 100 miles before he managed to escape from the beast king. He rested for the night on the branch of a big tree and continued his journey the next day. Hey! Lin Feng was shocked. He saw a pair of huge footprints that were more than 10 meters long. He rushed over and examined it carefully. He couldn't help but frown. The footprints looked like human footprints. But wasn't it a little too big? Lin Feng continued to move deeper into the forest, and soon, he discovered many more such footprints. This is a giant's footprint. Many cultivators continued to arrive, and someone said this. Giant? A golden giant? Lin Feng asked. It's very possible. It's been rumored that there are golden giants in the depths of the misty forest. This race is rumored to be the servants of God. They are guarding an ancient shrine. Another cultivator said. Temple? There's a shrine in the misty forest? Lin Feng was shocked. The cultivator said, those are just rumors. Perhaps the golden giants really do exist, but it's hard to say about shrines. This isn't the primordial era anymore. How could there be so many shrines? Many shrines have been destroyed long ago. Even in the primordial era, shrines couldn't be casually established. True gods weren't even qualified to establish shrines. Only Empyrean gods were qualified to establish shrines. However, it was very difficult for Empyrean gods to enjoy the power of incense. Thus, even if they did establish shrines, it was very difficult to maintain them for a long time. Sometimes, the shrines would be destroyed before long. Only giant gods could establish shrines for them, and the giant gods would receive incense offerings day and night. The giant gods would bestow blessings upon them, and shrines would continue to exist. However, after the primordial era ended, the divine Tao declined. Following the fall of the giant gods, shrines gradually disappeared. Of course, there were still some shrines that had been passed down. For example, the eternal shrine that Lin Feng had visited in the past. It was a great opportunity for any divine palace to be able to survive until now. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the heavens. A golden giant that was 300 or 400 meters tall charged out of the forest, wielding a stone hammer. He swung the hammer and smashed it towards a group of cultivators. Ah, the golden giant! Many people cried out in terror. Hurry up and dodge! Lin Feng roared. He immediately dashed off into the distance, dodging the golden giant's hammer. The others also dodged in a sorry state. However, no one was able to dodge. Although the golden giant's body was huge, his movements weren't clumsy at all. In fact, he was extremely fast. Bang, 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 one cultivator after another was sent flying, killed by the impact. The golden giant reached out with his other hand and grabbed the cultivators who had been killed by the impact. He then threw them into his bloody mouth and began to chew. Squelch. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng's body couldn't withstand the golden giant's attack. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The golden giant's huge hand reached out. Danger. Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. He turned around and tried to escape. However, the golden giant's palm landed on Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. This palm caused too much damage to Lin Feng. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to break. I don't want to die. A cultivator screamed. However, the golden giant grabbed him and threw him into his mouth. Out of the 100 cultivators, only a dozen or so were still alive. However, they were about to die at the hands of the golden giant. At this moment, an enormous figure as large as a mountain rushed out. It was an earth dragon that was nearly 500 meters tall. This earth dragon had dark brown skin. Its scales emitted a cold aura. Its hind limbs were thick, while its forelimbs were short. It also had a strong and powerful tail. Moreover, this dragon's head was huge. The dragon opened its mouth and revealed its terrifying teeth. Tyrannosaurus Rex. A cultivator shouted in shock. Among the earth dragons, the Tyrannosaurus Rex could definitely be ranked in the top 3. It had a huge body, powerful strength, and sharp teeth. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was one of the most ferocious existences among the earth dragons. This Tyrannosaurus Rex obviously wanted to kill and eat the golden giant. The Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared very suddenly. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the golden giant's shoulder. Roar! The golden giant let out a painful cry. Lin Feng and the others vomited blood from the golden giant's painful roar. They quickly got up from the ground and ran away. Bang! Chapter 8:27. The golden giant was ridiculously strong. Even a powerful being like the Tyrannosaurus Rex had been sent flying with a single swing of his hammer. From this, one could see just how heaven-defying the golden giant was. The golden giant was completely enraged. He roared as he charged at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, blood still flowing from the huge wound on his shoulder. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared. It jumped up from the ground and swung its huge tail at the golden giant. The golden giant grabbed the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail and threw it a few thousand meters away. There was a loud bang. A large part of the forest was destroyed. Isn't this golden giant's strength too heaven-defying? A cultivator who was lucky enough to survive swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was truly fortunate that he was able to keep his life. Lin Feng said, as expected of the legendary servant of God. He's actually able to crush the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex got up from the ground once more. Its ferocious nature had been completely activated. The Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its mouth and spat out huge balls of energy towards the golden giant. The golden giant swung its stone hammer, smashing the energy attacks into smithereens. Then, the golden giant suddenly shot forward, arriving in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex in an instant. The giant hammer swept towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex once more. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was unable to dodge this time and was struck by the hammer. Cracking sounds could be heard. This was the sound of bones breaking. Who knew how many of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's bones had been broken by the golden giant's attack? The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared in pain. It quickly jumped up and fled into the depths of the forest. The golden giant chased after it relentlessly. "Senior apprentice brother, you died so tragically." After the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the golden giant left, a cultivator rushed out and knelt in front of a corpse, crying bitterly. Over 100 people had been reduced to just a dozen. It was truly too tragic. Lin Feng sighed as he looked at the mess in front of him. This was the most realistic world of cultivators. He didn't stop and hurriedly left to find a place to heal. Lin Feng stopped in the middle of a valley and cast a few deployment spells to conceal the valley. With the 9 drops of immortal god blood circulating in his body, Lin Feng's injuries were quickly healed. 6 hours later, Lin Feng's injuries were more or less healed. If I want to activate my special constitution, I need to recover at least 10% of my blood. I've only recovered 9 drops of immortal god blood. I'm still far from that. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Then, he thought of the terrifying golden giant. Since there were golden giants in the misty forest, there must be golden giants that had fallen. If he could find the golden giant's lair and obtain the golden giant's bones, then, he would be able to find the mysterious blacksmith in Heaven Divine City and ask her to forge his 7 treasures glazed pagoda into a real Dao artifact. Lin Feng left and continued deeper into the forest. Over the next few days, more and more cultivators entered the depths of the forest. Lin Feng received a shocking piece of news from a group of cultivators. It was said that a piece of meteorite brought out by those top forces recorded a primordial divine ability, but that divine ability was incomplete. Obviously, part of the meteorite had fallen somewhere else. Since they couldn't cultivate the incomplete divine ability, Many big forces couldn't wait to enter the misty forest again, hoping to find new meteorites. Roar. A roar shook the sky, and a 1,000-meter-tall giant centipede woke up from a deep slumber. This was a terrifying creature from the depths of the misty forest. After waking up, it began to hunt for food. Many cultivators who entered the misty forest became its prey. There was more than one battle like this. The powerful creatures in the depths of the misty forest killed cultivators who entered the depths of the forest. However, there were also some powerful creatures in the depths of the forest that were killed by cultivators working together. There were battlefields everywhere in the misty forest. A heavily injured Tyrannosaurus Rex laid a dragon egg. Now, many people have gone to the dragon's lair to steal the dragon egg. Many cultivators were discussing this matter on the way, and many of them were flying in the direction of the dragon's lair. Is it the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was injured by the golden giant? Lin Feng was shocked and quickly flew in the direction of the dragon's lair. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was the overlord of the earth dragons. It was even more powerful than human creation realm cultivators. If he could obtain the dragon egg and hatch it, it would be the same as raising a powerhouse that was close to the level of an ancient powerhouse. Of course, even if he didn't want to hatch it. If he took the dragon egg to an auction, it would be sold for a sky-high price. Perhaps he could use it to exchange for something he needed. Now that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was injured, it was the best chance to steal the dragon egg. 2 hours later, Lin Feng arrived at the dragon's lair. The dragon's lair was close to a cliff, and the terrain was dangerous. Roars resounded through the sky, and there were a total of 5 Tyrannosaurus Rex nesting here. Several thousand cultivators were madly attacking the 5 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex was powerful, it was also in danger after being surrounded by so many cultivators. In the depths of the dragon's lair, the injured Tyrannosaurus Rex was guarding a dragon egg. And now, a dozen cultivators had already broken through the outermost Tyrannosaurus Rex's defense and killed their way into the depths of the lair. The injured Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and fought against the dozen cultivators. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex was once again heavily injured by the dozen cultivators, and its huge body fell off the cliff. Then, the dozen cultivators started fighting among themselves again. Among the dozen cultivators, Lin Feng recognized Du Guxian. Now that Du Guxian had activated his bloodline, his battle strength could be said to be heaven-defying, and he injured the cultivators who had joined forces with him before. There was also a masked woman with an extremely powerful cultivation base, and she defeated several cultivators. Bam! Elder Shu, who was beside Du Guxian, attacked and sent the masked woman flying with a palm strike. She was a creation realm expert. Elder Shu said in a low voice, "Xian quickly go and get the dragon egg. I'll deal with these people." As soon as he finished speaking, his palm enveloped the remaining 7 experts. Du Guxian nodded and quickly rushed to the dragon egg. "Ha ha ha ha, this dragon egg is mine." Du Guxian shouted excitedly and reached out to grab the dragon egg. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure rushed out from behind Du Guxian and threw a punch at Du Guxian. It was Lin Feng, who had used wood escape to hide in the tree and attacked Du Guxian. "Who dares to sneak attack me?" Du Guxian felt the fluctuation behind him and roared. He threw a punch, but he was not prepared and was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. With a cry, Du Guxian spat out a mouthful of blood. "The dragon egg is mine." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he kept the dragon egg. "Brat, you're courting death." Chapter 828. When had Du Guxian ever suffered such a loss? Not only was he beaten to the point of vomiting blood, the dragon egg that he was about to obtain was also snatched away. The most important thing was that the person who beat him to the point of vomiting blood and snatched the dragon egg was actually the person who he wanted to cut into 1,000 pieces. New grudges and old grudges were added together. Du Guxian's hatred was overflowing. "Brat, I want your life." Du Guxian roared. He directly rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. "I won't play with you today." Lin Feng laughed loudly. After stealing the treasure, he would run away. This was exciting. There was no need to stay and fight to the death. This was the second beast egg that Lin Feng had obtained. The origin of the beast egg from before was mysterious and abnormally powerful. It was just that it couldn't hatch. As for the dragon egg, it was much easier to hatch it. Although the dragon egg was far from being able to compare to the first beast egg that Lin Feng had obtained. However, after the dragon egg hatched, the little dragon could be placed on the supreme peak. Let the little dragon become the guardian spirit beast of the supreme peak. When the little dragon gradually grew up, it would be able to suppress the existence of the creation realm in the future. In the Tianwu continent, it was already considered a top expert. Lin Feng flew into the distance. At this time, the old man called Elder Shu also saw the situation here. This person's name was Shu Shu, and he had already broken through to the creation realm. Now, he sent the masked woman and the others flying with a single palm. Then, he quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Not good. Lin Feng was enveloped by Shu Shu's palm strike, and his expression changed drastically. Experts of the creation realm were too powerful. After being enveloped by this person's palm strike, Lin Feng actually found that he was unable to escape. Lin Feng knew that his aura had been locked onto by Shu Shu. Brat, die. Shu Shu's face was filled with dense killing intent. With a sinister laugh, that terrifying palm strike had already brazenly struck down. The situation was extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Lin Feng. It turned out to be that mysterious masked woman. She raised her right hand and slammed it towards Shu Shu. Bang! She and Shu Shu fiercely collided with each other. The masked woman was sent flying as if she had been struck by lightning. Lin Feng had seen the masked woman before, but he didn't pay much attention to her. He would never have thought that the masked woman would actually help him. Lin Feng's heart was filled with doubts. Why would the masked woman help him at all costs? But now was not the time to think about this. Lin Feng hurriedly hugged the masked woman from behind. Pu. The masked woman could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood after receiving a blow from a manifestation realm expert. She collapsed in Lin Feng's arms and fainted. Let's go. Lin Feng carried her, turned around, and fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Shu Shu shouted coldly. He raised his hand and blasted a palm towards Lin Feng. A huge energy palm condensed in the air and ruthlessly slammed into Lin Feng's back, sending Lin Feng flying. This was an attack from a manifestation realm expert. How terrifying was its power! If it was someone else, they would have been seriously injured. Even with Lin Feng's strong physical body, his qi and blood were churning, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He felt dizzy. As expected of a manifestation realm expert. So powerful. That palm took away half of my life. Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. He did not dare to hesitate. He immediately took out his golden wings and pushed his speed to the limit. He turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the dense forest. You actually managed to block my attack. Shu Shu's face was extremely gloomy. He had thought that his attack would be able to kill Lin Feng, but he had not expected it to be blocked. Shu Shu had underestimated Lin Feng's physical body. Elder Shu, you must catch that brat. I want to grind his bones to dust. Dugu Xian roared furiously. As a top genius, he rarely lost his composure. But now, he was so angry that his mind was in a mess. I'll chase after him. You find a place to heal, said Shu Shu. Dugu Xian nodded. He had been beaten up by Lin Feng until he vomited blood. He was injured, so it was not suitable for him to chase after Lin Feng. Shu Shu quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng carried the veiled female cultivator and quickly flew through the forest. Boom! Not long after, a terrifying aura came from behind. Shu Shu was chasing after them. Lin Feng's injuries weren't light, so he couldn't move as fast as he had at his peak. Now that Shu Shu was chasing after him, it was too difficult to get rid of him. Brat, you can't escape. When I catch you, I'll grind your bones to dust. Shu Shu's sinister voice sounded. This old thing exuded a dense killing intent, as if he was the god of death who had just walked out of hell. Lin Feng cursed in a low voice, an old thing who has cultivated for thousands of years is chasing after me, a young man who has only cultivated for a dozen years. How shameless can he be? If this spreads, the high divine sect's reputation will be ruined. If I kill you, there won't be any rumors, said Lin Feng. Shu Shu said sinisterly. Old dog, just you wait. As long as I don't die today, I'll kill you sooner or later. Lin Feng cursed. Little brat, the more you scold me now, the better I'll torture you when I catch you. Shu Shu said sinisterly. Lin Feng sneered. He sped up, but Shu Shu sped up as well. The distance between the two didn't increase. Instead, it decreased. At this rate, Shu Shu, this old thing, would catch up with him sooner or later. Lin Feng also knew the urgency of the matter. He had to find a way to get rid of Shu Shu quickly. Otherwise, he would die. Half an hour later, Shu Shu was only 1,000 meters away from Lin Feng. Roar. At the moment when Lin Feng was extremely worried, suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the forest. Lin Feng was shocked. Could it be the nest of a powerful beast? He gritted his teeth. Why not take a risk? He wanted to see if he could get rid of Shu Shu with the help of a powerful beast. Anyway, the worst result was dying in the hands of a beast. Dying in the hands of a beast was much better than falling into Shu Shu's hands. If he could seize the opportunity, he might be able to escape. Thinking of this, Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. When he reached the depths of the forest, he found that there were piles of bones. It was like hell. It emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. In the middle of the mountain of bones, a dozen golden giants sat together. The nest of the golden giants. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect to stumble into the nest of the golden giants. Lin Feng quickly concealed his aura and rushed to hide under a mountain of bones with the masked woman in his arms. Immediately after that, Shu Shu rushed over as well. When Shu Shu saw the dozen-plus golden giants, his expression changed abruptly. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came from afar. A dozen golden giants came from afar, carrying a variety of huge beasts. Those golden giants must have gone out to hunt. They were now returning with a full load. The golden giants in their nests roared excitedly, and the mountains shook from the roars of these golden giants. Shu Shu looked indifferent. He also hid his aura and rushed toward the mountain of bones. Chapter 829. Now that Shu Shu had chased him inside, Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He picked up the veiled woman and rushed into the depths of the cave. Huge mountains of bones were piled up together. These were the bones of the beasts killed by the golden giants. This place was like purgatory on earth. Die, brat, Shu Shu said coldly when he saw Lin Feng. He raised his right hand and slapped at Lin Feng. Whoosh, Lin Feng sped up, narrowly avoiding Shu Shu's attack. With a loud bang, Shu Shu's attack landed on a mountain of bones. Crack, crack. A large number of bones broke, and the mountain of bones began to collapse. Roar, roar, roar. The golden giants were alarmed and roared. More than 30 golden giants looked over, all of them furious. A human had barged into their lair. The golden giants' killing intent soared. In the eyes of the golden giants, human cultivators were just food. Now, a human dared to barge into their lair. Was this a provocation to the golden giants? A golden giant leaped up with a huge stone hammer in his hand and charged at Shu Shu. Not good. Shu Shu's expression changed. He had planned to kill Lin Feng with one slap and then immediately escape, but Lin Feng had dodged his attack. Now that the golden giant was rushing over, Shu Shu had nowhere to run. He had to block the golden giant's attack. Shu Shu didn't dare to hesitate and used the reversal of the river. Clang, clang. The golden giant's stone hammer collided with Shu Shu's attack, creating an earth-shattering sound. Shu Shu's attack was then broken by the golden giant. Shu Shu was then hit by the stone hammer. Crack, crack. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken, but he was sent flying. The golden giants were too terrifying. Shu Shu spat out mouthfuls of blood, scared out of his wits. When the golden giant pounced on him again, Shu Shu didn't dare to stay and rushed outside. The golden giant gave chase. Clearly, it was unable to catch up. It let out an angry roar. In the Bone Mountain, Lin Feng's situation was even worse than Shu Shu's. He was carrying the masked woman and being surrounded by the golden giants. More than 30 golden giants surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. No matter what, there was no way to escape. Lin Feng's face turned ugly as he cautiously retreated. Boom! A golden giant swung a stone hammer at Lin Feng. That terrifying strike could instantly crush a 10,000-meter-tall mountain. Lin Feng quickly retreated, but he was still swept by the stone hammer. His body moved horizontally and heavily crashed into the mountain of bones. Lin Feng only felt his insides burning, as if his body no longer belonged to him. His face was extremely pale. That strike just now had almost taken away half of his life. Crack, crack. Lin Feng smashed a large hole in the bone mountain. He fell to the ground with the masked woman in his arms. The golden giant attacked again with the stone hammer. Lin Feng couldn't help but show a hint of despair. There was no way to escape. At this critical moment, Lin Feng suddenly appeared. The large hole seemed to lead underground, which shocked him. Lin Feng hugged the beautiful female cultivator and rolled towards the pitch-black entrance. Then, Lin Feng found himself rolling down a flight of stairs. Outside, the golden giants were roaring angrily. More than 30 golden giants surrounded the bone mountain, roaring non-stop. However, these golden giants didn't dare to destroy the bone mountain, nor did they dare to charge in. There seemed to be something in the cave that frightened these golden giants. This is a palace. Lin Feng fell to the ground and looked around in confusion. There were huge stone walls on all sides. This seemed to be a stone palace. It was buried under the bone mountain. Just now, he and the masked woman had rolled down the stairs of the palace. There were layers upon layers of the palace. They should be in the first layer of the palace. The first layer of the palace was empty and emitted a gloomy aura. Looking deeper, he could faintly see the second layer of the palace. Could it really be a shrine? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. He thought of the mysterious legend that had been widely spread outside. The golden giants were the servants of God. They protected shrines. Now, it seemed that this might be true. Lin Feng didn't immediately investigate the palace. He looked at the masked woman and carefully checked her injuries. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. Although her injuries were serious, they weren't fatal. Lin Feng took out a 10,000-year-old medicine and fed it to the masked woman. He didn't have many medicines of this level, but to save this masked woman, it was all worth it. After taking the medicine, the masked woman's aura stabilized. "Who are you? Why did you risk your life to save me?" Lin Feng murmured. He stretched out his hand and took off the masked woman's veil. A delicate and beautiful face appeared in front of him. Liu Piaomiao. It was a name that Lin Feng would never forget. In the past, when the demons were wreaking havoc, Liu Piaomiao had killed them. She was the daughter of the Sun Moon City's city lord. She was one of the top 3 geniuses of the Divine Prefecture in the East Province. Later, when she went to fight for the Dark Nether Flame Fruit, she was injured and chased by Feng Yaoarao. Fortunately, Lin Feng saved her. Later, Liu Piaomiao left without saying goodbye, which made Lin Feng a little sad. However, he hadn't expected to meet Liu Piaomiao again here. At that moment, Liu Piaomiao's long eyelashes fluttered. The next moment, she opened her eyes. She saw Lin Feng and tried to get up. "You're injured. You should lie down and rest more," Lin Feng said. "I really didn't expect to survive." Liu Piaomiao's voice was a little weak. "Thank you for saving me," Lin Feng said. "Consider it as repayment for saving me back then." Liu Piaomiao's tone was a little cold. She sighed softly in her heart. Liu Piaomiao also didn't expect to meet Lin Feng this time. The events of the past surfaced in her mind. When she saw that Lin Feng was in danger, she almost rushed forward without hesitation. However, when she survived and was alone with Lin Feng, Liu Piaomiao knew that she had to distance herself from Lin Feng. This was because she had an engagement with the heir of an ancient force. Even though she had never met that person, so what? The engagement of an ancient force couldn't be violated. If she was entangled with Lin Feng, it would only harm Lin Feng. This was the fate of a person. That damned fate. That fate couldn't be violated. Lin Feng could feel Liu Piaomiao's distance. She didn't have the enthusiasm of an old friend, but he didn't care. Lin Feng said, "You rest here for the time being. I'll go inside and take a look." He got up and walked into the depths of the hall. Chapter 8:30. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he sensed the gloomy and terrifying qi. He hadn't discovered anything in the first layer of the temple. Lin Feng had arrived in the depths of the first layer of the temple. There was a huge stone door in front of him. Lin Feng pushed the door open with all his might. The door was very heavy, and it took him a lot of effort to push it open. Roar. As soon as he pushed the door open, he heard a roar coming from the second layer of the temple. Next, a golden giant pounced on Lin Feng, wielding a stone hammer. "I'm going to die." Lin Feng was so scared that his face turned pale, and he sat down on the ground. As for the golden giant that was smashing towards him with the rock hammer, it dissipated into nothingness. It was just an image. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He had been scared out of his wits. He crawled up from the ground and entered the second level of the stone hall. Inside the second level of the stone hall, there were piles of huge bones. These bones were all golden in color. Perhaps it was because of the passage of time, but many of the bones had already decayed. If Lin Feng squeezed them, they would break apart. How can there be so many bones? When Lin Feng saw all the bones in the palace, he was astonished. "Huh! These runes are..." Lin Feng then saw the runes on the ground. Even though countless years had passed, the runes were still very clear. An altar. This is an altar used in ancient times. Is the second layer of the temple an altar? Lin Feng frowned. In ancient times, the ancient people had offered sacrifices and set up altars. The altars were surrounded by runes that could communicate with the gods of heaven and earth. Now that Lin Feng had become a heaven-tier spellcaster, he had a certain understanding of ancient sacrificial techniques. These are the bones of the golden giants. The demon lord was sitting on a lonely grave. The bones of the golden giants. Lin Feng was shocked. Such a huge palace was filled with bones. They were actually the bones of the golden giant. How many golden giants had to be killed to fill the entire temple with their bones? What had happened in the past? Who was it that killed so many golden giants? Did the unknown existence that killed these golden giants want to use the golden giants as sacrifices to start the ritual? Lin Feng's mind was filled with questions. Lin Feng asked, "Demon Lord, is there anything wrong with this place?" The Demon Lord replied, "I'm not too sure about that. Only those who experienced what happened in the past know." After saying that, the Demon Lord did not say anything else. "Are there any other usable golden giant bones?" Lin Feng searched the hall, hoping to find a golden giant bone that had not decayed. This way, when he returned to Heaven's sacred city, he could ask the mysterious blacksmith to help him forge the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into a real Dao artifact. There were so many golden giant bones, but most of them had already decayed. Is this a king's bone? Finally, Lin Feng found a golden giant bone. This golden giant bone was not simple. There were runes lingering on it. Even after countless years, the energy had not dissipated. It was very likely the bones of the golden giant king. This was because the other bones had already decayed, but this one was perfectly preserved. He put the golden giant bone away and continued searching. However, he did not find anything else. The other golden giant bones had all been corroded by time. Next, Lin Feng went to the depths of the second hall. He tried to push open the stone door, but Lin Feng found that he could not move it. It was too heavy. Lin Feng had no choice but to return. "What did you find?" Liu Piaomiao asked. "There are corpses everywhere. The stone door to the third hall can't be opened. I don't know what's inside," Lin Feng said. He then asked, "Are you feeling better?" Liu Piaomiao's heart warmed when she heard Lin Feng's words of concern. She nodded. The two of them did not speak again, and they fell into silence. After a while, Liu Piaomiao said, "Actually, my name is not Liu Yi. It's Liu Piaomiao." In the past, Lin Feng had asked Liu Piaomiao what her name was. She had replied that she was called Liu Yi, hiding her real name. Lin Feng was stupefied. He hadn't thought of that, but then he understood. Since Liu Piaomiao had always been active in the divine prefecture of the East County, she should be a cultivator there. It would be difficult to find a woman of her age who was so strong apart from Liu Piaomiao. Liu Yi was just Liu Piaomiao's alias. Lin Feng should have thought of this a long time ago. He nodded slightly and did not say anything. He sat down cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. Lin Feng was also injured. The most important thing now was to recover as soon as possible. When Liu Piaomiao saw how indifferent Lin Feng was, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Even though she was deliberately distancing herself from Lin Feng. In her heart, she hoped that Lin Feng would still care about her. When night fell, the stone hall became even darker. A gloomy aura enveloped the entire stone hall. Lin Feng woke up. His injuries were almost healed. Lin Feng came to the entrance of the hall and found that the outside was guarded by the golden giants. He could not leave at all. This made Lin Feng frown slightly. "What's the situation outside?" Liu Piaomiao asked. "The golden giants are guarding outside. It seems that they want to trap us to death. We can only wait now," Lin Feng said. Late at night, a golden giant returned. This was the largest golden giant of them all. It was more than 400 meters tall. After he returned, many of the golden giants cheered. Could it be the golden giant king? Lin Feng thought. There was a loud bang. The golden giant king threw a huge stone on the ground. Under the night sky, the stone emitted a dense golden light. Many golden giants surrounded the stone and kowtowed to it. Golden light. That seems to be Buddhist karma. It's a falling meteorite. Liu Piaomiao was shocked. Lin Feng nodded. He looked excited. That's right. It's a falling meteorite. I never thought that the golden giant king would find one. In the latter half of the night, most of the golden giants had gone to sleep. Only 5 or 6 golden giants on night duty and the ones guarding the entrance of the stone hall were still awake. Rays of moonlight sprinkled down, and the meteorite emitted a dense luster. Golden light lingered around it. Lin Feng and Liu Piaomiao sat cross-legged on the stone steps. They watched the meteorite from a great distance away, hoping to gain some insight from it. Gradually, Lin Feng sank into a mysterious state. It was as if he had come to an ancient continent. Lin Feng saw a fire ape standing under the starry sky. The fire ape reached out and grabbed a star from outer space. This was the primordial divine ability, the star-seizing hand. Rumor had it that the star-plucking hand could pluck the stars of the outer realms from an infinitely far starry world. Now, the fire ape was displaying the terrifying power of the star-seizing hand. Chapter 831. The divine power was imprinted in his mind. The peerless power of the primordial star-plucking hand shocked Lin Feng. As expected of a primordial technique, Lin Feng began to carefully comprehend the primordial star-plucking hand. If he could successfully cultivate it, Lin Feng believed that he could condense a golden core and successfully break through to the 7th firmament of the yin-yang realm. Once he broke through, his cultivation level would increase tenfold. The hand plucked the stars, and the sun and moon moved together. This was the core formula of the primordial star-plucking hand. This was not the first time Lin Feng had cultivated a primordial divine power. Therefore, he was very experienced. It did not take long for Lin Feng to comprehend the profound principles of the primordial star-plucking hand. Boom! The divine power talisman in his dantian began to circulate. Runes intertwined. Runes emitted intense fluctuations. The primordial star-plucking hand condensed into a divine power array and imprinted itself on the divine power talisman. Above the array, a mysterious man wearing a starry robe appeared. The mysterious man stretched out his right hand and reached into the starry sky. He plucked a Milky Way world. This person is the primordial god who created the primordial star-plucking hand. Lin Feng was shocked. Any primordial divine power was a peerless technique. Only a primordial god could create a primordial divine power. Clearly, the primordial star-plucking hand was also created by a primordial god. However, Lin Feng did not know who this primordial god was. Lin Feng took out a large number of supreme-grade spirit stones and piled them up in the hall. The supreme-grade spirit stones piled up into a small mountain. Lin Feng's savings were too great. Others might only need a few hundred supreme-grade spirit stones to break through from the 6th firmament of the yin-yang realm to the 7th firmament. However, Lin Feng would probably need tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. Ordinary people could not afford it at all. Cultivate. Cultivate. On the path of cultivation, one could not become an expert just because they were talented. They also needed to provide cultivation resources. Since ancient times, many people with outstanding talent had failed because they did not have the cultivation resources. In the end, they disappeared. Activate the talisman, condense the golden core. Lin Feng shouted in his heart and began to operate the talisman. Powerful energy surged into his body, transforming into surges of magic power. All of the dharmic powers in his body were channeled into the talisman. The talismans condensed together and kept shrinking. Is he going to break through? Liu Piaomiao opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng in shock. This is the aura of a gold core. He is condensing a gold core in his body. Breaking through to the gold core realm requires tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Just how strong was this guy's savings? Is that why you're spending so many top-grade spirit stones? Liu Piaomiao was shocked. When she had broken through to the golden core realm, she had consumed 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, which had caused a huge sensation. As for Lin Feng's breakthrough this time, the pile of top-grade spirit stones was probably no less than 60,000. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, waves of destructive power surged out from Lin Feng's body. This was the unique aura of a golden core. A golden core contained the power of destruction. As the destructive power grew stronger, it would attract a heavenly tribulation. At that time, he would begin to break through to the 8th stage of the yin-yang realm. Now that Lin Feng's body was emitting destructive power, it was obvious that he had successfully condensed a gold core. Come out. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a gold core flew out. The golden core was actually the size of a fist, and densely packed runes curled around the golden core. Several large formations enveloped the golden core. The gold core flew in the air. Even the surrounding void was slightly distorted. Why is it so big? Liu Piaomiao exclaimed in disbelief when she saw Lin Feng's gold core. The gold core of an ordinary person was about the size of a thumb. Liu Piaomiao's gold core was twice the size of an ordinary cultivator's. It had already shocked everyone. Lin Feng's gold core was dozens of times larger than an ordinary cultivator's. This was too heaven-defying. The divine ability fluctuations on the gold core are so powerful. Did he cultivate more than one primordial divine ability? These primordial divine abilities are all peerless techniques. How did he get them? Liu Piaomiao muttered to herself as she looked at the gold core hovering in the air. Her heart was in a perilous situation. A cultivator's gold core was related to many factors, such as the strength of their dharmic powers, the power of their bloodline, and the divine ability they cultivated. Lin Feng's dharmic powers were strong, his bloodline was powerful, and he cultivated many powerful primordial divine abilities. His gold core was so huge that it was naturally nothing to be surprised about. Lin Feng felt the powerful aura coming from the gold core and nodded in satisfaction. He put the gold core into his dantian and stood up. He felt that his body was filled with power. After breaking through to the 7th stage of the yin-yang realm and condensing a gold core, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased tenfold. Although I haven't awakened the immortal divine body, my cultivation has increased tenfold now that I've condensed a gold core. If I fight with Dugu Shen again, even if he awakens his special constitution, I'll still be able to fight him. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Dugu Shen's strength after awakening his special constitution had left a deep impression on Lin Feng. He had completely suppressed Lin Feng to the point that he couldn't fight back. It was as if Dugu Shen had become a completely different person compared to before he had awakened his special constitution. But now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly, he was full of confidence in himself. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Liu Piaomiao smiled. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It seems that your injuries have healed well. Let's work together and see if we can open the door to the third stone palace. What do you think? Let's try, Liu Piao said. The two of them walked deeper into the palace and arrived in front of the stone door. Liu Piao looked at the corpses and frowned. She said, "There are so many corpses in the second palace. I wonder what terrifying things are in the third palace. If we don't open it, I'm afraid we'll regret it for the rest of our lives." Lin Feng said. Liu Piao nodded. She knew that it might be dangerous. But she was unwilling to give up like this. Lin Feng and Liu Piao pushed together. Rumble, the two of them used all their strength and finally, the door to the third palace was gradually pushed open. A cold and gloomy aura spread out from the third stone palace. Lin Feng and Liu Piao entered the third palace. They looked over and saw that many coffins had appeared in the third stone hall. There were a total of 72 coffins in the third palace. When they saw the coffins, Lin Feng and Liu Piao felt their scalps go numb. Why were there so many coffins? Who was buried in these coffins? How many years has it been since someone came to this palace? Suddenly, a gloomy voice resounded. "Oh no, let's go." Lin Feng and Liu Piao looked at each other and turned around to rush outside. The third palace was too strange. Now, who was the person who had spoken this voice? Was it an evil creature? Was it a terrifying existence like a yin god? If they continued to stay here, they would most likely die. Rumble, but the huge stone door closed on its own. Lin Feng and Liu Piao were trapped in the third palace. A gloomy qi filled the third palace. Chapter 832. We're trapped. Liu Piao's voice trembled. Liu Piao's voice trembled slightly. Right now, they were trapped here and met with trouble. The main thing was that they didn't know what kind of creature was hiding here. "Why are you leaving so quickly? I haven't talked to anyone in a long time. Seeing you two makes me feel very close." The gloomy voice sounded again. Lin Feng and Liu Piao felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't feel any sense of closeness to the strange being in the stone hall. "Senior, are you a human or a ghost? Please come out and meet us," Lin Feng said in a low voice. He had already secretly taken out a sarira and held it in his hand. If the other party was an evil ghost, he could deal with it with the sarira. A sarira is something to deal with ghosts. It's useless for you to take it out. The mysterious being seemed to have already seen through everything, and its eerie voice spoke again. Lin Feng frowned and looked around cautiously. Suddenly, he felt all the hair on his body stand on end. 3 meters behind him, a skinny old man with a haggard face was standing there, looking at him with a pair of eerie eyes. Liu Piao followed Lin Feng's gaze, and when she saw the old man, her face turned pale with fright. Lin Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. Now that the stone door was closed, he and Liu Piao were trapped here. If this person wanted to kill them, he would have already done so. He wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. Lin Feng calmed down when he thought of this. He looked at the old man and said, "The two of us have mistakenly entered this place and disturbed your cultivation. I hope you can forgive us on account of our ignorance." The old man laughed, but his laughter was too eerie, and it made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. "I just wanted to chat with you. When did I ever want to harm you? If I wanted to harm you, I would have already done so." Lin Feng mustered up his courage and asked, "How should I address you, senior?" The old man replied, "Me? I've long forgotten my name. I've been struggling at death's door, guarding this stone hall until I reach the end of my life. Only then will my tragic fate end." "Guarding this stone hall?" Lin Feng and Liu Piao's expressions changed slightly. Liu Piao asked, "Is this stone hall the legendary shrine? Was it once a god's residence?" The old man replied, "That was something from countless years ago. Perhaps this really is a shrine." Lin Feng asked doubtfully, "Senior, aren't you guarding this hall? Are you not sure if this hall is a shrine or not? Even though I've been guarding this place for a very long time, I've never seen a god." The old man's eyes were twinkling. Lin Feng had the impression that the old man was sizing him up. That feeling was extremely strange and it made Lin Feng feel extremely uncomfortable. Even though the old man didn't attack Lin Feng, he was still very strong. He didn't even show any hostility. But Lin Feng had the feeling that the old man was plotting against him. Could it be that it was an illusion? Lin Feng had no choice but to suppress the fear in his heart and try to remain calm. "What's inside these coffins?" Lin Feng asked. The old man looked at the coffins and said, "These are all divine servants." Divine servants? Lin Feng and Liu Piaomiao were astonished. Weren't divine servants the golden giants? But these coffins obviously couldn't contain the golden giants' corpses. The old man seemed to know what Lin Feng and Liu Piaomiao were thinking. "Are you wondering if the golden giants are divine servants?" Lin Feng and Liu Piaomiao nodded. The old man continued, "The golden giants aren't servants of God, they're just guards of the shrine. This has been passed down from generation to generation. Even though the blood of the golden giants can't be compared to that of their ancestors, they still uphold their duty of guarding the shrine. The real servants of God are the existences lying in the coffins. They're servants of God, and before they die, they bury themselves in the coffins." At that moment, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the old man and asked, "Senior, are you a divine servant too?" The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng felt his entire body turn cold. He was secretly on guard. The mysterious old man in front of him was too demonic. The old man said, "Correct. You could say that I am the 73rd divine servant." There were 72 coffins in the third stone hall. Clearly, these coffins were the remains of divine servants. They had buried themselves here. Liu Piaomiao asked, "Senior, the gods are already dead. Why are there still divine servants here? What kind of temple was this? Can you tell us?" The old man said, "This shrine is called the Luotian Shrine." Lin Feng cursed inwardly. This old man had indeed lied. He had said that he didn't know whether this shrine was a shrine or not, but now he had revealed the shrine's name. Clearly, the old man was hiding many things. Liu Piaomiao cried out, "Luotian? Isn't that the daughter of the human race's founder, Fuxi?" In ancient times, the Luotian Shrine had recorded the story of Luotian, Fuxi's daughter, the god of the Luo River. She was a goddess of the heavens. Countless people had fallen head over heels for her. Lin Feng said, "Luotian was one of the primordial gods, and her shrine is actually here." According to the legends, Luotian vanished without a trace, and even her father, Fuxi, was unable to find her. "What happened in the past?" The old man suddenly said, "Are you willing to listen to a story?" Lin Feng and Liu Piaomiao nodded. "We're all ears." The old man continued, "Countless years ago, Luotian went out on a journey and charmed countless gods. One of them was a god called Juin. He had a human face and a red snake body, and he lived at the foot of Mount Zhong. He was an exceptionally powerful god, and he began to pursue Luotian. However, Juin wasn't the only god who pursued Luotian. There was another god called the North Pole Divine Emperor. The two gods fought, and Juin defeated the North Pole Divine Emperor. He thought that he would be able to be with Luotian, but he never imagined that she would be embroiled in a great war between gods and demons. Juin charged into the battlefield and rescued Luotian, who was on the verge of death. However, he was unable to revive her, and she died. After that, Juin went to Luotian's shrine and guarded her corpse day and night. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, are you trying to say that Luotian and Juin are buried in this shrine?" The old man replied, "I didn't say that, because it's just a myth. It happened so long ago that it's impossible to trace its origins." Roar. However, at that moment, a roar suddenly sounded from below the palace hall. Rumble. The entire hall was shaking violently. What happened? Lin Feng and Liu Piaomiao's expressions changed drastically. "Don't be afraid. There's a demon suppressed beneath the shrine," the old man explained. A demon suppressed? Lin Feng and Liu Piaomiao were puzzled. What was going on? It was suppressed by a divine servant. After the god died, the demon tried to take over the shrine, but was suppressed by a divine servant. Unfortunately, demons live too long. Countless years have passed, and it's still struggling at death's door. Chapter 833. Lin Feng looked at the old man and had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt that the old man's words couldn't be trusted. This was a kind of intuition. The old man made Lin Feng feel uneasy. Boom, boom, boom. The hall shook again, this time even more violently than before. The old man said, "A demon's nature is difficult to extinguish, even after billions of years. The demon here is too terrifying. Fortunately, his life is coming to an end." "What kind of demon is this?" Lin Feng asked. "A demon that can't be mentioned," the old man said meaningfully. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, can you let us go?" "Go. Wait for a while, and you'll be able to escape." The old man opened the stone door, and Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't expected the old man to let them go so easily. This was different from what Lin Feng had expected. Could it be that he had misunderstood the old man? Was he actually a good person? However, Lin Feng felt that the old man was a good person was even more unreliable. He and Liu Piaomiao returned to the first layer of the hall. Liu Piaomiao wanted to say something, but Lin Feng shook his head, indicating that she shouldn't say anything. Their every move in this place couldn't be hidden from the old man. They were waiting for the chance to leave as the old man had mentioned, but where was this chance? The next day, strong cultivators arrived in the sky, and a terrifying aura surged. Even though they were in the hall, Lin Feng and Liu Piaomiao could feel it. Amitabha, good, good. A dozen monks arrived, bathed in Buddhist light. They were holy and inviolable. They were Buddhist monks from the Buddhist kingdom of the West. Boundless Taoist master. A few Taoists came with horsetail whisks in their hands. They looked like immortals. They were the Taoists of Mount Longhu, the leaders of Taoism. If the boundless Taoist master saw them, he would probably gnash his teeth in anger. Back then, the mountain mover Taoist master had been expelled from Taoism because of Mount Longhu's decree. Now that the mountain-moving Daoist's lineage was almost cut off, it naturally had a lot to do with Mount Longhu. Monks and Taoists are all here. This is a rare sight. Boundless divine light lingered around him. He was a mighty one from the Longevity Hall. Endless demonic clouds covered the sky as the demonic sect emperor arrived. This was an expert from the corrupt path. Many top forces had sent their experts here to search for meteorites from outer space. The news was right. There is a meteorite here. Many people cried out in surprise. These top-notch experts were also moved. Meteorites from outer space had great implications. Any one of the primordial divine abilities would be able to create a huge force. And now, the orthodoxy that appeared was most likely the orthodoxy of the sacred battle ape. It was not something that could be compared to ordinary primeval orthodoxies. The sacred battle ape, what kind of earth-shattering existence was that? Myriad worlds. Who could compete with him? Do it. These experts attacked, wanting to snatch the meteorite from the sky. And these golden giants worshipped the meteorite as if it were a divine object, so they were not willing to let these cultivators take it away. The golden giants fought against the Buddhists, demons, devils, and Taoists. Large areas of the forest were destroyed as if the world was coming to an end. This level of battle was far beyond Lin Feng's imagination. That old man said that our chance to leave will come soon. Then, many experts came here. Could that old man predict the future? Isn't that too terrifying? Whispered Lin Feng. His heart was filled with astonishment. At the same time, he was deeply worried because he had the feeling that the old bastard didn't have good intentions towards him. Boom. At that moment, an extremely terrifying aura came from afar. Then, Lin Feng saw a white peacock flying over. The white peacock turned into a 16 or 17-year-old boy. The boy had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was handsome and had a smile on his face. His smile was very amiable. He was like a prince in a chaotic world. Who is that? Lin Feng was surprised. The white-robed boy stepped forward and walked towards the meteorite. Holy Lord Peacock, it's you. Many experts' faces changed when they saw this person. This meteorite is mine. You guys can look for it elsewhere. The white peacock that turned into a young man said aloud. Holy Lord Peacock. One of the supreme beings of the demon race? Lin Feng was shocked. This was definitely a powerful person. He had heard that Holy Lord Peacock was the leader of the demon race, the Peacock race. Peacock race? What race was that? In the Primordial era, the Buddha Lord was swallowed by a peacock. The Buddha Lord dug out the peacock's spine and wanted to kill it. But the Buddhas said that since the Buddha Lord came out of the peacock's body, he should respect the peacock as the Buddha mother. And so, the Buddha Lord named the peacock Mahamayuri Bodhisattva. One could see how shocking the origin of the peacock race was. Now that Holy Lord Peacock was here, he was really domineering. What a powerful Holy Lord Peacock. He's facing so many experts alone, yet he's still so calm. I wonder how strong he is. If so many experts ganged up on him, he'd probably have a hard time dealing with them. Lin Feng muttered. Let's kill him together. As expected, the experts chose to join forces and attack Holy Lord Peacock. Holy Lord Peacock stepped forward and swung his right fist. With a single punch, more than 10 experts were sent flying. They were all almighty experts, but they couldn't stop Holy Lord Peacock's attack. After 3 punches, Holy Lord Peacock sent all the experts flying. He arrived in front of the meteorite and reached out to grab it. The Golden Giant King roared and swung his huge stone hammer at Holy Lord Peacock. Holy Lord Peacock let out a long roar that shook the mountains and rivers, sending the Golden Giant King flying. He collected the meteorite and flew away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chase him. The almighty experts were naturally unwilling to give up. They roared furiously and quickly chased after him. Isn't that too terrifying? Lin Feng was shocked. Holy Lord Peacock's strength made him feel like he was facing a god. Let's go, said Liu Piaomiao. Let's go, said Liu Piaomiao. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't hesitate and rushed out with Liu Piaomiao. All the Golden Giants had participated in the battle a moment before, including the Golden Giants who had been guarding the palace. Therefore, Lin Feng and Liu Piaomiao had the opportunity to escape. They didn't stop for a moment, they just flew away. In the third hall, the divine servant narrowed his eyes. He seemed to see through the hall and saw Lin Feng in the forest. He muttered to himself, he actually has the bloodline of that race. What a perfect body, but it's not strong enough. I'll have to wait for a while before I can make my move. Cake-a-keek. Then, the old man laughed eerily like a ghost. Rumble. Rumble. The hall shook violently. Open! Shouted the old man. The hall split open, and he flew into the depths of the hall. Below the hall, there was a clattering sound. One could vaguely see that in the darkness, a woman's limbs and shoulder blades were chained. When the woman saw the old man descend, she screamed and wanted to pounce forward. But she couldn't break free from the chains. Now, I'm neither human nor ghost. It's all thanks to you. Your life will be even more tragic. I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. The old man looked at the woman with disheveled hair, whose face couldn't be seen clearly. Soon. In the Luo Divine Hall. Chapter 834. Countless cultivators were still searching for meteorites in the depths of the misty forest. From time to time, one could see powerful creatures fighting with ferocious beasts that had entered the misty forest. Lin Feng had already planned to return. Although he had not been able to obtain the inheritance of the sacred battle ape and the 4 old Buddhas. However, Lin Feng had already obtained the immemorial star picking hand, which was a peerless technique. That was enough. Moreover, Lin Feng had already broken through to the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He planned to go to Heaven Saint City to bid farewell to Murong Shui before heading to Gentleman City. After Lin Feng and Liu Piaomiao parted ways, they returned to Heaven Saint City. Heaven Saint City was still bustling with noise and excitement. It was even livelier than before. Not long after Lin Feng returned to Heaven Saint City, the patriarch of the Song family, Song Richeng, and the great elder of the Song family, Song Changjiang, came to visit Lin Feng. This was because Song Ziliu had successfully become Zhong Junhuo's disciple. This matter caused quite a stir in the divine prefecture of the East region, especially in Heaven Saint City. The Song family had actually managed to gain the support of Zhong Junhuo, the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the Divine Prefecture of the East region. Would they be able to soar in the future? Countless people were envious and jealous. Song Richeng and Song Changjiang naturally knew that all of this had been bestowed upon the Song family by Lin Feng. Although they did not know who Lin Feng was, it was obvious that he was an important figure that the Song family had to curry favor with. At night, Lin Feng met with Murong Shui. Murong Shui asked, "Did you gain anything in the misty forest?" Lin Feng nodded. "It's an incredible opportunity," said Lin Feng. Murong Shui was very happy when she heard this, as if she was even more excited than when she had obtained an opportunity. Lin Feng continued, "Let's go on a cruise by the West Lake tonight." There were many flower boats by the West Lake, and the night view here was very beautiful. Murong Shui nodded with a slightly red face. The next day, Lin Feng planned to leave. He had already told Murong Shui. Although Murong Shui was reluctant to part with Lin Feng, she would not force him to stay. She was a smart woman. And she did not have that kind of relationship with Lin Feng. At most, it was just a hazy ambiguity. She hadn't even broken it. Murong Shui sent Lin Feng to the teleportation square. There was a teleportation array here that led directly to Gentleman City. Boom, just as Lin Feng was about to step onto the teleportation array, a terrifying aura surged from afar. Du Guxian strode over. His cold gaze swept towards Lin Feng, his killing intent surging like the sea. "I've been looking for you for a long time, and now I've finally found you. Brat, no one can save you today." There were a lot of Du Guxian's spies in the Heaven Sacred City, so it was not strange for Lin Feng to be discovered when he returned to the Heaven Sacred City. When Du Guxian found out that Lin Feng had appeared, he immediately went to look for Lin Feng. He wished he could tear Lin Feng into pieces. "It's Du Guxian." Many people were shocked. Du Guxian was famous. Now that he had appeared at the teleportation square, his killing intent was overwhelming. Naturally, he would attract attention. Soon, someone recognized Lin Feng's identity. "Isn't that the young cultivator who had a life-and-death duel with Du Guxian a while ago?" At that time, when the meteorite fell from the sky, Du Guxian entered the misty forest, so he didn't kill him. "I thought that Brat had already escaped from the Heaven Sacred City, but he still hasn't left." Du Guxian gave him a chance to escape, but he didn't cherish it. Yeah, now that Du Guxian has blocked his way, it seems like Du Guxian won't stop until he kills him. "I'm afraid he's going to die in the Heaven Sacred City today." Many people were discussing. Obviously, they did not think that Lin Feng would be able to escape from Du Guxian's hands. Du Guxian's battle prowess was heaven-defying. In the last battle, he had awakened his special physique. The battle prowess he displayed was so strong that it was unbelievable. After more than 10 days, Du Guxian had once again crushed Lin Feng. Naturally, there was no problem. "Lin Feng, hurry up and run. Don't fight to the death with this person," Murong Shui said with a pale face. She was worried that Lin Feng would be killed by Du Guxian and was extremely anxious. "It's fine." Lin Feng smiled. He had already broken through and his cultivation had increased tenfold. He was confident that he could fight against Du Guxian. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Du Guxian indifferently. "You and I will fight in the life and death arena." "Very good, at least you didn't become a coward." Du Guxian's lips curled into a cold smile. The two of them signed the life and death agreement. Apart from them, no one else was allowed to interfere in this battle. Lin Feng wasn't afraid that Shu Shu would get involved in the battle. If Shu Shu dared get involved, Lin Feng would be furious. If Shu Shu dared to interfere, he would go against the life and death agreement of the Tianwu continent. At that time, Shu Shu would definitely be killed by the martial spirit palace. Whoosh, the two of them flew towards the plaza. "Open the void arena." The city lord of Heaven's Sacred City was alarmed and personally gave the order. The void arena was formed by interweaving great arrays. It was said that it could withstand the fluctuations of a battle between gods. Last time, the ordinary arena had been destroyed by the battle between Lin Feng and Du Guxian. Now, the void arena was opened. This was the highest level of arena. The void arena can withstand the attacks of gods and will not be destroyed. Now that the void arena is opened, once the array patterns are activated, no one will be able to enter the void arena, and no one will be able to interfere in this battle. The two sides fighting in the Void Arena are also unable to leave the Void Arena. Unless one of them is killed, the Void Arena will open again and the living will walk out. A cultivator who understood the Void Arena said. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a true life and death duel. If one side was no match for the other, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. Boom. The Void Arena was activated and floated in the air. The array patterns interweaved and condensed into this ancient arena. The last time it was opened was more than 30,000 years ago, when the Sky Demons invaded the Sky Martial continent. The Sky Demons were ferocious, and a Sky Demon opened the Void Arena for the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent to challenge him. The Sky Demon was a god-level expert, so the cultivators who challenged the Sky Demon were all killed. It was unknown how many creatures had died in the Void Arena. Du Guxian was the first to land on the Void Arena. Next, Lin Feng also landed on the Void Arena. A cold and gloomy aura enveloped his body. Next, Lin Feng heard a sharp and ear-piercing scream. This Void Arena was very strange, as it was imprinted with the screams of those who died in the past. Those with weak willpower would immediately go berserk. Even cultivators with strong willpower would quickly lose their willpower as the battle continued. At this time, they might even be corroded by the demonic aura of the Void Arena and go berserk. In the end, their soul would be enslaved by the Void Arena. This was the terrifying Void Arena. Many people from large factions came to watch the battle, including some ancient factions. Even among the ancient factions, Du Guxian was also very famous. After all, he had a special constitution. Fight to the death with Du Guxian? Isn't that just courting death? Some ancient factions experts sneered, looking at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. No one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances in this battle. Brat, I will chop off your head and use your blood to make wine. Du Guxian arrogantly stepped forward, his black hair fluttering in the wind like a demon god. Boom. Chapter 835. Sky Rend. Sword Intent. Lin Feng sneered and merged his sword and saber. Shu saber light and sword chi. He instantly slashed out. Now that his cultivation had broken through, his attack was naturally more powerful. Bang, Lin Feng and Du Guxian collided with each other, and a violent sound spread in the air. Everyone saw that this time, Du Guxian was actually being pushed back by Lin Feng's attack. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The battle from more than 10 days ago was still vivid in many people's minds. In that battle, Du Guxian had the upper hand. However, in the first exchange today, Du Guxian had suffered a small loss. This shouldn't be happening. Could that young cultivator have been concealing his cultivation base all this while? Some cultivators said so. Perhaps this was the only explanation that could explain why Lin Feng was suppressing Du Guxian in terms of strength after exchanging blows with him. Many top geniuses gathered in the square, such as the Divine Path Sect, Fairy Mengxian, Jinichen, Jiyu Yun Ouyang Shiyu, and others. There were also some top geniuses who had yet to show themselves. They looked at the battle in the arena with slight surprise. In many people's opinion, this battle should be the same as the previous one, where Lin Feng would be crushed by Du Guxian. But why? Why was the tables turned now? Many experts of the older generation also looked at Lin Feng in the arena in surprise, revealing thoughtful expressions. How is this possible? Du Guxian's expression was gloomy. He was actually pushed back in the first exchange, which was hard for him to accept. This was because Du Guxian had never taken Lin Feng seriously from the beginning to the end. Now, he was pushed back by Lin Feng. In Du Guxian's opinion, it was a great humiliation. Boom, Du Guxian activated the Dao Cutter bloodline in his body. He wanted to recover the power of his special constitution. He's going to recover his special constitution so soon. It seems that Du Guxian is really under pressure. Many people exclaimed. Du Guxian's special constitution was abnormally powerful. Once it was used, his battle strength would soar crazily. Now, Du Guxian clearly wanted to directly suppress Lin Feng with his special constitution. However, This also served to highlight Lin Feng's strength from another perspective. That young cultivator is extremely strong, but he doesn't have a special body. Du Guxian is destined to kill him. If he had a special body, Du Guxian wouldn't have been able to defeat him. What a pity, such a monstrous genius is going to die today. Some cultivators looked at Lin Feng and shook their heads, sighing. No one was optimistic that Lin Feng would be able to defeat Du Guxian, who possessed a special constitution. Because the special physique was really too powerful. Cutting Dao. Du Guxian stepped forward and activated his ability. One of the abilities of the Dao severing physique was the Dao severing. To sever all Daos. He instantly rushed in front of Lin Feng. Sky Tyrant Lightning Art. Lin Feng condensed a huge lightning ball and blasted it towards Du Guxian. Puff. But in the next moment, the energy ball was torn apart. Cutting Dao was indeed too powerful. It didn't matter if you had thousands of divine abilities or tens of thousands of spells. I'll cut them all. After Du Guxian destroyed Lin Feng's Cutting Dao, he arrived in front of Lin Feng and directly slammed his palm on Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Cough cough. Lin Feng coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He was injured. The strength of Du Guxian's special constitution was simply unimaginable. Even Lin Feng was shocked. Divine abilities couldn't hurt him. I told you a long time ago that my Cutting Dao body can destroy all divine abilities. No matter what divine ability you use, it won't be able to withstand a single blow from my Cutting Dao body. Du Guxian glanced sideways at Lin Feng. As if he had everything under control, he used the Cutting Dao again. Lin Feng condensed a peerless technique, the Great Sky-Covering Hand, but it was still broken by Du Guxian. He was sent flying for the second time, and his face became even paler. What an invincible Cutting Dao body. Many people were shocked. Cutting Dao, Cutting Dao. The special constitution was too powerful. I've only heard that people with special constitutions are almost invincible in the same realm. They can kill people who are a whole realm higher than them. I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing Du Guxian fight today, I believe those rumors. That's right. The special constitution is truly too terrifying. That young cultivator's strength should be on par with Du Guxian's. However, when Du Guxian unleashed his Dao severing constitution, the young cultivator was crushed. I wonder how many moves he can take. Many people discussed in low voices. Many people felt that the result of this battle was already decided. Dao, death. Dao, destruction. Lin Feng was still condensing divine abilities to fight against Du Guxian. He was looking for a weakness in Du Guxian's body. No matter how powerful a constitution was, it had to have a weakness. There was nothing in the world that could be invincible. Even special constitutions were the same. Bam! Lin Feng and Du Guxian clashed again. There was almost no surprise. Cutting Dao. Cutting all Daos in the world. No divine ability could compete with Du Guxian. No matter how powerful a divine ability was, it couldn't resist Du Guxian's Cutting Dao body. Pu. A deep wound appeared on Lin Feng's chest. Blood was gushing out of the wound. Half of his body was dyed red. Lin Feng is probably going to be defeated. Jin Ichen frowned. Ouyang Xiu and Fairy Mengxian sighed. They were old friends with Lin Feng and didn't want to see Lin Feng die. However, this wasn't something they could decide. Lin Feng, Murong Shue's face was pale as she watched the battle in the arena. Those with special constitutions are invincible. That kid will be killed by Du Guxian within 10 moves. An expert of the older generation said. Cutting Dao. Du Guxian stepped forward again and used the Cutting Dao again, attacking Lin Feng. Imprisonment. Lin Feng used his martial soul and condensed a space around him, trying to imprison Du Guxian. Du Guxian's speed decreased sharply, but then, an even more terrifying aura erupted from Du Guxian's body. He condensed murderous intent. Using murderous intent to use the Cutting Dao was even more powerful. It tore apart Lin Feng's magnetic field. Bang! Another attack landed on Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. With a clang, Lin Feng's body hit the runes of the arena. He bounced back and fell to the ground. This is the difference between you and me. In front of me, you're as weak as an ant. Du Guxian stepped forward, looking like a demon or a god. He was domineering. Boom. He attacked again, still using the cutting Dao to attack Lin Feng. No matter how an ant tries to resist, it can't withstand a single blow from a dragon. Du Guxian's expression was indifferent. He was full of contempt for Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head. 5 black holes revolved around him. His combat ability. It instantly increased 5-fold. Now, everything has just begun. Lin Feng stepped forward and attacked Du Guxian. No, it's about to end. I, Du Guxian, will take your life. As soon as he finished speaking. Chapter 836. It was an arrogant and domineering attack. Everybody was astonished. Many people thought that Lin Feng would die under Du Guxian's attack. However, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he calmly made his move. This time, Lin Feng did not use any divine abilities. After a series of battles, Lin Feng was at a disadvantage and was even suppressed to a great extent. However, he had discovered the weakness of the Dao severing body. Dao severing. Dao severing. If I don't use the Dao, what are you cutting? What is the Dao? The Dao referred to the great Dao of heaven and earth. To be more specific, it referred to divine abilities, power, magic power, and so on. And now, Lin Feng was using his pure physical body to fight against Du Guxian's Dao-severing body. Bang! The two sides once again fiercely collided. Everyone saw it. After this collision, Du Guxian, who originally had the upper hand, was actually swept away by Lin Feng. Du Guxian's expression changed drastically. He did not expect such an outcome. Using his physical body to fight against Du Guxian's Dao-severing body? That brat actually found the weakness of Du Guxian's Dao-severing body during the battle. Many people cried out in alarm. Special physiques also had weaknesses, but finding the weakness of a special physique was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now, Lin Feng had found the weakness of the Dao-severing body. Special physiques are not invincible. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he rushed towards Du Guxian. Du Guxian sneered and said, "Brat, do you think you can defeat me just because you found the weakness of my Dao-severing body? Then you are very wrong. I have long been able to freely switch between the Dao-severing body and the ordinary physique." As soon as he finished speaking, the power of Du Guxian's Dao-severing body instantly quieted down. He punched towards Lin Feng. This Du Guxian is so powerful. He can switch between an ordinary physique and a Dao-severing physique. This way, he's still in an invincible position. That's right. That young cultivator used his physical body to fight against the Dao-severing body, but Du Guxian could quickly switch to an ordinary body and use spells to fight against him. If that young cultivator used spells to fight against Du Guxian could activate the Dao-severing body to fight against him. So, even if he found Du Guxian's weakness, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Many people cried out in alarm. Lin Feng gathered the power of thunder and lightning. Dense power of thunder coiled around his palm as he punched towards Du Guxian. "It's useless. You're destined to be crushed by me." Du Guxian sneered and began to switch to his Dao-severing physique. Soon, Du Guxian's physique changed from an ordinary physique to a Dao-severing physique. Then, he attacked Lin Feng with a Dao-severing move. But Lin Feng was even faster. He instantly dispersed the divine ability he had condensed and dispersed his mana, using his physical strength to resist Du Guxian's Dao-severing body. Bang! The two of them collided once again. Lin Feng's surpassing divine demon physique exploded with a shocking battle prowess. Du Guxian was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood in midair. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had just seen Du Guxian switch from an ordinary physique to a Dao-severing body to deal with Lin Feng. Everyone had thought that Lin Feng was doomed this time. But no one had thought that it would be Du Guxian who would end up coughing up blood. It's a difference in speed. Du Guxian switched from an ordinary physique to a Dao-severing body. He wanted to use the Dao-severing body to deal with the young cultivator's divine ability. But the young cultivator dispersed his divine ability and mana faster than Du Guxian. Du Guxian had just switched from an ordinary physique to a Dao-severing body, but the young cultivator had already dispersed his mana and divine ability. Du Guxian's Dao-severing body was unable to suppress the young cultivator, and the young cultivator was able to use his physical strength to deal with Du Guxian's Dao-severing body. Du Guxian was injured because of that, an old man said. Du Guxian is injured. Ah! Du Guxian roared furiously. He was furious. He had been beaten to the point of coughing up blood in front of so many people. It made him want to go crazy. Lin Feng rushed in front of Du Guxian and punched him again. At that moment, Du Guxian quickly switched his Dao-severing body to an ordinary physique. Under the state of the Dao-severing body, his bloodline was awakened. Although his combat strength was heaven-defying, he could not use other divine abilities. Now, Du Guxian's bloodline was immersed again. He prepared his divine ability to attack Lin Feng. However, the dormant mana in Lin Feng's body instantly exploded. Lin Feng condensed his divine ability in advance and attacked Du Guxian. The Primordial Sacred Emperor's golden-winged rock clone had given Lin Feng an increase in speed. It was not just the golden wings. His reaction speed, the speed at which he activated his divine ability, and even the speed at which he dispersed his mana were far superior to ordinary people. Lin Feng dispersed his mana and activated it again much faster than Du Guxian's awakening of the Dao-severing body and the dormant Dao-severing body. Before Du Guxian could successfully condense his divine ability, Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Thunder Art had already struck Du Guxian's body. Phut! It was as if Du Guxian had been struck by lightning. He was sent flying, his entire body covered in blood. He spat out mouthfuls of blood in midair. Du Guxian's switching between an ordinary body and a Dao-severing body is much slower than that young cultivator's. Du Guxian's Dao-severing body is completely useless now. Many people cried out in alarm. They could naturally see that Du Guxian was in an awkward situation. Du Guxian's physical body could only be stronger than Lin Feng's. That way, he could use the Dao-severing body to force Lin Feng to disperse his mana. Then, he could fight Lin Feng in a physical battle. But clearly, Du Guxian's physical body was far inferior to Lin Feng's. Now do you know who the ant is? Lin Feng stepped forward and punched at Du Guxian. Kid, I can kill you even without using the Dao-severing body, shouted Du Guxian coldly. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Inside Du Guxian's body, waves of terrifying killing intent condensed. The killing intent in his body was almost tangible. Du Guxian had comprehended killing intent. This was a type of force. Now, he was activating the killing intent in his body. God-slaying fist. Du Guxian shouted coldly as he punched out with his fist. Endless killing intent condensed. Behind Du Guxian, the faint image of a god-slaying fist appeared. The god-slaying fist and Du Guxian merged into one. Chimph Lin Feng sneered. He stepped forward and attacked Du Guxian with the 5 Emperor's dragon fists. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from Lin Feng's body. Behind him, 5 great emperors appeared. Beside the 5 great emperors, huge dragons were roaring. The Qing Emperor's demon dragon. The Crimson Emperor's fire dragon. The White Emperor's golden dragon. The Black Emperor's water dragon. The Yellow Emperor's divine dragon. Behind Lin Feng, 5 great emperors appeared. He was like a young great emperor. He pointed at the sky and stomped the earth. He punched out. His punch instantly broke Du Guxian's god-slaying fist and landed on Du Guxian's body. Chapter 837. Blood splattered in the air. The arrogant Du Guxian was drenched in blood, looking extremely tragic. This was an unexpected result. Du Guxian was seriously injured by Lin Feng with a single punch. This Lin Feng is too strong. The female disciples beside Fairy Meng Xian said, their hearts full of shock. Fairy Meng Xian looked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes, her heart in a stormy sea. This was Du Guxian, who had a special constitution. He had almost been killed by Lin Feng with a single punch. Jinichen, the Divine Path sect, and the others were also shocked. How did this guy cultivate? The most shocked person was Ouyang Shiyu. She had trained with Lin Feng before. At that time, Lin Feng's cultivation was thousands of miles away from now. How many years had it been? He had already grown to such a height. It was too shocking. Jiu Yuna snorted, her face ugly. She thought about how Lin Feng had done many heartless things to her when she was unconscious. She gnashed her teeth in hatred. The happiest person was Murong Shui. She had been worried about Lin Feng's safety, but now she saw Lin Feng injure Du Guxian. She was full of joy. This kid really deserves to die. Shu Shu looked gloomy in the crowd. Beside him were the people from the Divine Path sect. They all had ugly expressions. Now that the arena was open, they couldn't help Du Guxian deal with Lin Feng. On the arena, Lin Feng walked step by step towards Du Guxian. He said indifferently, "You saw me as an ant, but in the end, you were crushed by me. Is this your self-confidence? It really makes me feel like laughing." Boom. Lin Feng exploded and attacked Du Guxian. He didn't want to give Du Guxian any chance to resist. It would be best if he could kill him directly. No one has ever injured me like this. Kid, today I will turn your bones to dust. Du Guxian's roar shook the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, light shot out from his dantian. Martial spirit. Du Guxian was about to activate his martial spirit. Mist curled up. Du Guxian's figure was concealed by the mist. Within the mist, a blood-red eye floated. The blood-red eye emitted a cold aura and was slowly opening. Lin Feng was shocked. The blood-red eyes made him feel a great threat. Not good, this martial spirit must be terrifying. Lin Feng increased his speed. He wanted to kill Du Guxian before the blood-colored eyes opened. Otherwise, Lin Feng felt that there would be great trouble. However, he was still a step too late. The blood-red eye opened in advance, and bloody light curled around it as it gazed at Lin Feng. Waves of blood-red light surged into the heavens. Whoosh! Its blood-red eyes shot towards Lin Feng. Break! Lin Feng quickly changed his moves. He used the Sky Tyrant Thunder art, condensed the power of thunder, and blasted the attack from the blood-red eye. But something terrible happened. The blood-red eyes instantly pierced through the power of lightning. Then, it shot towards Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng hastily dodged. He had barely dodged that attack. Is that Du Guxian's martial spirit? A blood-red eye? How can there be such a strange martial spirit? Many people were puzzled. An eye had turned into a martial spirit. It was too strange, and many people were puzzled. It was unbelievable. But, it was indeed such a martial spirit. Whoosh! One after another, blood-red light shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng could feel the terror of the blood-red light. He used the sky splitter to slash at the blood-red light. However, the sky splitter was pierced by the blood-red light. The blood-red light's penetrative power was too strong. Death's Eye, it must be the legendary Death's Eye. It's one of the most terrifying martial spirits in the blood-red martial spirit series. A cultivator exclaimed. There were many different types of martial spirits, and the blood-red martial spirit was one of them. For example, the blood sea belonged to the blood-red martial spirit. Du Guxian's blood-red eye was also a blood-red martial spirit. This blood-red martial spirit had a terrifying name, Death's Eye. It meant, reap lives. On the battle stage, Lin Feng was dodging the attacks of the blood-red lights. Puff! But a blood-red light still hit him, instantly piercing through Lin Feng's body. A bloody hole appeared in his chest. Lin Feng's body was blown away and he crashed onto the fighting stage. That young cultivator is injured. Du Guxian's Death's Eye is too terrifying. Many people exclaimed. Du Guxian walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He was like a death god, his voice cold and filled with endless killing intent. Do you feel the aura of death? Du Guxian stepped forward. I am the death god's incarnation. Whoosh, 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 rays of blood-red light shot towards Lin Feng. Pretending to be mysterious, Lin Feng sneered. He jumped up from the ground and rushed towards Du Guxian. If he could get close to Du Guxian, he could interrupt his Death's Eye. As long as he could break Du Guxian's Death's Eye, Lin Feng was confident that he could kill Du Guxian. "You're just an ant. Do you think you can get close to the death god?" Du Guxian's expression was indifferent. He seemed to know Lin Feng's plan, so he attacked Lin Feng even more fiercely, making it impossible for Lin Feng to get close to him. Rays of blood-red light shot towards the stage. The stage was densely packed with blood-red light. It was very difficult to dodge them all. Puff, puff, puff. Bloody holes appeared on Lin Feng's body one after another. What a terrifying martial spirit. Many people felt their hair stand on end. Everyone had thought that Lin Feng would win, but Du Guxian had used his martial spirit to reverse the situation. At that moment, Lin Feng had been completely suppressed and his injuries were getting worse and worse. Murong Shue's face was pale and filled with fear. She had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Although she didn't want to admit it, Lin Feng might really be killed by Du Guxian. That battle was extremely difficult for Lin Feng. Du Guxian was a descendant of an ancient group. He was extremely strong. Lin Feng couldn't imagine how strong he was. "Kill!" Lin Feng roared. He sped up, wanting to rush to Du Guxian's front. "Death's Eye!" Du Guxian sneered. Death's Eye blinked, and a large blood-red light shot towards Lin Feng, sending Lin Feng flying. Puff! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. This martial spirit was unbeatable. Immortal divine blood. Lin Feng activated the 9 drops of immortal divine blood in his body. The immortal divine blood emitted divine power and quickly healed Lin Feng's severely injured body. Swoosh! The blood-red light shot towards him again. Du Guxian continued to attack Lin Feng even more fiercely. Lin Feng's body was pierced with more than a dozen bloody holes, dripping with blood. "I'm afraid this battle is about to end." Many people shook their heads. Death's Eye was too terrifying. It was unstoppable. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He wasn't someone who gave up easily. Lin Feng frantically activated the 9 drops of immortal divine blood to heal his injuries. Boom! What shocked Lin Feng was that the blood in his body was emitting waves of terrifying energy. It was as if some wild beast was about to awaken in his body. Chapter 838. The power of his bloodline was recovering. This was Lin Feng's bloodline that had been dormant for a long time. Lin Feng originally had a special constitution. It was naturally not an easy task for the immortal divine body, one of the 10 ancient forbidden constitutions, to recover. And today, Lin Feng's body was severely injured. The 9 drops of immortal divine blood were frantically repairing Lin Feng's injured body. Therefore, Lin Feng's potential was activated. His immortal divine body was actually recovering. Waves of terrifying power surged out of his body. The blood in Lin Feng's body was undergoing an astonishing transformation. It was as if the genetic shackles in his blood had been opened. Waves of powerful energy suddenly burst out from within his body. The blood that contained the power of divinity was recovering. This was God's blood. It was different from ordinary blood. God's blood had the most powerful power. It was known as one of the 10 ancient forbidden constitutions. The immortal divine body was far from being comparable to ordinary special constitutions. Lin Feng sensed a strength he had never felt before. He had immortal godly blood flowing in his body. The bloody holes on Lin Feng's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if he took a 50 or 60,000-year-old sacred medicine, it was impossible for his injured body to recover so quickly. "Look, the wounds on that young cultivator's body are healing." Someone noticed this and pointed at Lin Feng in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Countless eyes looked over, their eyeballs almost popping out. They thought they were seeing things. They rubbed their eyes hard. Then they looked again. At this time, the wounds on Lin Feng's body had already healed. Everyone was about to go crazy. The wounds that had pierced through his body. How serious were those injuries? How did he recover so quickly? Could it be that the kid had taken a sacred medicine when no one was paying attention? That couldn't be right. Even if it was a saint-level medicine, it was impossible for his injuries to recover so quickly. How could this be? Du Guxian couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. He roared angrily, "Your body, How did it recover? The instant recovery of Lin Feng's heavily injured body was indeed a huge blow to Du Guxian. It took Du Guxian a lot of effort to severely injure Lin Feng. But, in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng recovered. This was a major blow to his spirit. Lin Feng looked at Du Guxian coldly. If you want to know, you can ask Yama. He rushed towards Du Guxian, wanting to kill him at close range. Du Guxian laughed sinisterly. I don't care what method you use to heal your injuries. Right now, I'm going to destroy your physical body so that you won't even have the chance to recover. Death's eye flew above him. Its blood-red eyes blinked with a terrifying light. Whoosh! Azura's eye shot out a 1-meter-wide blood-red beam of light towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng was sent flying. This attack was too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as Lin Feng's body was drenched in blood from the explosion. In many places, white bones could be seen. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Death's eye was far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. Kid, let's see how you'll die this time. Du Guxian stood in the air and laughed proudly. Lin Feng's injuries were too severe. How could he recover from such injuries? Woo-woo, Lin Feng, don't die. Murong Shui cried when she saw Lin Feng's miserable appearance. Lin Feng's injuries are far worse than before. How will he deal with Du Guxian's next attack? Jin Ichen frowned. He felt that things were not going well. Lin Feng was forced into a dead end. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to turn the situation around. Many people had the same thoughts as Jin Ichen. Up until now, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. What a terrifying death's eye. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He felt as if his insides were burning. This was a near-fatal injury. If it were anyone else, they would probably be dead already. Immortal divine body, Lin Feng shouted coldly. Boom. Endless golden light soared into the sky. Lin Feng was surrounded by the golden light. What happened? Many people looked at the golden light in the arena in puzzlement. A moment later, Lin Feng came out of the golden lights. His physical body had been destroyed, but now it was completely healed. No, this is impossible. Countless people shouted. They couldn't believe their eyes. How could there be such a terrifying body? It could recover so quickly from a fatal injury. It was too shocking. It was too hard to believe. However, everything in front of them was real. Lin Feng's body had completely recovered. An old cultivator cried out in shock. Could it be the legendary physique? The one that disappeared countless years ago? Then, an ancient sect leader said in shock, is it the immortal divine body, one of the 10 great taboo divine bodies? What? It's actually that kind of physique. All the cultivators who had heard of the immortal divine body were shocked. Rumor had it that cultivators with the immortal divine body, they had the power of immortality. If they cultivated the immortal divine body to its peak, even if it was just a drop of blood, they could be reborn from a drop of blood. It was too difficult to kill someone with the immortal divine body. The only way was to kill them with lightning speed and destroy their soul, not giving them a chance to use the immortal divine body. Shu Shu anxiously shouted, Xian hurry up and attack. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Destroy his body and soul, and he'll definitely die. If you give him a chance to breathe, he'll keep exhausting you and recovering. In the end, you'll be the one killed. Du Guxian's expression suddenly changed. He began to frantically activate the Azura's eye. Huge beams of deathlight shot toward Lin Feng. Du Guxian knew how terrifying the immortal divine body was, so he began to fight with all his might. You're underestimating my immortal divine body. Bloodline awakening. Lin Feng coldly shouted. Boom! His immortal bloodline was awakened. 9 steps of death. Lin Feng stepped forward. This was the ability of the immortal divine body. Special constitutions all had different abilities, but why were the 10 great ancient taboo divine bodies called the 10 great ancient taboo divine bodies? That was because ordinary special constitutions only had one ability. As for the 10 great taboo divine bodies of the Primordial era, each of them recorded 9 different abilities. As for the 9 steps of death, It was one of the 9 abilities of the immortal divine body. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. He took the first step. Countless spectating cultivators felt their hearts beating wildly, as if they were about to split open. Retreat, quickly retreat. Many people shouted in fear, not daring to approach. Lin Feng took the second step. The terrifying beams of death light shattered in the void. Ah! Lin Feng roared. He tried his best to take the third step. Because the immortal divine body had just awakened, Lin Feng couldn't fully grasp the special abilities of the immortal divine body. Just like the 9 steps of death, the third step was almost Lin Feng's limit. His physical body was even collapsing. The 9 steps of death was too powerful. With Lin Feng's current cultivation level, he wouldn't suffer a backlash if he took 2 steps. However, he would suffer a strong backlash if he took 3 steps. Lin Feng frantically circulated the immortal divine blood to repair his body. He gritted his teeth. He took the third step. Bang! When Lin Feng took the third step of the 9 steps of death. Chapter 839. He's dead. Du Guxian is dead. Many people looked at the arena in disbelief. Du Guxian, the genius of a generation. He had been killed. This made everyone feel shocked and moved. On the arena, the young cultivator's black hair fluttered in the wind. It was him. He had killed Du Guxian. He had killed a genius who had been nurtured by an ancient group. The immortal divine body is one of the 10 great forbidden bodies of the ancient times. It's terrifying. Du Guxian was killed. Du Guxian activated his spirit. I thought he was going to kill the young cultivator, but the young cultivator recovered his special body and killed Du Guxian instead. How unexpected. The High Gods sect is going crazy. Du Guxian is the successor of the High Divinity sect. There aren't many young experts like him in the High Divinity sect. That's right. The High Gods sect won't let this go. Many people started discussing. Now that Du Guxian had been killed, the High Gods sect would be furious. It wasn't just the High Gods sect. The Dugu clan was also involved. The Dugu clan was the strongest group in Godly Prefecture in the East Province. It had been very difficult for a top genius like Du Guxian to appear. Maybe he would lead the Dugu clan to new glory. But the sad thing was that Du Guxian had been killed before he could truly grow. The Dugu clan would definitely fight that young cultivator to the death. The arena in the sky opened again. Lin Feng came out of the empty space battle arena. Little boy, you're courting death. I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. His voice shook the sky. Shu Shu rose into the sky and attacked Lin Feng. The High Gods sect had sent him to protect Du Guxian because they were worried that Du Guxian would be killed before he could grow. Du Guxian and Lin Feng had fought to the death. Shu Shu had thought that Du Guxian could easily kill Lin Feng. But this battle was unexpected. Lin Feng had killed Du Guxian. After returning, Shu Shu would be punished by the High Gods sect. After all, Du Guxian had a special body. It was too rare. Now that he was dead, it was a huge loss to the High Gods sect. As for Lin Feng, who had caused all this, Shu Shu wished he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. He slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. Shu Shu, I signed a life and death agreement with Du Guxian. Du Guxian was killed because he was too weak. Are you attacking now because you want revenge? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Although he was not Shu Shu's match, it did not mean that there was no way. Lin Feng raised a swarm of insects in his beast slave bag. Lin Feng had a 50% chance of killing Shu Shu once the swarm was brought out, in addition to himself. However, he did not want to expose the swarm right now. Because this was the method Lin Feng used to deal with Dugu Outyen. Shu Shu's actions right now are truly despicable and shameless. As an old cultivator, even if he wanted to kill that young cultivator, he shouldn't have done it in Sky Saint City, and he shouldn't have done it after a battle to the death. Shu Shu is really a disgrace to the old cultivators. Many people shook their heads and looked at Shu Shu with disdain. Shu Shu's expression was extremely gloomy. He had naturally heard a lot of criticism. However, Shu Shu did not care about that anymore. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Lin Feng. He could not kill Dugu Xian. His heart was filled with anger. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He was already preparing to use the swarm of insects to fight Shu Shu to the death. At that moment, someone in the crowd sneered, "Shu Shu, you've crossed the line." The Martial Spirit Palace's rules state that after a battle to the death agreement, no one can seek revenge within 10 days. The battle to the death has just ended, and you've already attacked. Are you ignoring the rules of the Martial Spirit Palace? The Martial Spirit Palace was an ancient power that no one could ignore. The Martial Spirit Palace had been established long before the immemorial era, and it had the responsibility of monitoring the Tianwu continent. The Martial Spirit Palace kept a low profile. They did not participate in the battles between the great powers. However, it did not mean that they could ignore the Martial Spirit Palace. Many of the rules of the Tianwu continent were set by the Martial Spirit Palace. Even the rules of the battle to the death in the arena were set by the Martial Spirit Palace. I'm going to kill this kid today. Does the Martial Spirit Palace want to make things difficult for my High Divine Sect? Shu Shu sneered. He brought up the High Divine Sect. Obviously, he wanted the High Divine Sect as his backing. From Shu Shu's point of view, he had killed Lin Feng. Could it be that the Martial Spirit Palace would offend the immemorial sect for a dead person? Everyone knew that. It was not a good deal. Therefore, Shu Shu did not stop. He condensed a powerful divine ability and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already started to communicate with the Insect King. He wanted to fight Shu Shu to the death. However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded. Someone actually dares to ignore the rules set by the Martial Spirit Palace. How reckless. Boom. In the void, a woman appeared without a sound. She swept her palm towards Shu Shu. Yuji, the head of the Martial Spirit Palace's 72 prefectures in the north. She also came to Heaven Divine City. It seems that she was also attracted by the meteorite. Many people exclaimed when they saw the woman. Yuji, a peerless beauty. 1,000 years ago, Yuji was recognized as the #1 beauty in the Tianwu continent. However, Yuji went into seclusion for many years. After she came out, she became the head of the Martial Spirit Palace's 72 prefectures. Although Yuji was a woman, however, she was an absolute powerhouse of the ancient times. Shu Shu's expression changed drastically when he saw Yuji attack. Although Shu Shu was strong, he was still an ant in front of Yuji. He hurriedly took out a defensive artifact to block Yuji's attack. Bang! Yuji only waved her sleeve casually. Shu Shu was sent flying, vomiting blood in the air. Daoist Yuji, why are you so angry? Today's matter is the High Divine Sect's fault. The void distorted. A black-robed old man walked out from the distorted void. It's Patriarch Kang Xian. Many people cried out in alarm. This was a supreme elder of the High Divine Sect, an existence at the level of an eternal powerhouse. He was high and mighty, looking down at the 3,000 prefectures of the Tianwu continent. Patriarch. The people of the High Divine Sect hurriedly bowed to Patriarch Kang Xian. Yuji stood in the air, her white clothes fluttering in the wind, like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. Her voice was cold. Today, I will give face to the High Divine Sect and spare this Shu Shu once. If there is a next time, I will not spare him. Thank you. Patriarch Kang Xian cupped his fists. His outstanding disciple had been killed, and his sect's creation realm cultivator, Shu Shu, had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. He still had to thank the other party for not killing Shu Shu. Patriarch Kang Xian was incomparably furious, but he knew that there was no benefit in going against the Martial Spirit Palace. Patriarch Kang Xian took everyone from the High Divine Sect and tore through the void to leave. Huff. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Chapter 840. In the past, Yu Ji had once invited Lin Feng to join the Martial Spirit Palace. Lin Feng had also agreed to Yu Ji's request. If not for the change in his family and the fact that he was being hunted down by the ancient capital. Right now, Lin Feng should already be a cultivator of the Martial Spirit Palace. Fate was playing tricks on people. Perhaps there was a missing piece of fate. Thank you for your help, Sister Yu Ji. Lin Feng stepped forward. He had a very close relationship with Yu Ji. Back then, Lin Feng had seen Yu Ji, such a high and mighty figure, reminiscing about her mother in the imperial palace of her homeland. She had wept bitterly. At that time, Lin Feng suddenly understood a principle. No matter how strong a person was, they would always have a weakness. And kinship was the weakness of countless people. People live in this world, not only for their own survival. He was still alive for his family. And kinship was also the most precious emotion in this world. After so many years, things have changed. Yu Ji sighed with emotion. The weak youth from back then had now grown to the point where he could kill the outstanding disciples of the ancient powers. Back then, her judgment was not wrong. Lin Feng laughed bitterly. It was indeed as Yu Ji had said. Many years had passed, and time had changed too many things. Let's go to the martial spirit palace to talk, Yu Ji said. Lin Feng nodded. He greeted Murong Shui and then headed to the martial spirit palace with Yu Ji. However, it was clear that the matter of Du Guxian being killed would not end so easily. This matter continued to ferment. How many years had it been since a genius with a special physique like Du Guxian had been killed? Since the Middle Ages, Du Guxian was the first top prodigy of the Archean forces to be killed in the past 30,000 years. Therefore, this matter caused a huge uproar. Countless people were still talking about that soul-stirring battle. Lin Feng and Yu Ji arrived at the Martial Spirit Palace. There was a branch of the Martial Spirit Palace in Heaven's Sacred City. In a room, fragrant tea was boiling on a white jade table. The room was filled with the refreshing fragrance of tea. Yu Ji poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng and asked with concern, "How have you been all these years?" Lin Feng's heart warmed slightly. He nodded and said, "Everything is fine." Yu Ji said, "Being alone outside, I'm afraid he must have suffered a lot." Lin Feng replied, "The path of cultivation will never be smooth sailing." Yu Ji smiled and said, "Indeed, but only after walking all this way did I realize that I've gained a lot. I'm happy for you that you've grown to your current level." Lin Feng said, "Thank you for your concern, Sister Yu Ji. However, I was unable to join the Martial Spirit Palace and failed to live up to your invitation. No matter which faction you join, as long as you can raise your cultivation base, your choice is the right one. Besides, life is filled with countless uncertainties. Who knows what will happen in the future?" Yu Ji smiled slightly. She was noble and beautiful, and her smile could warm people's hearts. Being together with Yu Ji calmed Lin Feng's heart down as well. "I met Murong Baichuan of the Spirit Array Master Guild overseas. I heard from him that you've become a heaven-rank Spirit Array Master?" Yu Ji looked at Lin Feng. "That's right." Lin Feng nodded. Yu Ji then continued, "Have you ever thought about leaving the martial heaven continent one day?" When he heard Yu Ji's words, Lin Feng's heart began to beat faster. He naturally wanted to leave the martial heaven continent. He wanted to go to the starry sky world. However, Lin Feng knew that he needed to be strong enough to do so. Lin Feng suppressed the throbbing in his heart and asked, "Sister Yu Ji, what do you want to say? Please tell me." Ever since the Middle Ages, the martial heaven continent hasn't been able to produce a spirit. "Do you know why?" Yu Ji asked. Lin Feng asked, "Is it because the spirit veins have dried up?" Yu Ji said, "That's only one of the reasons. The main reason is that the martial heaven continent doesn't have any chi of heaven and earth. If you cultivate to the rebirth realm and break through, you'll reach the deity realm. However, to break through to the deity realm, you need to absorb chi of heaven and earth. However, the chi of heaven and earth on the martial heaven continent has dried up, so it's impossible for anyone to reach the deity realm on the martial heaven continent." "What's chi of heaven and earth?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Yu Ji said, "It's a mysterious power. Some people can pick up magical treasures when they go out, while others are killed by falling meteors when they go out. Why is that? It's because of chi of heaven and earth. Those who have great chi of heaven and earth can do heaven-defying things and reach the deity realm. That's why after reaching the rebirth realm, you need to absorb chi of heaven and earth. It's said that the martial heaven continent doesn't have anyone at the rebirth realm. Is it because the martial heaven continent doesn't have chi of heaven and earth that can't help them break through, So they left? Is that so? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng was confused. Yin-yang, fortune, life and death, and reincarnation. Currently, the yin-yang realm cultivators on the martial heaven continent were the backbone of the various great powers. On the other hand, creation realm cultivators were almighty existences and often held important positions in society. As for life and death realm cultivators, they were lofty figures who looked down on the martial heaven continent. Perhaps the rebirth realm cultivators existed, but even if they did, they had probably just broken through. They would soon leave the martial heaven continent. Yuji nodded and said, "That's right. Cultivators at the rebirth realm can absorb chi of heaven and earth, but the martial heaven continent doesn't have chi of heaven and earth, so they naturally choose to leave. Staying on the martial heaven continent is just wasting time." After pausing for a moment, Yuji continued, "In the depths of the East Sea, there's a boundless ocean. In that ocean, danger lurks everywhere. If you're not careful, you can die. Cultivators at the rebirth realm risk their lives to enter that ocean. They have to cross the ocean to reach the other side. It's the 9 prefectures," said Lin Feng in surprise. That's right, the 9 prefectures. Originally, the martial heaven continent was one of the 9 prefectures, but the Great War at the end of the ancient era caused the 9 prefectures to collapse. In the end, the 9 prefectures and the martial heaven continent were formed. Yuji took a deep breath and said, "The 9 prefectures are the cradle of strong cultivators. There's chi of heaven and earth there, and you can reach the deity realm. The 9 prefectures have true gods. Sister Yuji wants to invite me to cross the ocean and go to the 9 prefectures together," asked Lin Feng. Yuji smiled and said, "That's what I'm planning to do. Cultivators at the rebirth realm risk their lives crossing the ocean. Sister Yuji, you might be able to break through to the rebirth realm soon, but I'll have to wait for many years," said Lin Feng. "No, there's an opportunity in front of us," said Yuji. "What opportunity?" Lin Feng was surprised. "After the Tianqi Road opens, the endless ocean will change. The Tianqi Road will be open for 3 years, and during these 3 years, the endless ocean will change. These 3 years will be relatively safe for the endless ocean. We will enter the endless ocean in the 3rd year. At that time, the endless ocean will have undergone 2 years of subtle changes, and its danger will be reduced to the lowest point. It's the safest time for us to enter the endless ocean. Therefore, every time the Tianqi Road opens, a group of cultivators who haven't reached the rebirth realm will enter the endless ocean. After all, reaching the rebirth realm in the martial heaven continent is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If we can reach the 9 prefectures, breaking through to the rebirth realm or even the god realm will be much easier," said Yuji. Lin Feng felt his heart beating violently. If he cultivated in the martial heaven continent, he didn't know how long it would take to reach the rebirth realm, let alone the god realm. Lin Feng was moved by Yuji's suggestion. Although crossing the endless ocean was dangerous, if he could succeed, it would greatly shorten the time he needed to reach the rebirth realm or the god realm. In the boundless ocean, there are many terrifying restrictions that require a powerful spiritual formation master. With your abilities, you might be able to become a holy-level spiritual formation master before the Tianqi Road opens. To the cultivators who enter the boundless ocean, a spiritual formation master is even more valuable than a cultivator of the rebirth realm," said Yuji. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, then it's settled. When the time comes, I'll meet up with my sister and we'll cross the endless ocean together. We'll go to the 9 prefectures together, but I don't know who else will come with us. There's the Fiend Clan's Fire Crow Sage, Yuan Jianmo, one of the 8 great wandering cultivators of the Devil Path, Wu Ju, Jiang Yu from the immemorial Jiang family, Ji Chongkong from the Great Zhou Empire." Hearing these names, Lin Feng was slightly moved. These were all peerless experts of the martial heaven continent. Which one of them wasn't an ancient powerhouse? Long live the Great Zhou Empire. Chapter 841. Lin Feng rested in Heaven Saint City for a day before he planned to head to Gentleman City. Lin Feng was very clear about his situation. The Divine Sect and the Dugu family would definitely want to get rid of him. But so what? They could just come. It was still unknown who would win. Killing Dugu Xian was naturally a satisfying thing. The only thing that Lin Feng felt a little regretful was that the mysterious blacksmith had left Heaven Saint City. His wish to upgrade the 7 Treasures glazed pagoda to a Dao artifact had temporarily fallen through. He could only wait for the blacksmith to return before looking for her. Gentleman City, one of the 10 great ancient capitals of the Divine Land in the East County. It was very lively during this period of time, and many spirit formation masters had come to Gentleman City. These spirit formation masters were all here for the city lord of Gentleman City, Han Zihua. Han Zihua's wife did not have long to live. On the other hand, Han Zihua loved his wife deeply. He took out a 100,000-year-old sacred medicine passed down by his ancestors as a reward. He hoped that someone could refine a life-prolonging pill so that his wife could live. A 100,000-year-old sacred medicine had a fatal attraction to anyone, let alone an alchemist. Many alchemists flocked over. However, ordinary life-prolonging pills could not have any effect on Han Zihua's wife. The city lord's mansion. In a room made of ice, cold air lingered. On the ice bed lay a beautiful woman who looked like she had walked out of a painting. Her eyes were closed, and she did not move at all. Her breathing was very weak. Han Zihua sat on the edge of the bed, tired and sad. This woman was Han Zihua's wife, Ruo Shi. Back then, in order to save Han Zihua, her meridians, internal organs, and soul were shattered. Even the sacred medicine could not cure her. Ruo Shi hung on to her last breath and did not leave. Dugu Aotian, if it weren't for you, Lin Feng might have already come to fulfill his promise. If Ruo Shi dies, even if I have to risk my life, I will tear you into pieces. Han Zihua's eyes revealed a hateful expression. Back then, he had a 5-year agreement with Lin Feng. Within 5 years, Lin Feng would break through to the Earth stage and help him refine the Primordial Meridian replenishing pill. Han Zihua thought that his wife could live for 100 years. This way, he would be able to find a way to save his wife within 100 years. However, they never thought that Dugu Aotian would attack the Lin family. Later, Aotian ancient capital issued a bounty on Lin Feng. In Han Zihua's view, it was very likely that Lin Feng had already died in the hands of the Dugu clan. After all, Lin Feng was just a young man. How could he avoid being wanted by the Dugu clan? He wanted to give his wife Ruo Shi a chance to live another 100 years. It was severed just like that. Towards Dugu Aotian, who caused all of this, Han Zihua's hatred also overflowed to the heavens. If Lin Feng hadn't died, he would have come to Gentleman City by now, but there are no IFS in this world. Han Zihua admired Lin Feng very much. She still remembered the handsome face of that talented, gentle, and tenacious young man. Now that he thought of that young man, he could only sigh. Sir, more than 10 alchemists have arrived. They're already waiting in the living room. The voice of the guard commander came from outside. Han Zihua already did not know how many alchemists he had received, but none of them had any real ability. Even if there were some alchemists with decent skills, they still couldn't refine a pill that could prolong his wife's life. Han Zihua said tiredly, arrange for them to rest for a day, then prepare to refine the pill. Yes, sir. The guard commander acknowledged and then retreated. Lin Feng walked out of Gentleman City's teleportation portal. Gentleman City was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the East County of the Divine Prefecture, so it was naturally very lively. Back then, I had a 5-year agreement with Senior Han Zihua. Now, there are still a few months until the agreement. I finally arrived early. Lin Feng let out a long breath. 5 years ago, Han Zihua's wife was about to die. It was the Fire Chaline's mysterious sky protection pill that had extended Han Zihua's wife's life by 5 years. Now that Lin Feng had come, he had 2 goals. The first was to fulfill the agreement back then and refine a pill to prolong Han Zihua's wife's life. The second was to rope in Han Zihua so that when the time came, they could attack Aotian ancient capital together. Lin Feng did not waste any time. He went straight to the city lord's residence. The city lord's residence was very imposing and heavily guarded. Rumble. In the distance, a strange beast was rushing over. This was a fire demon beast, a ferocious creature that was shaped like a Taowu. Its thick and solid limbs were galloping about, surrounded by the power of flames. A dozen alchemists were sitting cross-legged on the back of a fire magical beast. In the end, they stopped in front of the city lord's residence. Fire magical beasts? Are those people from the Fire Valley? Someone recognized the identity of the newcomer and immediately cried out in alarm. The Fire Valley was an ancient organization, one of the top 10 organizations in the 72 prefectures. It was different from the other organizations in the 72 prefectures. That was because the Fire Valley trained alchemists. Every disciple of the Fire Valley was an alchemist. Alchemists had a high status in the Tianwu continent, so the Fire Valley status was naturally higher than the other organizations. Hu Qianyun, that's the hall master of the Fire Valley's alchemy hall, right? It's said that his alchemy skills are unfathomable. It's said that the Alchemist Guild also wants to recruit Hu Qianyun and appoint him as the president of Yozhou's Alchemist Guild. Someone pointed at a man wearing a flaming robe and said. That man looked to be in his 30s, and his every movement carried an air of superiority and arrogance. The revered status of alchemists made them have a feeling of being a cut above others no matter where they went. Lin Feng glanced at the people from the Fire Valley and looked away. When he arrived at the entrance of the city lord's residence, he was stopped by the guards. Do not barge into the city lord's residence, the guard said solemnly. Lin Feng flicked his finger. A faint purple flame danced on his fingertip. So it's Lord Alchemist. When the guards saw that Lin Feng was an alchemist, they looked at him respectfully. Phut, faint purple flame. That should be the 936th earth fire, the purple ethereal fire, right? At that moment, a mocking voice sounded. Lin Feng looked over and saw a dozen alchemists walking over. They were the alchemists from the Fire Valley, and the one who had spoken was a young alchemist in his 20s. The young alchemist glanced at Lin Feng disdainfully and said, City Lord Han has offered such a huge bounty, so any kind of trash dares to come to Gentleman's City to join in the fun. As City Lord Han's guards, you should keep your eyes open. How can someone who can refine a trash flame like the purple ethereal fire be an alchemist? Most of them are swindlers. Letting them in will only waste City Lord Han's time. Lin Feng said indifferently, looks like I didn't check the almanac before leaving. Otherwise, why would I hear wild dogs barking in broad daylight? The alchemist's expression sank, and he looked coldly at Lin Feng. Kid, are you courting death? Do you believe that I can kill you with a flick of my finger? At that moment, a female alchemist said, Senior Brother Zhuoyan, why get angry over such a lowly person's words? Wouldn't that be beneath our status? Chapter 842. Young Master, those people from the Fire Valley have always been high and mighty. You don't have to care about their words. After the people from the Fire Valley left, the guard commander said aloud. These guards, would not go and underestimate any alchemist. Even if Lin Feng had only refined the trashiest flame, or even if he was just a low-level alchemist, they did not dare to slight him. This was because even the lowest-level alchemist had a very honorable status. Lin Feng smiled slightly, but he did not say anything. They were just a group of clowns. How could Lin Feng be angered by the words of a group of clowns? Under the lead of a guard, Lin Feng entered the city lord's mansion. The guard brought Lin Feng to a courtyard and said respectfully, Young Master, this is where the alchemists live. The alchemists who came today will rest here for a day. Tomorrow, the city lord will come personally to receive everyone. Lin Feng nodded. Someone had arranged a small courtyard for Lin Feng, so he would stay here for the time being. Back then, when something happened to my family, Han Zihua must have thought that I died in that catastrophe, right? I wonder what he would think if he saw me. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Han Zihua had indeed had a hard time all these years. Outsiders saw him as the high and mighty city lord of Gentleman City. But who would know the hard work Han Zihua had put in to save his wife? Entering the great wilderness was a narrow escape. Entering the great swamp was close to death. Exploring the abyss and returning with serious injuries. Time and time again, he had searched for a way to save his wife, but he had returned empty-handed. However, Han Zihua had never given up. He continued to persevere, even if it meant giving up his life. This was also what Lin Feng admired about Han Zihua. Gentleman City, Teleportation Plaza. More than 10 alchemists walked out. These alchemists were all wearing scorching sun robes. The Alchemist Guild was the same as the Spirit Array Caster Guild. There were two kinds of people who could wear scorching sun robes. The first kind of people were Great Elder level alchemists. Alchemists of this level were all Earth Stage high rank or peak Earth Stage alchemists. The second type of people were those who hadn't reached the high level of the Earth realm, but they held the position of the president of the Alchemist Union of a state. It was clear that these alchemists all had extraordinary statuses. They were either the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Association or the president of the Alchemist Union of a province. Normally, meeting such a person was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But today, there were more than 10 people gathered here. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely be able to recognize one of the alchemists. It was the alchemist he had instructed in Stone City. This person was none other than the president of the Central Alchemist Union of the East County, Shi Ningmeng's father, the King of Medicine, Shi Yang. Under Lin Feng's guidance, Shi Yang broke through to become an Earth-rank high-rank alchemist, and his status in the Alchemist Association also rose substantially. However, these people didn't care about Shi Yang. Instead, it was an old man wearing a long robe of the sun, moon, and stars. In the Alchemist Association, there was only one kind of alchemist who was qualified to wear such a robe, a heaven-rank alchemist. Oh my God, look, there are so many important people here. Is that the president of the Central Alchemist Union of the East County, Shi Yang? Is that the president of the Central Alchemist Union of Wuzhou, Zhong Kuan? Is that the president of the Central Alchemist Union of Zhuzhou, Xue Zitsang? Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. Countless gazes were fixed on the group of important people who walked out of the teleportation array. Any one of these people was at the level of a king of medicine. Which one of them wasn't famous? But now, there were so many important people gathered together. Soon, everyone discovered that an old man was surrounded by a myriad of stars, like a moon surrounded by stars. When they saw the old man wearing the long robe of the sun, moon, and stars, they were shocked. Countless people were shocked. The person in charge of the Alchemist Union of the 72 northern states, Sun Yi. This was an important person who could shake the entire 72 northern states with a stomp of his foot. Oh my God, why are there so many important people here? Even the people in charge of the Central Alchemist Union of the 72 northern states are here. They must be here for the 100,000-year-old spirit herb. Many people were discussing this. Let's go and see Han Zihua, said Sun Yi. Yes, said the many King of Medicine alchemists respectfully. Sun Yi was escorted by the King of Medicine alchemists towards the City Lord's mansion. The arrival of these major figures quickly spread throughout Gentleman City, causing a huge commotion. It was as if all the streets had turned out. Countless people crowded the streets to watch these legendary big shots. When Han Zihua heard about them, he quickly came out to welcome them. It wasn't just Han Zihua, many other alchemists in the City Lord's mansion, including a dozen alchemists from the Hue Valley, also came out to greet Sun Yi and the others. They're here. Zhuo Yang, the alchemist from the Hue Valley, pointed in the distance and shouted excitedly, "Look, it's really the King of Medicine alchemists and the person in charge of the Central Alchemist Union of the 72 northern states, Sun Yi." When Sun Yi celebrated his 3000th birthday, I went with the Hue Valley's leader to congratulate him. Be careful when you speak, said Hue Qianyun. Yes, sir, said the people from the Hue Valley hastily. Junior Han Zihua greets Senior Sunday. Han Zihua hurriedly walked over and bowed to Sun Yi. All right, no need for formalities. Sun Yi nodded. Junior Hue Qianyun greets Senior Sunday. Hue Qianyun led the disciples of the Hue Valley to bow to Sun Yi. Sun Yi nodded and said, "So you're a disciple of the Hue Valley. I have a good relationship with your leader. You're Hue Qianyun, right? I remember now. Your leader heard that the position of president of the Yuzhou Alchemist Union of the Central Alchemist Union was vacant, so he came to see me. What level are you now?" Hue Qianyun was astonished. Sun Yi was probably asking him what level he was now because he wanted to see if he was qualified to be the president of the Central Alchemist Union of Yuzhou. Many people looked at Hua Qianyun with envy. Once Hua Qianyun became the president of the Central Alchemist Union of Yuju, he might be able to gradually integrate into the core circle of the Alchemist Union of Yuju. At that time, he would have countless benefits. His connections would be expanded, and he would be rewarded with heaven-tier pills. If he was lucky, he might even be rewarded with saint-tier pills. Of course, he would also be able to come in contact with ancient recipes. It was definitely a position that would make people jealous. Hua Qianyun hastily said, "I'm a mid-tier Earth-level formation master." "All right." Sun Yi nodded expressionlessly. Nobody knew what he was thinking. However, many people knew that Sun Yi had acknowledged Hua Qianyun's abilities. Sun Yi was an important person, so he naturally wouldn't make promises in front of people. However, Hua Qianyun would soon be appointed as the president of the Central Alchemist Union of Yuju. "Greetings, sir." The rest of the alchemists also walked over and bowed to Sun Yi. "You're all excused." Sun Yi waved his hand. At that moment, the alchemist from the Fire Valley called Zhuoyang saw that Lin Feng was actually standing there without moving. He coldly looked at Lin Feng and scolded, "Brat, you're also an alchemist. Although you're just a low-tier alchemist, you're still an alchemist. As an alchemist, you actually didn't greet the head of the Alchemist Union of the 72 Northern Prefectures? Are you looking down on senior son?" When Zhuoyang said this, many people's expressions suddenly changed. Sun Yi's expression couldn't help but darken. There was actually an alchemist who didn't greet him, the head of the Alchemist Union of the 72 Northern Prefectures. Wasn't this looking down on him? Wasn't this telling the outside world that he didn't have enough prestige in the 72 Northern Prefectures? He was actually being looked down on by an alchemist. If this matter spread out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? When he thought of this, Sun Yi felt a chill in his heart. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Many people knew that Lin Feng was finished. As an alchemist, he actually didn't greet the head of the Alchemist Union of the 72 Northern Prefectures. Wasn't this courting death? Chapter 843. This young man looks like Lin Feng? Han Zihua looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. 5 years had passed in a hurry. Lin Feng had turned from a weak youth to a handsome young man. Naturally, his appearance had changed a lot. Therefore, Han Zihua didn't recognize Lin Feng at first glance. But she also had doubts in her heart. Great master. When Shi Yang saw Lin Feng in the crowd, he was astonished. Even though he had only met Lin Feng once. How could Shi Yang forget Lin Feng? He later confirmed with his daughter, Shi Ningming, that Lin Feng was indeed the heaven-rank Spirit Array Master of the Spirit Array Master Union who had come to the Alchemist Association to rest for a few days. But this wasn't what shocked Shi Yang the most. What really shocked Shi Yang was that Lin Feng was very likely a heaven-rank alchemist. He was only 22 or 23 years old. Not only was he a heaven-rank Spirit Array Master, but he was also a heaven-rank alchemist. This was too shocking. Even Yu Ji of the Martial Spirit Palace and Murong Baichuan of the Spirit Array Master Union didn't know about Lin Feng's double identity. This was because Lin Feng had only shown his profound attainments in alchemy in front of Shi Yang. That was to say, he had only taught Shi Yang this once. And some time ago, Shi Yang had successfully broken through to become an Earth-rank high-rank alchemist. This was naturally a big deal because Shi Yang had been promoted to the Great Elder of the Alchemist Association. Therefore, even the Alchemist Association's chief of the 72 Northern States, Sun Yi, had personally come to preside over Shi Yang's promotion ceremony. In addition, there were 3 Great Elders and 12 presidents of the Spirit Array Master Union who had a good relationship with Shi Yang. These people all worked in the Spirit Array Master Union of one of the 72 Northern States. After the promotion ceremony, Shi Yang had a secret conversation with Sun Yi. It was just the two of them, and Shi Yang was talking about Lin Feng. When Sun Yi heard that a 22 or 23-year-old heaven-rank Spirit Array Master and heaven-rank alchemist had appeared, he was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Sun Yi was already more than 3,000 years old. He had studied for more than 2,000 years before he was promoted to a heaven-rank alchemist. Sun Yi knew how difficult it was to want to advance to heaven-tier alchemist. Some people might not be able to break through to heaven rank alchemist in their entire lives. As for that young man, he was so young. Not only was he a heaven rank spirit array master, but he was also a heaven rank alchemist. What this meant was self-evident. If the 5 ancestors of the alchemist temple were to find out about this, they would personally appear to rope him in. Sun Yi was eager to see Lin Feng. But there was no way to see it. Because at that time, Lin Feng had already left. This made Sun Yi extremely vexed. Later on, Sun Yi heard that Han Zihua from the gentleman's city had taken out 100,000-year-old sacred medicine as a reward, seeking a pill that could prolong his wife's life. Therefore, Sun Yi decided to make a trip there personally. This was the reason why Sun Yi and the others had come to Gentleman's City. Little brother, quickly kneel down and kowtow to His Excellency and apologize. His Excellency will forgive you because you're young and ignorant. A middle-aged pharmacist with a good heart beside Lin Feng hurriedly said. Clearly, he was worried that Lin Feng would provoke a huge disaster. In the world of cultivators, one didn't even need a reason to kill someone. Needless to say, if Lin Feng offended the person in charge of the Alchemist Guild of the 72 prefectures, he would definitely be killed. Countless people would want to quietly get rid of Lin Feng for Sun Yi's sake and curry favor with him. Lin Feng said indifferently, in the 72 prefectures, there isn't a single pharmacist qualified for me to bow to. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the middle-aged pharmacist who had warned Lin Feng was so scared that his face turned pale. Crazy, this kid is crazy. He shook his head and didn't know what to say to Lin Feng. He knew that Lin Feng's words were like water that couldn't be undone. No one could save Lin Feng. Moreover, he was only a rogue cultivator. Although he was also a pharmacist, he was only a profound-ranked pharmacist. Even if he wanted to help Lin Feng, he didn't have the strength to do so. This kid is really courting death. Serves him right. Zhuo Yang sneered in his heart. This person was obviously still holding a grudge against Lin Feng, but he thought highly of himself and felt that Lin Feng wasn't qualified for him to make a move. Therefore, he had just used a borrowed knife to kill him. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhuo Yang's heart was filled with ecstasy. He felt that he should perform well in front of Sun Yi. Maybe in the future, he would be able to curry favor with a big shot like Sun Yi and have a meteoric rise. Thinking of this, Zhuo Yang coldly scolded again, "Kid, you're really blind. A lowly pharmacist actually doesn't know his place and doesn't even put Lord Sun Yi in his eyes. You're simply a disgrace to us pharmacists." Slap. Before Zhuo Yang could finish his sentence, everyone heard a loud clapping sound. The arrogant Zhuo Yang screamed as he was slapped 4 or 5 meters away by the newly promoted Great Elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Zhuo Yang wasn't the only one who was stunned. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Sun Yi, who was originally furious, was stunned. He didn't know why Zhuo Yang would do such a thing. Zhuo Yang was just defending Sun Yi's dignity. Now, Zhuo Yang slapped Zhuo Yang, who was defending Sun Yi's dignity, flying. What did this mean? Indirectly slapping Sun Yi's face? That didn't make sense. Sun Yi was Zhuo Yang's boss, and he controlled Zhuo Yang's fate. How could Zhuo Yang dare to offend Sun Yi? This was what everyone was puzzled about. "Brother Zhe, what do you mean by this?" Seeing Zhuo Yang being slapped, Hu Qianyun's face sank. He was also an Earth-rank spirit array caster and the leader of the Fire Valley. In addition, he would soon become the president of the Yuju Alchemist Union. Therefore, Hu Qianyun wasn't afraid of Zhuo Yang. Therefore, he questioned him. If someone from the Fire Valley was slapped for no reason, the Fire Valley would lose face. Zhuo Yang ignored Hu Qianyun and quickly walked to the gloomy Sun Yi and whispered, "Lord, that young man is the Master Lin Feng that I mentioned before." "What?" Sun Yi's expression changed again and again. A 22 or 23-year-old heaven-rank spirit array caster and heaven-rank alchemist. Such a person. Even if Sun Yi saw him, he would still have to speak politely to him. Because it might not be long before the other party became a saint. At that time, his fate might be in the other party's hands. How could he not be careful when he spoke? Thinking of this, the anger in Sun Yi's heart had long disappeared, and a smile hung on his face. He quickly walked towards Lin Feng. Seeing Sun Yi walk towards Lin Feng, many people secretly thought, could it be that Lord Sun Yi wants to personally teach that brat a lesson? If that's the case, that brat is dead for sure. However, something that caused everyone to be incomparably astonished happened. Sun Yi arrived in front of Lin Feng, cupped his fists, and asked with a smile on his face, "I am Sun Yi, may I know if you are Brother Lin?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Sun Yi was a heaven-rank alchemist. He was actually so polite to a young cultivator around the age of 20. He even called him Brother Lin. This was how people of the same generation talked. In the world of cultivators, there was only one situation where people of the same generation talked, and that was when the two of them were on the same level. In other words, could that young man also be a heaven-rank alchemist? Thinking of this situation, many people felt as if they were going crazy. How could there be such a young heaven-rank alchemist? This was definitely not true. No one believed it. They were even more unwilling to believe that it was true. "It's Lin Feng, it must be Lin Feng, I can't be wrong." When Han Zihua saw that even a big shot like Sun Yi was talking to the young master as an equal, he clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with excitement. He was sure that the young master was definitely Lin Feng. Only a monstrous talent like Lin Feng would have the hope of becoming a heaven-rank alchemist at this age. A heaven-rank alchemist. Back then, I thought that becoming an earth-rank alchemist within 5 years was already heaven-defying. I never thought that he would actually become a heaven-rank alchemist. Chapter 844. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "So it's fellow Sunday, nice to meet you." Seeing this scene, countless people were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. What was going on? How could a big shot like Sun Yi be so polite to a young man? And the young man's attitude was also very calm. In the young man's eyes, was Sun Yi's polite attitude a matter of course? This was too inconceivable. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. "Please don't take it to heart, Brother Lin," Sun Yi said apologetically. He was even worried that Lin Feng would hate him because of Zhu Yang's rash behavior. Offending such a young master. This was definitely something that would make people regret. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Why would I be angry because of a few cats and dogs? Brother Lin is really magnanimous." Sun Yi let out a long breath and smiled. Seeing Lin Feng, who was on the same level as Sun Yi, Zhu Yang was so scared that his face turned pale. Similarly, the female alchemist from the Fire Valley who had mocked Lin Feng was also trembling in fear. Now they naturally knew that the low-level alchemist they looked down on most likely had a great origin. Didn't they see that even a big shot like Sun Yi was so polite to him? "Thank you, Master, for guiding this junior in alchemy a few days ago. This junior will never forget Master's kindness." Shi Yang quickly walked up and bowed to Lin Feng. In the world of cultivators, seniority was determined by ability. It was not determined by age. With Lin Feng's identity as a heaven-rank spirit array master, it was reasonable for Shi Yang to address himself as a junior in front of Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng did not know that Shi Yang was Shi Ningmeng's father. If he knew, he would not have accepted Shi Yang's bow with a clear conscience. Lin Feng glanced at Shi Yang and nodded, "These are your opportunities, your good fortune. You don't need to thank me. In the future, cultivate well and that will be the best reward for me. Yes, this junior will remember," Shi Yang said respectfully. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at Han Zihua, who was looking at him with a bewildered expression, and said with a smile, "I have not forgotten the 5-year agreement. I wonder if City Lord Han still remembers." It really was Lin Feng. He didn't die in Dugu Aotian's hands. Han Zihua looked at Lin Feng excitedly and asked, "It's been so many years since we last met. How are you?" "Thank you for your concern." Lin Feng patted Han Zihua. Old friends reunited. He was filled with many emotions. "Master Lin, senior son, please come in for a chat," Han Zihua said. "Brother Lin, please," Sun Yi said politely. "Fellow Daoist son, please." Lin Feng also made an inviting gesture. The two of them smiled and stood side by side. Under the escort of Han Zihua and the others, they walked toward the city lord's mansion. Everyone stood on both sides and saluted. Lin Feng stopped beside the middle-aged alchemist and asked, "What's your name?" The middle-aged alchemist's face turned pale. He had previously advised Lin Feng to kneel and apologize to Sun Yi in hopes that Sun Yi would calm down. The middle-aged alchemist didn't know Lin Feng's identity. He was worried that Lin Feng would vent his anger on him because of this. The middle-aged alchemist hurriedly bowed and said in fear and trepidation, "This junior is called Liu Ping. Please forgive me for offending you, sir." After saying that, his legs went weak and he was about to kneel on the ground. Lin Feng supported him and said, "You had good intentions. What did you do wrong?" He paused for a moment and asked, "Which alchemist are you from?" "This junior is a rogue cultivator," the middle-aged alchemist said. Lin Feng looked at Sun Yi and smiled. The Spirit Array Master Guild has a character assessment to check the character of each guild's Spirit Array Master. Does the Alchemist Guild care about character? Sun Yi said, "Of course. I think this person's character is not bad." Lin Feng pointed at the middle-aged alchemist. "He is indeed not bad. I remember that there is a vacancy for an elder in the Wuzhou Alchemist Guild. Did I remember wrongly?" Sun Yi said. The president of the Wuzhou Alchemist Guild, Zhong Kuan, immediately walked out and respectfully said, "Reporting to my lord, there is indeed a vacancy for an elder. Let me recommend someone to you. What do you think?" Sun Yi said with a smile. Zhong Kuan immediately said, "The person recommended by my lord is naturally the most suitable." "Then this person." Sun Yi pointed at the middle-aged alchemist, Liu Ping. Liu Ping was completely stunned. He was just a rogue cultivator. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, he still had a lot of status. However, in the eyes of a large power, a rogue alchemist like him, and one that wasn't even a high-level alchemist, had no status at all. And now, he had gone from an ordinary alchemist to an ordinary alchemist. In the blink of an eye, he had become a respected elder of the Wuzhou Alchemist Guild with a lofty status. Liu Ping even thought that this was a dream. Around him, many envious gazes looked at Liu Ping. Everyone knew. Liu Ping had met a benefactor. He had warned that young lord before. That young lord did not forget to remind Liu Ping. By the time Liu Ping came back to his senses, Lin Feng and Sun Yi had already left with Han Zihua and the others. "Do your best." Zhong Kuan patted Liu Ping's shoulder in an amiable manner. Liu Ping felt as if he was in a dream. Since when had there been such a big shot like the president of the Alchemist Union of a province speaking so politely to him? But now, such a situation had actually happened. Liu Ping knew that it was that young master's words that changed his life. "Senior brother, what should we do now?" A Fire Valley alchemist carefully looked at the gloomy Hua Qianyun. Hua Qianyun said, "Later, I will go and seek an audience with Senior Sunday. I hope that Senior Sun can put in a few good words in front of that lord." Hua Qianyun naturally understood the ways of the world. Although Lin Feng said that he didn't care about what happened before, did he really not care? However, regardless of whether Lin Feng cared or not, he had to change the impression of the Fire Valley in Lin Feng's heart. Offending such a powerful person was obviously a huge blow to the Fire Valley. Heavens, isn't that young master the one we received before? I still remember that the people from the Fire Valley humiliated that young master. I didn't expect that young master to be treated so politely by a big shot like Sun Yi. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Fortunately, we didn't look down on him like those people from the Fire Valley. Otherwise, we would definitely be in trouble. I think that Hua Qianyun's goal of becoming the president of the Yu Prefecture's Alchemist Guild is most likely gone. The guards of the City Lord's mansion were discussing softly. The onlookers outside the City Lord's mansion were also discussing spiritedly. Who exactly was that young master? This was what everyone was puzzled about. Among the crowd, Shu Shu's gaze was sinister as he looked at Lin Feng's back. Chapter 845. At night, Han Zihua held a welcoming banquet for Lin Feng and Sun Yi. Many of the upper echelons of Gentleman City came to attend. After the banquet, Lin Feng returned to his residence and began to refine the immemorial life-continuing pill. The pill wasn't difficult to refine, but the recipe was precious. The immemorial life-continuing pill was a pill that could protect the soul. The biggest problem Han Zihua's wife, Ruo Shi, was facing now was that her soul was about to be destroyed. Once a person's soul died, they would be completely dead. The immemorial life-continuing pill would extend Ruoshi's life, allowing her soul to live for another 100 years. As for Han Zihua, he would find a heavenly treasure that could restore Ruoshi's soul within the next 100 years, allowing her to recover from this state of being a living corpse. Sun Yi's residence. Master, Hua Qianyun from Hua Valley requests an audience. Shi Yang walked in from outside. Now that he and Sun Yi were living alone, it could be seen how much Sun Yi valued Shi Yang. Perhaps it had something to do with Shi Yang's promotion to Grand Elder, or perhaps it had something to do with Lin Feng. The other Pill Kings were naturally envious of Shi Yang for being valued by Sun Yi. However, this kind of thing couldn't be achieved just by being envious. They had vaguely heard that Shi Yang's daughter seemed to have a close relationship with Lin Feng. It seemed that Sun Yi also knew about this, which was why he was so close to Shi Yang. People from Hua Valley? If I offend Brother Lin, why would I see them again? Sun Yi couldn't help but sneer. Shi Yang walked out of the small courtyard after receiving the order. He looked at Hua Qianyun, who was anxiously waiting, and said, "Master is already resting, please leave." Then, he ignored the gloomy Hua Qianyun and returned to the courtyard. Hua Qianyun's body swayed slightly. His eyes were filled with anger. Hua Qianyun knew that his chance to become the president of Yozhou's Alchemist Union was ruined. The people from Hua Valley didn't dare to provoke him. Zhuo Yang said carefully, "Senior brother, it must be that kid behind this. He's so young, so what if he's a heaven-grade alchemist? His cultivation must not be that high. Didn't that brat go out alone? Let's find an opportunity to kill that brat and vent our anger." Upon hearing Zhuo Yang's words, the anger in Hua Qianyun's heart burned even brighter. He coldly stared at Zhuo Yang and said, "It's one thing for you to act arrogantly because you're a disciple of the Fire Valley, but didn't I warn you before that you must be careful with your words in front of Senior Sun Yi? If not for you, would Senior Sun Yi vent his anger on me? The position of president of the Yuzhou Alchemist Union, which was so close to being mine, flew away just like that. It's all your fault. How can I forgive you so easily?" As his voice fell, the furious Hua Qianyun slapped Zhuo Yang's chest. Bang! Zhuo Yang was sent flying like he was struck by lightning. In midair, he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He fell to the ground, motionless. Some disciples went to investigate, and discovered that Zhuo Yang had been killed by Hua Qianyun in a fit of rage. "He's dead," the disciple said with a trembling voice. "Senior brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me." The female disciple who had ridiculed Lin Feng knelt on the ground and cried out in fear. Hua Qianyun had a high status in the Fire Valley because he was the nephew of the Fire Valley's leader. Besides, he was already an Earth-level alchemist. They couldn't compete with him. If he killed them, they would have died in vain. After killing Zhuo Yang, Hua Qianyun's anger subsided a lot. He coldly glanced at the female disciple. "Shu Rui, you're not bad. Master Lin is at the age where he's young and vigorous. I'm sure he likes women. I'll give you a task. If you succeed, not only will you have a meteoric rise, but I'll also be forgiven by Master Lin. You'll have the opportunity to become the president of the Central Alchemist Union." Hua Qianyun narrowed his eyes as he looked at this beautiful female disciple of the Fire Valley. With a faint smile, he seemed to have thought of a good idea. At dawn, Lin Feng had finished concocting the immemorial life-extending pill. He rested for a while. When the sun rose, Han Zihua invited Lin Feng out for a meal. Lin Feng called Han Zihua to his room and took out the immemorial life-extending pill. He said, "This is the immemorial life-extending pill. After consuming it, your wife's soul will not die for 100 years." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Han Zihua's body suddenly trembled. Then, he excitedly took the bottle containing the immemorial life-extending pill. "Brother Lin, I will never forget your kindness." Han Zihua was about to bow to Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly helped him up and said, "Brother Zihua, you don't have to be so polite." At this time, Han Zihua took out a white jade box and said, "I hope Brother Lin can accept this sacred medicine. Only in your hands can such a treasure be used." Lin Feng did not take the white jade box. He said, "If your wife wakes up in the future, Her body will be extremely weak. It's better to leave this sacred medicine for her to nurse her body. She needs it more than I do. Han Zihua said with tears in his eyes, "It's my fortune to be able to meet Brother Lin." "Brother Zihua, you're too polite. I also have some things to discuss with you," Lin Feng said. "I'm all ears." Han Zihua cupped his fists. Lin Feng and Han Zihua discussed for an hour. As for the contents of the discussion, only the two of them knew. During breakfast, Lin Feng said, "This time, I agreed to Brother Zihua's 5-year promise to concoct the pill for you. I'm afraid Brother Sun has made a wasted trip." Han Zihua also looked at Sun Yi apologetically. Sun Yi had come for the 100,000-year-old sacred medicine. Now that Lin Feng had concocted the immemorial life-extending pill, Sun Yi naturally did not have the chance to obtain it. Han Zihua was worried that Sun Yi would be unhappy, and Lin Feng's explanation was also in hopes that Sun Yi would not hold a grudge against Han Zihua because of this matter. Sun Yi smiled and said, "To be able to meet Brother Lin here, even 10 sacred medicines cannot compare." Sun Yi was indeed a shrewd old man. Although he felt that it was a pity that he had missed the opportunity to obtain the 100,000-year-old sacred medicine, he did not show it on his face. His words made Lin Feng feel extremely comfortable after hearing them, and his impression of Sun Yi skyrocketed. Sun Yi then looked at Han Zihua and said with a smile, "Zihua, you don't have to worry. When I saw that your wife was able to extend her life, I couldn't be happier for you. Why would I blame you for a single spirit herb? Thank you for your understanding, Senior." Han Zihua bowed. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Brother Sun is really magnanimous. I admire you." Sun Yi smiled. Sun Yi was very satisfied with the way he handled things today. He had left a magnanimous impression in front of Lin Feng, and it was obvious that Lin Feng's impression of him would increase. In Sun Yi's opinion, the value of a 100,000-year-old sacred medicine was far less important than forming a friendship with Lin Feng. Lin Feng stayed in Han Zihua's residence for 3 days. During these 3 days, he spent most of his time with Sun Yi exchanging alchemy insights. Because Lin Feng had always been researching alchemy by himself, it was very rare for him to meet a heaven-tier alchemist like Sun Yi. This was indeed a process of mutual exchange and mutual improvement. During these 3 days, not only did the two of them exchange a lot of information, but both Sun Yi and Lin Feng felt that they had gained a lot. Haha, being able to communicate with Brother Lin has really enlightened me. I can't wait to go back to the main hall and go into seclusion for a while. Sun Yi smiled. Lin Feng also smiled and said, "Communicating with Brother Sun has also benefited me a lot. I'm also planning to leave Gentleman City. Let's meet again someday." Sun Yi and Lin Feng both left Gentleman City. Sun Yi and the others took a teleportation array and left. Lin Feng was going to the imperial capital of the Zhenwu Empire. After leaving for so many years, he wondered how Shangguan Feiya was doing. Thinking about Shangguan Feiya, Lin Feng's heart warmed slightly. She was a woman who loved Lin Feng deeply. Shangguan Feiya also had a very important position in Lin Feng's heart. Because there were no teleportation arrays in the Zhenwu Empire, Lin Feng could only take a griffin to the Zhenwu Empire. After leaving Gentleman City, Lin Feng entered a vast ancient forest. The griffin quickly flew above the ancient forest. When they were passing by a mountain range, suddenly, a gigantic hand which seemed to blot out the sun appeared. That gigantic hand was moving towards Lin Feng in an attempt to grab him. Chapter 846. Danger, danger, danger. When Lin Feng saw that gigantic hand which blotted out the sky, he had goosebumps all over his body. He felt a chill run down his spine which made him shiver with fear. A creation realm powerhouse had mastered the power of the laws of heaven and earth. His casual attack had unfathomable power. Swoosh. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and quickly rushed into the distance. The griffin was trembling in fear, letting out sorrowful cries from time to time. The huge hand that covered thousands of acres of land grabbed at him, making Lin Feng feel that he could not avoid it. The huge hand gradually closed. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. Before the huge hand closed, he was the first to escape. The griffin was not so lucky. It was caught by the sky-covering hand. It was crushed to death in an instant. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. He turned his head and looked behind him. He saw that a cultivator had appeared behind him without him knowing. After seeing this cultivator, Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. This person was none other than Shu Shu. Shu Shu slapped at Lin Feng with his palm. Axe shattering the firmament. Lin Feng shouted coldly. He condensed a huge axe light and blasted it at Shu Shu. However, Lin Feng's primordial divine power was unable to withstand a single blow from Shu Shu's attack. With a crack, the axe light shattered. Then, Shu Shu's palm landed on Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying thousands of meters away. There was a loud clang. Lin Feng's body slammed hard on the ground. Instantly, a deep pit that was dozens of meters deep was formed. Lin Feng climbed up from the deep pit and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet. This was the terrifying power of a creation realm cultivator. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He thought that with his great improvement in strength, he would be able to hold on for a while even if he could not defeat a creation realm cultivator. However, he did not expect to think that he was so weak in front of a creation realm cultivator. A creation realm cultivator was like a god. As for himself, he was just a mortal. Mortals were like ants in front of heavenly gods. Lin Feng operated his immortal god body and activated his immortal bloodline. Lin Feng's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. He rushed out of the deep pit and looked at Shu Shu with a serious expression. Now that he had been locked onto by Shu Shu, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He could only fight to the death. As expected of the immortal divine body. Not only did you not die from my attack, but your body also recovered quickly. Shu Shu said sinisterly. Hihi, old man, you're really shameless. As a creation realm cultivator, you actually dared to kill a junior like me. Lin Feng cursed under his breath. That's because you must die. If I don't kill you, how can my anger be appeased? As Shu Shu walked over, the aura on his body became more and more terrifying. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth actually surged toward Shu Shu and was absorbed by him. Shu Shu's aura was getting stronger and stronger. This is. Lin Feng looked at Shu Shu with a shocked expression. His ability was too heaven-defying. Absorbing the power of heaven and earth to increase one's combat strength. What kind of method was this? Are you surprised? This is the power of the laws. As soon as Shu Shu finished speaking, his dantian flickered with a shocking wave of energy. Lin Feng saw a law appear in Shu Shu's dantian. The law hovered in his dantian, devouring the power of heaven and earth. This was the law. It was formed from the Tao marks in the body of a creation realm cultivator after they comprehended the heavenly Tao. The law itself was not only powerful, but it could also devour the power of heaven and earth. Once one grasped the power of the law, one's life would undergo a complete transformation. A yin-yang realm cultivator had a lifespan of 1,000 years. A creation realm cultivator had a lifespan of more than 5,000 years. Some of the top creation realm cultivators even had a lifespan of 7,000 to 8,000 years. Why was this? It was because the laws of heaven and earth continuously absorbed the power of heaven and earth to replenish the cultivator's lifespan. However, a yin-yang realm cultivator had no way of absorbing the power of heaven and earth. At most, they could only absorb some heaven and earth essence energy to increase their cultivation level. There was a huge gap between a yin-yang realm cultivator and a creation realm cultivator in terms of life form, power, and so on. Shu Shu attacked Lin Feng with his palm again. This time, Shu Shu used a divine ability. Purple lightning intertwined in the void. The divine ability that Shu Shu used was called the Tai Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Boom! A loud sound shook the sky. The power of lightning surged out and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He quickly retreated to avoid the terrifying attack. However, Lin Feng found that he could not avoid it at all. He had no choice but to use a divine ability to block it. Sky split. Saber and sword fusion. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. A saber light condensed in his left hand. Sword chi condensed in his right hand. The saber and sword fused into one and instantly swept towards the purple lightning power. Bang, accompanied by a violent collision sound, the purple lightning power that Shushu condensed broke Lin Feng's divine ability. Then, the purple lightning power blasted Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was sent flying again. The purple lightning power caused considerable damage to Lin Feng's body. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and he was dripping with blood. However, Lin Feng's physical body was too strong. The immortal divine blood was quickly healing his injuries. What an enviable talent. However, even a special physique can't be used indefinitely. Didn't you notice that when you awakened your special physique, your dharmic powers were consumed very quickly? When the dharmic powers in your body are depleted, I can crush you with just a finger. Shushu said coldly. Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly. It was indeed as Shushu said. A powerful ability like a special physique naturally consumed an astonishing amount of dharmic powers. The more powerful a special physique was, the more dharmic powers would be consumed. Obviously, Lin Feng's immortal divine body was one of the 10 great ancient forbidden physiques, and its dharmic powers were far more than ordinary special physiques. Lin Feng could only last for an hour at most while activating his immortal divine body. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Old man, don't be so happy too early. It's not certain who will win this battle. Do you think you can do anything to me with that little bit of strength of yours? How laughable. Take my mountain collapsing palm." Shushu laughed sinisterly and rushed towards Lin Feng, slapping his palm towards Lin Feng. "Golden core!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He immediately used his strongest attack. His golden core flew out. The fist-sized golden core emitted a destructive wave of energy as it blasted towards Shushu. "How can there be such a big golden core?" Shushu shouted in disbelief. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. In the next moment, the golden core broke through Shushu's mountain collapsing palm and smashed towards Shushu. "It's done." Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. But at that moment, Shushu sneered, "Kid, today I'll let you know how strong a creation realm cultivator is." As soon as he finished speaking, the dharmic powers in Shushu's dantian flew out. The dharmic powers swept towards Lin Feng's golden core. Bang! Shushu's dharmic powers collided with Lin Feng's golden core. Destructive power surged out. A large area of the forest was instantly destroyed. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's golden core cracked under the attack of Shushu's dharmic powers. Whoa! Lin Feng also suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shushu's dharmic powers swept through the air and sent Lin Feng flying a few thousand meters away. Lin Feng's body crashed into a 3,000-meter tall mountain. Chapter 847. Bang! The ruins exploded, and Lin Feng rushed out again. He had an unyielding fighting spirit and would never compromise. Lin Feng went against the heavens, and the aura in his body became more terrifying and shocking. He had comprehended 2 types of forces: heaven punishing battle intent and battle force. With every step he took, Lin Feng's battle power would increase greatly. Force could increase a cultivator's battle power. If the force transformed into a domineering aura. Without making a move, the domineering aura would be enough to make gods tremble. 2 types of forces. Shushu's voice trembled slightly. Even though he had overestimated Lin Feng, his expression changed when he sensed the 2 types of forces emitted from Lin Feng's body. Force was the most difficult to comprehend. Even though he had cultivated to the creation realm, he hadn't been able to comprehend force. If he cultivated to the life and death realm in the future, he might be able to comprehend force. However, after comprehending one type of force, it would be difficult to comprehend a second type of force. Force and force were mutually exclusive. Lin Feng was only at the yin-yang realm, but he had already comprehended 2 types of force. This was too heaven-defying. If this kid was allowed to grow, he would be a big threat in the future. "Kid, you have to die." Shushu roared and rushed toward Lin Feng. He took out his law and swept it toward Lin Feng. The law condensed by a creation realm cultivator was too terrifying. Previously, Lin Feng's golden core had been split open by the law. Lin Feng quickly put the golden core back into his body. If the golden core was shattered, Lin Feng would be severely injured. His cultivation level would also drop to the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. After his cultivation level dropped, it would be extremely difficult to break through to the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. Lin Feng knew this very well, so he definitely wouldn't continue to expose his golden core. Facing the attack of the law, Lin Feng took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, a defensive treasure. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda floated in mid-air and the light of the 7 treasures shone down to protect Lin Feng. Bang bang bang, the nomological laws bombarded Lin Feng's defensive light shield formed by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Crack, crack. The defensive barrier formed by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda was also cracking. Unfortunately, this treasure was not a Dao artifact. If it was, it would have been able to defend against Shu Shu's attack. Although Shu Shu was powerful, he had only condensed 1 law. This showed that Shu Shu was only a cultivator at the 1st level of the creation realm. A cultivator at the 1st firmament of the creation realm would condense a strand of nomological energy. As their cultivation level increased, the number of nomological energy they could condense would also increase. If it was a Dao artifact, it would have no problem defending against the attacks of a 4th or 5th level creation realm cultivator, let alone Shu Shu. Unfortunately, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda was only a semi-finished Dao artifact and had yet to truly transform into a Dao artifact. You want to use a half-finished Dao artifact to block my attack? Shu Shu's face was full of disdain. He quickly flew over and punched the light shield formed by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Crack. This time, the light shield formed by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda shattered. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda's luster dimmed. It could not be activated in a short period of time. Lin Feng kept it in his dantian. Die, brat. Shu Shu raised his right hand and smashed it at Lin Feng like a burly man beating a drum. There was a series of dull sounds of collision in the void. The loud sound shook the sky. Insect King. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He opened the beast slave pouch and took out the dark green mantis scorpion king. He had originally planned to use this technique to deal with Dugu Outyen. However, he had to take out the insect king now. Otherwise, he would probably die in Shu Shu's hands today. Screech. There was a sharp screech. The dark green mantis scorpion king rushed out and pounced on Shu Shu. When he saw the dark green mantis scorpion king, Shu Shu's expression changed drastically. He could not care less about attacking Lin Feng. He hurriedly activated his law and swept it at the dark green mantis scorpion king. Bang! The law violently struck the dark green mantis scorpion king's body and sent it flying. Crack, crack, crack. The dark green mantis scorpion king was injured. Its hard carapace cracked and dark green blood immediately flowed out. However, this also infuriated the insect king. It let out a sharp screech. After that, the dark green mantis scorpion king flew out of the beast slave pouch. They pounced on Shu Shu. When Shu Shu saw the swarm of insects, his expression changed drastically. Dark green mantis scorpion king, brat, what's your relationship with the Gu evil sect or the godly temple of the wildlands? Only the cultivators of the Gu evil sect or the godly temple of the wildlands know how to raise a swarm of insects. Shu Shu was furious. Can't I raise them if I don't have any relationship with them? I tamed the insect king and it acknowledged me as its master. I know how to raise a swarm of insects. Lin Feng smiled coldly. The dark green mantis scorpion king's swarm pounced on Shu Shu. However, Shu Shu was too strong. The law swept through the void, and large numbers of dark green mantis scorpion king were killed. They could not even get close to him. Shu Shu laughed sinisterly. Kid, don't think that you can kill me just because you have a swarm of insects. If a creation realm expert could be killed so easily, would I still be called an almighty? Shu Shu displayed astonishing combat strength as he harvested the swarm of insects. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. If this continued, the swarm of insects would die sooner or later. When that happened, it would be his death. I'll go all out. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He summoned the black dragon sword and charged at Shu Shu. The law distorted and swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng swung the black dragon sword and attacked the law. Bang! Lin Feng was sent flying. Crack, crack. Many of his bones were broken. However, he was not afraid of death and pounced on Shu Shu again. Once, twice, thrice, Lin Feng pounced on Shu Shu more than 10 times. Shu Shu's expression was indifferent. He sneered, "Kid, die." Shu Shu's law was like a mountain as it charged towards Lin Feng. Its power was far greater than before. Shu Shu wanted to kill Lin Feng completely. Life or death is now. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. The strongest form of the devouring martial soul. The 5 devouring martial souls merged into one. Boom! Lin Feng activated the 5 devouring martial souls, and the 5 devouring martial souls merged into one. A devouring black hole appeared, and when Shu Shu's law came crashing down, a black hole appeared. The black hole directly swallowed Shu Shu's law. Shu Shu's law shook violently. Crack, crack. The black hole collapsed. Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that he could not hold on for much longer. Shu Shu laughed sinisterly. It's useless to struggle. Today, you will definitely die. However, just as Shu Shu finished speaking, the next moment, Shu Shu cried out in pain. The dark green mantis scorpion king received Lin Feng's order and silently went into hibernation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was desperately trying to imprison Shu Shu's law. Shu Shu had no law behind him to protect him. He only had his magic power to protect his body. The dark green mantis scorpion king lurked behind Shu Shu like the most powerful assassin. Its claws pierced through Shu Shu's protective magic power, and then pierced through his skin. You're courting death. Shu Shu roared and slapped the dark green mantis scorpion king's body. Crack. This attack was too powerful. A bloody hole appeared in the dark green mantis scorpion king's body as it fell to the ground. Shu Shu, who was enraged, rushed towards the dark green mantis scorpion king. He wanted to kill it completely. However, halfway through, Shu Shu felt dizzy. Oh no, there's poison. Shu Shu's expression changed, and he quickly stopped to expel the poison. The densely packed dark green mantis scorpion king rushed over, but Shu Shu's body was burning with flames. Shu Shu was burning his life force to expel the poison in his body. At this moment, Shu Shu knew that he was in danger, so he began to fight with all his might. The dark green mantis scorpion king's flames burned them to ashes. Die! Lin Feng roared and rushed over. He slashed his sword at Shu Shu, who was trying to expel the poison. However, Shu Shu moved to the left and dodged Lin Feng's sword. You'll be the one to die. Shu Shu laughed savagely. His left hand stabbed towards Lin Feng like a sword. There was a slash. His hand pierced through Lin Feng's chest. Shu Shu's mouth was full of evil smiles. He was about to tear apart Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng had already used a secret soul technique. His soul minion hugged his sword and rushed towards Shu Shu's mind, trying to kill his soul. At such a close distance, Shu Shu had no time to defend himself. Shu Shu let out a blood-curdling scream. His soul had suffered great damage. He pulled his left hand out of Lin Feng's chest. He clutched his head with both hands and screamed in pain. Lin Feng held his sword with both hands and slashed at Shu Shu. There was a slash. Shu Shu's head was cut off by Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng could no longer hold on, and his body fell to the ground. There was a clang. Chapter 848. Lin Feng's dharmic powers were depleted. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. This battle was too difficult. He had a narrow escape. Fortunately, he survived in the end. Shu Shu's corpse was not far away, his eyes wide open. Shu Shu could not believe that a creation realm powerhouse like him would die at the hands of Lin Feng, a yin-yang realm cultivator. After resting for a while, Lin Feng felt that he had recovered some strength. He got up and sat cross-legged. He activated his immortal divine body to heal his injuries. At the same time, the insect king also got up. Its eerie eyes stared at Shu Shu's corpse. Swoosh! The insect king jumped up and pounced beside Shu Shu's body. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at Shu Shu. There was a ripping sound. A large piece of flesh on Shu Shu's body was eaten by the insect king. The insect king began to gnaw on Shu Shu's body. Soon, Shu Shu was eaten clean by the insect king. As for the insect king that had eaten Shu Shu, it emitted a shocking wave of energy. Crack, crack. The insect king's shell began to crack. It seemed that a new shell was about to be born in its body. The insect king was about to transform. It was very difficult for such a beast to transform. Once it transformed, its cultivation base would increase wildly. Now, the insect king was about to complete its transformation. As long as it succeeded, it would definitely become a creation realm beast. 2 hours later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. His injuries had recovered. Lin Feng looked at the transformed insect king in surprise. The insect king's body was dripping with blood. The shell that originally covered its body had fallen off in large areas. What replaced it was a silver-white shell. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. The insect king's silver-white shell was the creation realm cultivation base. If it transformed into gold, it was the life and death realm cultivation base. If it could transform into purplish gold, it would be powerful. It was equivalent to a rebirth realm cultivator. Looks like it ate Shu Shu's corpse. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. As a creation realm cultivator, Shu Shu had a powerful origin energy. Even Shu Shu's flesh and blood contained the purest and most powerful energy, which was now being devoured by the insect king. This was the fundamental reason for the bug king's evolution. Loud rumbling sounds came from the 9 heavens as thunder surged. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the sky, revealing a grave expression. Thunder tribulation was brewing in the sky. The insect king needed to undergo a tribulation to evolve. Only after successfully transcending the tribulation could one be considered to have successfully evolved. Screech! The insect king let out an ear-piercing shriek. It soared into the sky and flew into the air. Its shell had completely transformed into a silvery white color. Boom! Boom! One after another, the power of the thunder calamity came crashing down, wanting to grind down the insect king. Silver energy surged out of the insect king's body to resist the attack of the lightning tribulation. After 9 consecutive lightning strikes, the insect king's body exploded and blood gushed out. He lay motionless on the ground. He can't be dead, right? Lin Feng was a little worried. Each of the 9 lightning strikes was stronger than the previous one. The insect king could indeed die under the attacks of the 9 lightning strikes. After the 9 lightning strikes, the thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated. Lin Feng quickly came to the insect king's side to check on its condition. Crack, crack, crack. The insect king's claws moved slightly. Lin Feng revealed a happy expression. Although the insect king was heavily injured, it was not dead yet. He quickly put the insect king into the beast slave bag and let it slowly recover. Subsequently, Lin Feng also put the swarm of insects into the beast slave bag. Lin Feng did not stop and quickly flew into the distance. Zhenwu country, imperial capital. It was bustling as usual. Lin Feng once again came to the imperial capital. In the past, he cultivated in the Azure Dragon Institute, so he was very familiar with the imperial capital. In the Azure Dragon Institute, there were also Lin Feng's good friends from the past. Lin Feng also established the Dragon Gate. He just didn't know how they were doing now. Look, it's the kid who killed young Master Xian. A cultivator from Ao Tian Ancient Capital saw Lin Feng. Now, Ao Tian Ancient Capital had issued a kill order, and Lin Feng's portrait was posted everywhere. They were looking for Lin Feng. They wished that they could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. The entire Eastern Divine region was Ao Tian Ancient Capital's spies. Now that Lin Feng had arrived at Zhenwu country's imperial capital, he immediately fell into the sights of Ao Tian Ancient Capital. Let's go back and inform, sir. Several cultivators quickly left. Night fell. In the Shangguan family mansion, Shangguan Feiya was in the study dealing with various matters of the Mercenary Association. She had lost count of how many nights she had been unable to sleep. As long as she lay in bed, Lin Feng's figure lingered in her mind. Longing and pain made Shangguan Fei's heart feel like it was being stabbed by a knife. Although she did not want to believe that Lin Feng had died in the hands of Ao Tian ancient capital. But there had been no news of him for 5 years. This made Shangguan Fei more desperate. Ao Tian ancient capital was a huge force. They wanted to kill someone. How could the other party escape? Shangguan Fei kept herself in the study every day, desperately dealing with various matters. She tried her best to forget the pain in her heart. But in the end, she could not forget. The night was dark. Shangguan Fei stared at the flickering flame in a daze. In front of her eyes, that delicate and determined face seemed to appear again. She leaned on the table and sobbed softly. Shangguan Fei did not know how many times she had cried. Every night, she would cry. Fei, a gentle call resounded in her ears. Shangguan Fei's delicate body trembled even more. Was she hallucinating? Shangguan Fei had hallucinations more than once. More than once, she saw Lin Feng with a blurry expression. But when Shangguan Fei wanted to hug Lin Feng tightly, she found that everything was an illusion. Fei. Lin Feng stroked Shangguan Fei's hair with heartache. Shangguan Fei raised her head, tears streaming down her face. Was it an illusion? She reached out and hugged Lin Feng. She rubbed her face against Lin Feng's body. It's so comfortable. I want to stay in this moment forever. Lin Feng, I really miss you. A warm smile appeared on Shangguan Fei's tired face. She could not tell if this was real or not. It was still the same as before. It was all an illusion. But there was one thing that Shangguan Fei felt very warm now. This was a familiar feeling. A familiar warm embrace. She was too tired. Hugging Lin Feng's waist, leaning on Lin Feng's body, she fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng looked at Shangguan Fei with heartache. If there was anyone in the world who loved him the most, perhaps other than his parents, it should be Shangguan Fei, right? I'm back. Lin Feng muttered. He carried Shangguan Fei and walked towards the bed. He placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Lin Feng sat by the bed and looked at the sleeping Shangguan Fei with heartache. When dawn arrived, a terrifying aura filled the world. Little brat, I know you're hiding in the city. Come out and die. Chapter 849. It's Dugu Wuji. Why is he here in the true martial country? Many of the Azure Dragon Institute's Grand Elders came out. When they saw the middle-aged cultivator, their expressions changed. Dugu Wuji was a member of the Dugu family in the Proud Heaven ancient capital. He was the deputy commander of the Proud Heaven Legion's 3rd Legion and was at the 10th heavenly layer of the Yin-Yang realm. He could be considered a tyrant in the Eastern Divine Prefecture. It was rumored that he cultivated the great Vajra art of Buddhism. It was a peerless technique. Once it was used, it was invulnerable and difficult to be injured by swords and spears. It was said that Dugu Wuji could use the great Vajra art against Creation Realm experts. Even Creation Realm experts would find it difficult to break his great Vajra art. It was obvious how powerful this technique was. Therefore, in the Yin-Yang realm, Dugu Wuji was invincible with the great Vajra art. Brat, don't hide. You can't escape. Come out and fight with me. I will cut off your head and offer it to young Master Xian. Dugu Wuji's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. Many people's expressions suddenly changed. Dugu Xian's death had caused a huge uproar in the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Who didn't know about this? Based on Dugu Wuji's tone, the person who killed Dugu Xian was in the imperial capital. The Azure Dragon Institute's principal, Ouyang Zhentian, walked out with a slight frown. If it was a battle between two experts, it would cause great destruction. The ordinary people in the imperial capital would suffer. Right now, the imperial palace was in a mess. The true martial country was just a mundane country and didn't have any powerful experts. The current situation was that it was very likely that there were two great powerhouses fighting here. The imperial family was naturally worried that the battle between the two experts would destroy the imperial capital. If you don't come out, I will destroy the true martial country's imperial capital until I find you. Dugu Wuji laughed sinisterly. His face was filled with killing intent. This person was high and mighty. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was like a god. Destroying a mundane country's imperial capital was something he could do casually. He had no scruples. Countless people rushed out. When they saw Dugu Wuji condensing an energy palm, their faces turned incomparably pale. If an expert like Dugu Wuji wanted to destroy the true martial country's imperial capital, it would be as easy as blowing dust. A sword doesn't drink the blood of a nobody. Who are you? Tell me your name. Just as Dugu Wuji was about to destroy the imperial capital of Zhenwu country and plunge the entire imperial capital into panic, a cold voice suddenly resounded through the clouds. Everyone saw a handsome young man walking through the air and arriving in midair. Is that Lin Feng? Inside the Azure Dragon Institute, Xiao Yafi exclaimed. In addition, Su Zimo, Ouyang Li, Wang Kuan, Zhong Shiqi, and the others also gathered at the station of the Dragon Gate. They looked excitedly at the young master standing proudly in the void. They had been with Lin Feng for many years. Even though his appearance had changed over the past 5 years, they still recognized Lin Feng at first glance. That's right, it's the sect leader. It must be the sect leader. The sect leader is back. Could it be the sect master who killed the peerless genius Dugu Xian? Everyone in the dragon sect started discussing excitedly. Ouyang Zhantian also looked at Lin Feng in surprise. He also recognized Lin Feng. As expected, he didn't die. Ouyang Zhantian said. The mission hall's grand elder, Wenren Kanglan, was trembling with excitement. Great, this brat didn't die. Wenren Kanglan was a good friend of Lin Feng's teacher, Sun Tiantu. Therefore, he cared about Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. Now that he saw Lin Feng safe and sound, he was overjoyed. This lord is the deputy commander of the 3rd Legion of the Aotian Legion. You didn't die unjustly in my hands. Dugu Wuji looked at Lin Feng with a chilling expression. His eyes flickered with killing intent. Suddenly, Dugu Wuji's face turned bewildered. You're that little bastard from the Lin family? Dugu Wuji exclaimed in shock. In the past, Dugu Wuji had also participated in the battle against the Lin family. He had seen Lin Feng before. Even though many years had passed and Lin Feng's appearance had changed, Dugu Wuji could still see some traces of the young man who had been rescued in the past. It seems like you also participated in the battle against the Lin family. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Little bastard, you can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find you by chance. I've been looking for you everywhere in Aotian Ancient City, and now you've come here to die. Very good. Today is the day you die. Dugu Wuji walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Golden light surged out of his body as he used the great Vajra art to condense the indestructible Vajra body. Lin Feng, it's Lin Feng, he didn't die, and he even killed Dugu Xian. In the imperial capital, countless people, including members of the imperial family, rushed out and shouted in shock. In the past, Lin Feng had been a shining star in the Azure Dragon Institute. He had been invincible among the younger generation. However, when the Aotian ancient capital had attacked the Lin family, Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. Now that Lin Feng had returned, everyone was shocked. Swoosh! Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and walked towards Dugu Wuji. Little bastard, it's useless. My great Vajra art can't be broken by a yin-yang realm cultivator. Today, you'll die without a doubt. Later, I'll break every bone in your body. Dugu Wuji laughed sinisterly as his body turned golden. In the past few days, I've comprehended a secret technique. I'll test it out on you. Lin Feng sneered. Slash. He slashed at Dugu Wuji with the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword itself was terrifying. However, Lin Feng wasn't just using the black dragon sword's power. He also fused the power of the two-sword Dao divine abilities, the worldly cosmos sword art, and the sword intent into the black dragon sword. If an ordinary sword was forcefully fused with such a powerful sword art, it would be destroyed. However, the black dragon sword was a divine sword. After fusing with the two sword arts, not only was the black dragon sword not destroyed by the powerful sword intent, it was even more powerful. Lin Feng poured all of his power into the sword. Splitting Mount Hua. Slashing down. HMPH, insignificant skill. Dugu Wuji sneered. He used the Great Vajra art to block Lin Feng's attack while secretly accumulating power. As long as he could block Lin Feng's attack, Dugu Wuji would unleash his full power. Dugu Wuji's attack was so powerful that he could crush Lin Feng as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Dugu Wuji was even thinking of destroying Lin Feng's dantian before torturing Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's sword slashed down. Dugu Wuji's protective golden light was instantly torn apart. How is this possible? Dugu Wuji cried out in disbelief. His face turned pale, and he retreated in a sorry state, trying to avoid this attack. No matter how strong your body is, it's still made of flesh and blood. Even a creation realm expert wouldn't use his body to block the attack of a magic treasure. How dare you be so careless? Moreover, this is a divine sword that has been unsealed. Today, I'll use you as a sacrifice. Lin Feng sneered, leaped forward, and slashed down. Puff! Dugu Wuji was cut in half by Lin Feng. Blood spurted out. Chapter 850. In the void, Lin Feng stood proudly, his white robes fluttering in the wind. His aura was otherworldly. Countless gazes were directed at Lin Feng. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and awe. Dugu Wuji. He had actually been killed by Lin Feng with a single sword strike. This was simply a fantasy story. But now, it had happened right in front of their eyes. Lin Feng looked at the black dragon sword in his hand, deep in thought. This was the first time Lin Feng had fused his sword intent with the universal sword technique into the black dragon sword. It was so powerful that it was beyond Lin Feng's imagination. If I can continue to cultivate a few more powerful sword Dao divine abilities and fuse them into the black dragon sword, wouldn't the power of the black dragon sword be even stronger? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Shangguan Fei gently moved her soft body. It had been a long time since she had slept so comfortably. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. After that, Shangguan Fei opened her eyes. Why am I lying on the bed? Shangguan Fei was puzzled. She still remembered that she was lying on the desk yesterday. Shangguan Fei stood up and walked out of the room. She saw a man sitting in front of the desk, casually flipping through some books. Shangguan Fei's face changed. She said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you in my study?" Lin Feng turned around and looked at Shangguan Fei, revealing a pure smile. When she saw that face, Shangguan Fei was completely stunned. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Lin Feng walked forward and pulled Shangguan Fei's soft body into his embrace. Shangguan Fei cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Her voice trembled as she said, "Am I dreaming? If this is a dream, please don't let me wake up." Woo! Lin Feng gently stroked Shangguan Fei's hair and said, "Silly girl, I'm back. You're not dreaming." Shangguan Fei raised her tear-stained face, cupping Lin Feng's face with both hands, looking at Lin Feng with deep affection. It was as if she wanted to see if it was her Lin Feng. Everyone was different. Some people might view cultivation as more important than feelings. On the other hand, there were some people who valued relationships more than anything else. Shangguan Fei was obviously a woman who valued feelings more. Lin Feng lowered his head, sucking on her tender red lips. Shangguan Fei replied passionately. Lin Feng had killed Dugu Wuji in one strike. Everybody was astonished. Ouyang Zhentian and the Azure Dragon Grand Elders. The Emperor of the Emperor's officials. The upper echelons of the various forces in the imperial capital came to the Shangguan residence, wanting to see Lin Feng. Shangguan Fei's father, Shangguan Zhengxiong, knew that Lin Feng was by his daughter's side. All these years, Shangguan Fei had grown haggard from missing Lin Feng. Shangguan Zhengxiong had seen it with his own eyes, and his heart ached for her. Now that Lin Feng had returned, Shangguan Zhengxiong was incomparably happy. Shangguan Zhengxiong helped Lin Feng block all the visitors, temporarily arranging for them to rest in the main hall. The Emperor of Real Martial Kingdom and Ouyang Zhentian were arranged to sit in the VIP room alone. Shangguan Zhengxiong personally accompanied them. The Emperor of the true martial country was called Long Zheng, and he said worriedly, "I'm afraid the true martial country will be dragged into this mess. If the true martial country was strong enough, They would naturally support Lin Gongzi in resisting the proud heaven-ancient capital. Unfortunately, the true martial country's strength is limited. Long Zheng couldn't help but sigh at this point. Ouyang Zhentian narrowed his eyes and said, since Lin Feng dared to return to the eastern divine lands and killed Dugu Aoqian's only son, I think he's planning to attack the proud heaven-ancient capital. Long Zheng was shocked. If that's the case, Lin Gongzi must have thought about many things. 2 hours later, Lin Feng met with Ouyang Zhentian and Long Zheng. Institute Lord. Lin Feng cupped his fists. When he was in the Azure Dragon Institute, Ouyang Zhentian had taken care of Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng was filled with gratitude towards Ouyang Zhentian. Lin Gongzi. Although Long Zheng was the emperor of the true martial country, he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Lin Feng. He cupped his fists and greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng also cupped his fists in return. Ouyang Zhentian smiled faintly and said, I really didn't expect you to become so powerful in just 5 years. Lin Feng said, after going through so much, I've finally made some small achievements. Ouyang Zhentian asked, do you have a plan for your return? I've already contacted Stone City, Sky Saint City, and Gentleman City. In 1 month, we will attack the proud heaven-ancient capital. A cold killing intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Long Zheng was delighted, but then he said worriedly, if the 3 cities attack the proud heaven-ancient capital, they should be able to break through. However, the proud heaven-ancient capital is able to communicate with gods and has the high celestial sect behind them. I'm afraid this battle will be extremely difficult. If we aren't careful, we will all be wiped out. Lin Feng said, if the high celestial sect dares to interfere with the matters of the 72 prefectures, they will be overstepping their boundaries. The martial spirit palace will deal with them. As for the gods that the proud heaven-ancient capital communicates with, I have a way to deal with them. Ouyang Zhentian and Long Zheng were shocked. Lin Feng had a way to deal with gods. This was truly too shocking. If that was really the case, proud heaven-ancient capital would definitely be defeated. And Lin Feng would definitely soar into the 9 heavens in the future. This was the best opportunity to provide timely assistance. I'll return to Sun Moon City now. When the time comes, the other groups of Sun Moon City will also attack the proud heaven-ancient capital. Lin Feng was delighted. If the 4 cities attacked the proud heaven-ancient capital together, they would have a much better chance of winning. I'll have to trouble you to come, Supreme Prefect. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Ouyang Zhentian cupped his fists and said, I'll see you in the proud heaven-ancient capital in 1 month. After that, Ouyang Zhentian left. Long Zheng said, I'll go and invite the ancestor who's sitting at the life and death threshold to come out and help Sir Lin. Many thanks. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Long Zheng said, Lin Gongzi is a citizen of the true martial country. We should follow Lin Gongzi's lead. Long Zheng quickly left. Lin Feng took some time to meet with the higher-ups of the various groups. Then, he began to arrange the array that enveloped the entire Shangguan clan. Because of Lin Feng's speculation, Dugu Wuji had been killed by him, so the Dugu clan would definitely send experts to kill him. If they didn't come, then so be it. If they came, then they wouldn't be able to return. 3 days later. At night. A man with a black spear on his back walked over from the sky, his eyes cold. We've arrived at the imperial capital of the true martial country. The man's eyes were filled with killing intent. This man was called Dugu Wutian, and he was the commander of the proud heaven-ancient capital's proud heaven legion. He was at the creation realm. His cultivation was unfathomable. Chapter 851. His here, in the courtyard, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He was waiting for the arrival of a strong enemy. It was just as Lin Feng had guessed. There was indeed a strong enemy coming. The enemy's aura was incredibly strong. The enemy's aura was even stronger than Shu Shu's. Shu Shu was at the first heavenly layer of the creation realm. The enemy was probably at the second heavenly layer of the creation realm, or even stronger. However, Lin Feng had set up a great formation and was ready to fight. Boy, where are you? Dugu Wutian walked over. His voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. Heavens! What kind of strong cultivator is he? His aura is 100 times stronger than Dugu Wuji, who was killed before. Someone shouted in horror. His face turned pale with fright. He was really too strong. It was shocking. The people of the major forces of the imperial capital were hiding in their clans, not daring to come out. They knew that there would be a great battle soon. The people of the Shangguan clan were also hiding in a secret room. Only Lin Feng was standing in the courtyard, waiting for Dugu Wutian's arrival. "You're finally here." Lin Feng's eyes were cold. "I'm really surprised that you didn't run away after such a long time." Dugu Wutian's voice was cold. Every step he took caused ripples in the air. Dugu Wutian was too strong. The ripples were caused by the air being unable to withstand Dugu Wutian's power. Dugu Wutian stood above the Shangguan clan's mansion and coldly glanced at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was very cautious and didn't come down directly. "I've set up a formation here and was waiting for you," Lin Feng said coldly. He had directly said that there was a great formation here because it couldn't be hidden from a strong cultivator like Dugu Wutian. Dugu Wutian didn't immediately rush down. He looked pensive. At his level of cultivation, he couldn't be impulsive. He was estimating the power of the formation. "What? You don't dare come down?" Lin Feng sneered. "A creation realm cultivator is only SOSO. I didn't expect you to be so scared." Dugu Wutian sneered and said, "The dignity of a creation realm cultivator cannot be challenged. If you dare to challenge the dignity of a creation realm cultivator, only death awaits you." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Dugu Wutian descended from the sky with a black spear in his hand like a god of war. He brandished his spear and charged at Lin Feng. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard from the void. A thunderous voice rang out. The battle spear was surrounded by lightning. When the spear fell, it was as if it could tear the world apart. The might of the attack made Lin Feng's hair involuntarily stand on end. This person was indeed much stronger than Shu Shu. Whoosh! Lin Feng retreated. Runes interweaved in front of him. Dugu Wu Tian's attack crashed onto the deployment marks, but Lin Feng's deployment marks blocked it. It was a heaven-grade array, and if used well, it could trap and kill a creation realm cultivator. Wu Tian Dugu's attack was blocked by Lin Feng's heaven-grade array. Magnificent army. Lin Feng stood at the center of the array and waved the array flag in his hand to communicate with the heaven-grade array. Heaven-grade arrays were precious, and Lin Feng had only obtained 3 of them from the Spirit Array Caster Guild over the years. They were the 1,000 Transformations Array, the 1,000 Beast Splitting Array, and the Human Emperor Array. Lin Feng had used more than 19,700 precious array materials to set up these 3 arrays. The power of the array did not disappoint Lin Feng. The magnificent army gathered, and the war drums beat. A monstrous torrent rushed forward to crush Wutian Dugu. "Kid, so what if you have a heaven-grade array? Let's see how I break your heaven-grade array." Wutian Dugu sneered. He had great confidence in himself. Wutian Dugu held his spear in his right hand as he faced the army. He suddenly shook the spear in his hand, and endless black light shot up into the sky. The black light condensed into a pitch-black armor that covered Wutian Dugu's body. Wutian Dugu sneered. "Kid, my spear is called the Death Spear. Once it's awakened, it can produce the power of death and reap countless lives." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Wutian Dugu stepped forward with the Death Spear in his hand. Like a demon god, he swept the Death Spear toward the army. Wherever the Death Spear swept, the army was destroyed. Thousands of soldiers and horses were annihilated. Wutian Dugu's attack was too powerful and terrifying. "Break!" He roared and shot out a spear, directly splitting the ground. The core array that Lin Feng had set up was destroyed. The 1,000 Transformations Array was destroyed by Wutian Dugu. How powerful! He actually broke my first heaven-grade array. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly activated the second heaven-grade array and attacked Wutian Dugu. The 10,000 Beasts Array created 10,000 beasts. Dragons, Killins, Phoenixes, Swanni, Hun-Dun, Vermilion birds, White tigers, and so on. Every ferocious beast was a divine beast. Now, the beasts roared and pounced on Wu Tiandugu from all directions. Chaotic divine spear art. Wu Tiandugu shouted coldly and waved the death spear in his hand. One attack after another, he lashed out at the divine beasts that pounced on him. One divine beast after another was sent flying. Their bodies collapsed. Smoke dissipated. Wu Tiandugu looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, if you're contaminated by my death spear, even the creatures created by the array can't condense again. Your heaven-grade array is no threat to me at all." Lin Feng's expression darkened. It was indeed as Wu Tiandugu had said. If the heaven-grade array could continuously condense divine beasts to attack Wu Tiandugu would be constantly exhausted. Under such a situation, Wu Tiandugu wouldn't be able to hold on for long. However, Wu Tiandugu's death spear was too powerful. The death chi merged with the array and destroyed the array's ability to condense divine beasts again. "Break! Break! Break!" Wu Tiandugu shouted coldly. He was like a demon or a god as he swept his spear in all directions. All the divine beasts were killed. They were all killed by Wu Tiandugu's death spear. "I'll break another one of your heaven-grade arrays." Wu Tiandugu sneered. During the battle, he had found the core of the 10,000 beasts splitting the sky formation. He swept his spear. A huge crater appeared, covering an area of more than 10 square meters. The core of the array was destroyed, and Lin Feng's second heaven-grade array was destroyed by Wu Tiandugu. "I found your hiding place." Wu Tiandugu sneered and quickly moved to the left. Wu Tiandugu had completely closed his eyes because there was an illusion array in addition to the 3 heaven-grade arrays. He couldn't see anything in the fog, so he used his ears to determine the direction. Wu Tiandugu passed through the fog. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Lin Feng, who was holding a deployment flag. "Kid, die." Chapter 852. "Little boy, let's see how you'll die." Dugu Wutian sneered, as if he had already defeated Lin Feng. In his opinion, Lin Feng couldn't possibly dodge his spear. Even if Lin Feng didn't die, he would lose half of his life. But when Dugu Wutian's spear pierced through the air, however, a strange scene occurred. His spear pierced through Lin Feng. Lin Feng crumbled. "Oh no, I've been tricked. It's an illusion." Dugu Wutian's expression suddenly changed, and he wanted to retreat. Suddenly, a terrifying blade light slashed towards Wu Tiandugu from his side. Slash. The attack left a deep wound on Dugu Wutian's body. The green mantis Scorpion King was like the most terrifying assassin in the world. It was hidden by an illusion, and its aura was concealed. It attacked Dugu Wutian with a deadly attack. "Ah!" Dugu Wutian roared and whipped the green mantis Scorpion King with his spear. Clang! There was a muffled sound. The green mantis Scorpion King was sent flying by Dugu Wutian. But the green mantis Scorpion King had already broken through to the Zephyr layer, so it didn't suffer Dugu Wutian's attack. The green mantis Scorpion King didn't suffer any serious injuries. The green mantis Scorpion King quickly hid itself. "You raised a Zephyr layer ferocious beast," Dugu Wutian said gloomily. He tried to stop the bleeding. But he found that his wound was beginning to fester. "Oh no, that ferocious beast is extremely poisonous." Dugu Wutian's expression suddenly changed. He quickly took out a few antidotes and swallowed them to suppress the poison in his body, but he found that the poison was too strong. Even the antidotes couldn't completely suppress it. Dugu Wutian hurriedly circulated his magic to suppress the poison in his body. Lin Feng said indifferently, "The green mantis Scorpion King's poison isn't easy to neutralize. It seems like you're going to die today." Boom! Lin Feng activated the third type of formation. The third formation was called the Human Emperor formation. The Human Emperor was rumored to be one of the greatest ancient saint emperors in the history of the human race. He understood the written language and educated the people. He also divided the world into 9 prefectures and sent his 9 younger brothers to these 9 prefectures to govern the 9 prefectures. The Human Emperor, on the other hand, sat in the center and commanded the affairs of the 9 states. Under the rule of the Human Emperor, the power of the human clan expanded rapidly. Back then, the Tianwu continent was one of the 9 continents. If it wasn't for the ancient war that caused the 9 continents to fall apart, the Tianwu continent would still be closely connected to the 9 continents. As for the Renhuang matrix, it was able to conjure the image of the Renhuang. Human emperor arrays were extremely rare among heaven rank arrays. Now that Lin Feng had activated the Renhuang matrix, golden divine light lingered in the void. Amidst the endless golden light, a valiant man wearing an imperial robe appeared. He stood in the void like an ancient god, causing Lin Feng to have the urge to prostrate himself in worship. This was the Renhuang, one of the greatest leaders in the history of the human race. Allegiance of the people. As soon as the human emperor appeared, he stepped forward and raised his hand to strike at Dugu Wutian. When he used the allegiance of the people, Dugu Wutian suddenly realized that his will was being disintegrated. Dugu Wutian trembled, then knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the human emperor. Good opportunity. Kill him, ordered Lin Feng to the insect king. After receiving Lin Feng's order, the green mantis scorpion king rushed towards Dugu Wutian, who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to the human emperor. Ah! Shouted Dugu Wutian. His face was distorted as he shouted, "You want to break my will? You want to make me submit? I, Dugu Wutian, am lawless. Nobody can make me submit." As soon as he said that, a green light appeared in Dugu Wutian's dantian. It was a kind of Tao. It was Dugu Wutian's Tao. His Tao was lawless. He didn't respect the sky above and the earth below. This was what it meant to be lawless. This kind of Tao was extremely terrifying. Wutian Dugu had been suppressed by the human emperor's unity of the people and had been unable to move. Now, however, he had used his own lawless Tao to dissolve the human emperor's suppression. Boom! The green light blasted towards the green mantis scorpion king. Dugu Wutian's lawless Tao slammed into the green mantis scorpion king's body. The green mantis scorpion king was sent flying again. Cracking sounds could be heard. The green mantis scorpion king's carapace cracked. Blood immediately flowed out. What a terrifying Tao! Lin Feng was shocked. Dugu Wutian had established his own Tao, and it could be used to attack. Dugu Wutian's cultivation was enough to crush people like Shu Shu. Lin Feng had also established his own Tao. His Tao was the Tao of supremacy. In all the worlds, he was the only one. This was the Tao of supremacy. However, Lin Feng still couldn't use his Tao to attack others. He could only do that when he broke through to the creation realm. After Dugu Wutian repelled the green mantis scorpion king, he soared into the sky. He was now poisoned by the green mantis scorpion king's poison. Although he had temporarily suppressed the poison, it couldn't dissolve the poison in his body. Dugu Wutian felt threatened. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would probably die here. Therefore, Dugu Wutian was very decisive. He planned to leave first, cure the poison in his body, and then come back to kill Lin Feng. With this experience, Dugu Wutian believed that the next time he attacked, Lin Feng would die without a doubt. However, Lin Feng wouldn't let Dugu Wutian go so easily. This person was too powerful. He was clearly poisoned by the green mantis scorpion king's poison, but he was able to suppress such a potent poison. If he let this person escape, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to kill him when he returned from detoxification. In the void, the human emperor formed a seal with both hands. Human emperor's seal. A huge handprint condensed and blasted toward Dugu Wutian. Dugu Wutian sensed the power of the human emperor's seal. His face suddenly changed, and he waved the war spear of death at the seal. At this moment, the green mantis scorpion king attacked again, its sharp claws grabbing at Dugu Wutian. "You're courting death," Dugu Wutian shouted coldly, his left hand slashing toward the green mantis scorpion king. The power he condensed was called the thunder slash. The power of thunder condensed into a terrifying light that could destroy heaven and earth, and it blasted toward the green mantis scorpion king. The void distorted slightly. Die. At this moment, Lin Feng charged toward Dugu Wutian with the black dragon sword in hand. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Dugu Wutian's right hand was holding the war spear of death to block the attack of the human emperor's shadow, while his left hand was condensing the thunder slash toward the green mantis scorpion king. In the face of Lin Feng's attack, Dugu Wutian couldn't resist. Not good. Dugu Wutian's face turned as pale as paper. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. His sword slash was about to kill Dugu Wutian, but at this moment, a figure in snow-white clothes rushed into the array. It was Ning Hanshuang, a woman as cold as ice. Back then, Ning Hanshuang had chased after Shi Ningming to steal the sacred herb. The dozens of subordinates who had escorted Shi Ningming had died tragically. If Shi Ningming hadn't met Lin Feng, she would have died at Ning Hanshuang's hands. This woman was vicious and merciless. A year ago, Ning Hanshuang and Dugu Shen got engaged, and she was Dugu Shen's fiancée. Lin Feng had killed Dugu Shen. Ning Hanshuang and Lin Feng could be said to have a new enmity with each other, and the two of them would never rest until one of them was dead. Ning Hanshuang took out her Dao artifact, the ice sword, and slashed at Lin Feng. The surrounding void seemed to be frozen. This attack was too sudden, and Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He quickly waved the black dragon sword to slash at the ice sword. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, and Lin Feng was sent flying by the ice sword. The attack of a Dao artifact was too terrifying. His hands, which were holding the black dragon sword, were cracked, and blood immediately flowed out. "Let's join hands and kill him," Ning Hanshuang said coldly. "Haha, great. With Fairy Ning's help, this kid will definitely die today." Dugu Wutian laughed. He blocked the attack of the human emperor's seal and sent the green mantis scorpion king flying. Then, he held the war spear of death and attacked Lin Feng together with Ning Hanshuang. Chapter 853. Dugu Wutian and Ning Hanshuang attacked Lin Feng from the left and right. One wielded the death war spear, while the other wielded the ice sword. Their attacks were unending. However, Lin Feng only laughed in the face of their attacks. Ha 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 ha, Dugu Wutian and Ning Hanshuang frowned, not understanding why Lin Feng was laughing. Ning Hanshuang said coldly, "Are you behaving abnormally because you know that you're about to die?" Lin Feng said, "Ning Hanshuang, do you know why I haven't used my strongest spirit array technique? I was worried that Dugu Wutian wouldn't come alone. If I exposed myself too early, it would be disadvantageous for me. Since you've already appeared, I'll show you the array combination I learned from Moving Mountain Daoist." Moving Mountain Daoist? Dugu Wutian and Ning Hanshuang frowned. They had naturally heard of this lineage. The Moving Mountain Daoist and the dragon-seeking art were ancient inheritances that were on the verge of extinction. "Don't give him a chance. Kill him with all your strength," Dugu Wutian said in a deep voice. His death war spear stabbed out millions of after-images towards Lin Feng. As for Ning Hanshuang, she took out the ice sword and slashed at Dugu Wutian. The ice sword was about to transform the surrounding world into a kingdom of ice. When the two's killing moves arrived, the world seemed to be filled with the sound of death. At this moment, Lin Feng had already begun to use his array combination technique. Dugu Wutian had destroyed the cores of the first array, the Myriad Transformations God-Slaying Array, and the second array, the Myriad Beast-Splitting Sky Array. The cores had been destroyed, but they couldn't be activated. The runes of the two arrays hadn't been destroyed. Of course, Lin Feng had no intention of repairing the cores of the two arrays. What he wanted to do now was to combine the runes of the two arrays with the Human Emperor Array to form a new Human Emperor Array. With the support of the two arrays, the Human Emperor Array would be strengthened. The power of the Human Emperor formation would be greatly enhanced. Lin Feng performed thousands of incantations with both hands. Incantations surged out one after another and turned into twisted formation runes, connecting the Myriad Transformations God-Slaying formation and the Myriad Beast-Splitting Sky formation with the Human Sovereign formation, forming an even more complicated Human Sovereign formation. "Enlighten the people." The majestic voice reverberated through the clouds, and the Renhuang Phantom was surrounded by holy light. With the support of the two heaven-grade arrays, the Human Emperor's Phantom completed a transformation in terms of power level. The power of the three heaven-rank grand arrays was added to the Human Emperor's projection. Behind the shadow of the Human Emperor, there were even 10 divine flames. It was like a divine flame ignited by an ancient god, illuminating the world. Lin Fan struck out with the move, enlightening all people. Dense runes circled around in the void. The human emperor was the greatest ancient saint emperor in the history of mankind. The human emperor, with his golden mouth and jade words, enlightened the people. When the Renhuang opened his mouth, the hearts of the people were united. No one could resist the Renhuang's holy will. The power of evil should be silent. Put down your weapons and retract the evil in your hearts, return to the embrace of the human emperor, and the human emperor will accept you as his descendants. The majestic voice resounded in Ning Hanshuang and Dugu Wutian's ears. The two of them struggled in pain. Unable to resist the human emperor's enlightenment, they revealed a pained expression. Amazing. Truly amazing. As expected of the human emperor. He's forcefully changing their thoughts and crumbling their wills. This is only the human emperor formed by the grand arrays. It's not the human emperor's true unparalleled ability. The human emperor's legacy is probably heaven-defying, right? Lin Feng's heart pounded as he watched. He didn't even dare to step forward. If he was enveloped by the human emperor's power, he would suffer a mental breakdown like Dugu Wutian and Ning Hanshuang. Lawless. Dugu Wutian roared furiously. He was using his own Dao. He wanted to use his Dao to break through the human emperor's suppression. Frigid ice divine kingdom, Ning Hanshuang was also going all out. She knew that if this continued, her mind would be in complete chaos. At that time, she would probably turn into a lunatic. Thus, Ning Hanshuang no longer held back. She unleashed her strongest move. Awaken the bloodline. Ning Hanshuang actually had a special constitution. You. Dugu Wutian cried out in disbelief. He had never expected Ning Hanshuang to have a special constitution. Lin Feng was also shocked. Ning Hanshuang had hidden it too deeply. Back when she had chased after him and Sheningming, she hadn't revealed her special constitution. If Ning Hanshuang had revealed her special constitution back then, he and Sheningming would probably have died at her hands. Ning Hanshuang was a very scheming person. If she hadn't been in a life-or-death situation, she wouldn't have revealed her special constitution. The frigid ice divine kingdom was formed. Ning Hanshuang was in the frigid ice divine kingdom. The frigid ice divine kingdom was resisting the human emperor's power. Human emperor's seal, break. The human emperor's palm descended and slammed down. Rumble. The frigid ice divine kingdom shook violently. Phut! Ning Hanshuang was severely injured. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale. Rise! She shouted and activated the frigid ice divine kingdom. The hazy and illusory frigid ice divine kingdom soared into the sky, broke through the human emperor's power, and rushed out. Lin Feng's eyes darkened slightly. He had actually let Ning Hanshuang escape. He went all out to deal with Dugu Wutian. Previously, he had been dealing with two people, so his power was spread out. Ning Hanshuang had to use all her means to let her escape. But now, she was only dealing with Dugu Wutian alone. It was as difficult as ascending the heavens for Dugu Wutian to escape. Bang bang bang, Dugu Wutian's lawless Dao was shattered. He knelt on the ground with a thud, hugging his head with both hands and screaming miserably. His mind was about to collapse. Lin Feng raised the black dragon sword and prepared to kill Dugu Wutian. At that moment, the demon lord suddenly spoke from within the devil pearl. Soon, you will attack proud heaven ancient capital. It would be a pity to kill this person. I will teach you a grand purification technique. You can forcefully convert him and make him your slave. Forcefully convert him? Make him my slave? Lin Feng trembled. That was too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying divine ability in the world? This is the supreme technique of Tantric Buddhism. I obtained it by accident. Even if you have learned the great purification technique, don't use it in front of others unless you have absolute strength. If the Buddhists find out, they will definitely send people to hunt you down. Even a powerful existence like the Battle Saint Ape was killed by the Buddhists, let alone you. The demon lord said. I know. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. Follow my chant. Pono's Heart Sutra, great overarching heaven, billions of gods and devils, my heart is immortal, western paradise, this is pure land, cross the sea of bitterness, the other shore is eternal. The demon lord began to chant the grand purification technique. Lin Feng followed the demon lord and chanted the grand purification technique. He chanted it 36 times in a row. Lin Feng had the feeling that his body was filled with a strange golden strength. It was the power of purification. He poured the power of purification into Dugu Wutian's body. Ah, what is this? You want to enslave me? No. I won't submit. Dugu Wutian's face twisted as he roared and struggled. He was a creation realm cultivator. How could he be willing to become someone's slave? The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and see the shore. Lin Feng shouted and slapped Dugu Wutian's head. The power of purification poured into Dugu Wutian's soul. Chapter 854. Surrounded by mountains, 3 figures flew over as fast as lightning. They were Lin Feng, the dark green mantis scorpion king, and Dugu Wutian. Slash. Lin Feng waved his black dragon sword and slashed at one of the mountains. 100-meter-long sword light flew out. Pu. The mountain was cut in half and collapsed. Swoosh. Ning Hanshuang flew out, her face cold. Lin Feng, the dark green mantis scorpion king, and Dugu Wutian surrounded Ning Hanshuang. Ning Hanshuang's face was pale. She had been injured by the human empress projection, so she had hidden herself to heal, but Lin Feng had still found her. Dugu Wutian, what's wrong with you? Why are you working with this kid to deal with me? Ning Hanshuang looked at Dugu Wutian coldly. Dugu Wutian said, fortunately, Daoist Lin has enlightened me. Now, I've abandoned the evil in my heart and followed Daoist Lin. I'm willing to convert to Buddhism and do good. You're crazy. Ning Hanshuang looked at Dugu Wutian coldly. Lin Feng looked at Ning Hanshuang and said, you actually have a special constitution. You really hid it from everyone. Although I haven't interacted with you much, I know that you're a cold-hearted and ambitious woman. I don't believe that someone like you would be willing to take care of your husband and children. Your engagement with Dugu Xian really surprised me. Also, I heard that you were the one who proposed this marriage. Do you know why the Upper Gods sect values Dugu Xian so much? Ning Hanshuang asked. Because Dugu Xian's innate talent is great, and he has a special constitution. Lin Feng said. Ning Hanshuang sneered and said, that's because Dugu Xian once accidentally entered the Dao Heaven Secret Realm. Later on, he mastered the method to enter the Dao Heaven Secret Realm. That's why the Upper Gods sect values Dugu Wutian so much. Dao Heaven Secret Realm? One of the 10 great ancient secret realms. Lin Feng gasped. There were 10 great ancient secret realms. For example, Huangfu Qingtian's firmament secret realm was one of them. No wonder you want to enter the Dao Heaven Secret Realm. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Enter the Dao Heaven Mystic Realm? You underestimate me. I want the Dao Heaven Secret Realm. Ning Hanshuang said coldly. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. It's said that a woman's heart is the most poisonous. It seems that this saying is true. Dugu Xian is the only one who knows how to enter the Dao Sky Mystic Realm. If you want to know who the Dao Sky Mystic Realm belongs to, it should belong to Dugu Xian, not you. It seems that you want to kill Dugu Xian and obtain his Dao Sky Mystic Realm. Dugu Xian shouldn't suspect that his fiancée killed him. His heart was as deep as an abyss and as fierce as a scorpion. It should be referring to women like Ning Hanshuang. Ning Hanshuang said coldly, Dao cultivation? What is Dao cultivation? Cultivation is for your own sake. You can use any means necessary. This Ning Hanshuang and Shangguan Fei were 2 completely different types of people. In Shangguan Fei's eyes, Lin Feng was even more important than her own life. Compared to Lin Feng, cultivation was not even worth a mention in her eyes. As for Ning Hanshuang, she was willing to do anything for the sake of cultivation. What feelings? They were not even as thick as a piece of paper. Ning Hanshuang looked at Lin Feng coldly. There was still a year before I went to the Dao Sky Mystic Realm. By then, the Dao Sky Mystic Realm would be mine. I could use it to raise my cultivation level and even become a god in the future. It's all because of you that you killed Dugu Xian. Now, where is the Dao Sky Mystic Realm? Dugu Xian has already taken it to his grave. Ning Hanshuang held the ice sword and charged towards Lin Feng. Chimph, You want to kill me? Are you dreaming? Today, I'll make you my slave. Lin Feng sneered. Attack. Boom. 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 Lin Feng, the Jade Green Mantis Scorpion King, and Dugu Wutian all attacked Ning Hanshuang. Lin Feng held the Black Dragon Sword and slashed the heavens and earth. Dugu Wutian held the Death War Spear and swept it forward. The Jade Green Mantis Scorpion King's sharp claws slashed towards Ning Hanshuang. Its huge scorpion tail also stabbed towards Ning Hanshuang. The three of them surrounded Ning Hanshuang, and she was attacked from both sides. Under the three of them, she was forced to retreat. Ning Hanshuang, when you become my slave, I'll teach you a good lesson. Lin Feng glared at Ning Hanshuang's delicate body. He was very interested in teaching Ning Hanshuang a good lesson. She had a cold personality and a vicious heart. Lin Feng, today, I'll let you know my true strength. At this moment, Ning Hanshuang sneered. As soon as she said that, the divine light in her dantian surged. Ning Hanshuang's body emitted an aura as if an ancient god had awoken. This is. Lin Feng was shocked. Seal. There's a seal in her body. Dugu Wutian's expression changed drastically. He rushed towards Ning Hanshuang and stabbed his Death War Spear towards her. But at that moment, Ning Hanshuang had already broken the seal. In Ning Hanshuang's dantian, the power of law intertwined with each other. She was an expert in the creation realm. Ning Hanshuang was actually an expert in the creation realm. Terrifying. Too terrifying. She had sealed her cultivation. She had deceived everyone. Everyone thought that Ning Hanshuang was only at the peak of the yin-yang realm. But she had already cultivated to the creation realm. This woman had hidden her strength too deeply. If she had entered the Dao Heaven mystic realm with Dugu Xian, with Ning Hanshuang's strength, she wouldn't have needed to sneak an attack on Dugu Xian. She could just break the seal and kill Dugu Xian, then snatch the Dao Heaven mystic realm. I'm at the second level of the creation realm. Today, all of you will die. Ning Hanshuang's voice was cold. Ice divine body, awaken. As soon as Ning Hanshuang said that, her special body began to awaken. She was an expert in the creation realm. And she had a special body constitution. She was too strong. No wonder Ning Hanshuang dared to hide here to recuperate. Lin Feng even suspected that Ning Hanshuang didn't want to leave at all. She was waiting for him to come find her. Catcher, catcher, catcher. Ice began to form in the surrounding void. The area within a dozen miles was surrounded by ice, turning into a sealed world of ice. Lin Feng, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green mantis Scorpion King were trapped inside. Ning Hanshuang obviously wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. This is my frigid ice divine kingdom. I know you have the immortal divine body, one of the 10 great taboo divine bodies, but so what? Your special body constitution is stronger than mine, but your cultivation is only at the yin-yang realm. No matter how strong your body is, your yin-yang realm won't be able to unleash the power of your special body constitution. Today, you are trapped in my frigid ice divine kingdom. No one can save you. Ning Hanshuang's right hand pressed down lightly. Boom. A gigantic palm materialized in the void. It was the frigid ice palm. In the frigid ice divine kingdom, Ning Hanshuang was the ruler. Break her frigid ice palm. Lin Feng shouted. He, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green mantis Scorpion King attacked the incoming frigid ice palm. Bang! The attacks from both sides collided, and it was as though a mighty god was beating a war drum. The sound was deafening. Lin Feng, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green mantis Scorpion King were sent flying by the frigid ice palm. Chapter 855. How is it? Do you know how powerful I am now? Even if the three of you join forces, you'll still die. Ning Hanshuang's voice was cold. However, she was indeed powerful. Ning Hanshuang, who was also at the second heavenly layer of the creation realm, could kill Dugu Wutian, who was at the same level as her, with a single slap. Lin Feng stopped himself in mid-air. His expression was slightly gloomy. He hadn't expected Ning Hanshuang to be so powerful. Daoist Lin, this person is too cruel. It seems like we have to break out of this encirclement. Otherwise, we might die in her hands, Dugu Wutian said. Ning Hanshuang sneered, Break out of this encirclement. You think you can break out of this encirclement after falling into my frigid ice divine kingdom? You must be dreaming. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Hanshuang attacked again. Across the void, she slapped her palm toward Lin Feng and the other two. The frigid ice divine palm was formed. Break! Lin Feng roared and waved the black dragon's sword in his hand, slashing out a sword light that was hundreds of meters long. Dugu Wutian and the green mantis scorpion king also attacked. However, they were once again sent flying by Ning Hanshuang's frigid ice divine palm. Ning Hanshuang said proudly, "In the frigid ice divine kingdom, I am invincible. Why is your special physique so much stronger than Dugu Shen's? It seems like your frigid ice divine physique is much lower than his Dao-severing physique, right?" Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. Ning Hanshuang said, "Today, I'll let you understand. The strength of a special physique is directly related to the bloodline. When the divine blood in the body reaches 10% of the total blood in the body, the special physique can be awakened. However, this level of special physique is the weakest. For example, if your immortal divine blood only takes up 10% of your blood, then your immortal divine physique is the weakest immortal divine physique. If your blood is 100% immortal divine blood, then you have a pureblood immortal divine physique, which is also the strongest immortal divine physique. Therefore, the same physique has different strengths and weaknesses. The more blood you awaken, the stronger you become. Dugu Xian has a Dao-severing physique, but he has only awakened 30% of his bloodline. As for my frigid ice divine physique, I have awakened 80% of my bloodline. Although my frigid ice divine physique is ranked lower than the Dao-severing physique, I have awakened 80% of my blood. My frigid ice divine physique can crush Dugu Xian's Dao-severing physique, which has only awakened 30% of his bloodline. Moreover, I am now in the fortune realm. When I reach the fortune realm, the power of my special physique will be revealed. As for you, I'm afraid you will never know how powerful a special physique in the fortune realm is because you will die at my hands today. You will never have the chance to reach the fortune realm." After saying that, Ning Hanshuang continued to attack Lin Feng, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green mantis scorpion king even more violently. In the frigid ice divine kingdom, numerous ice spears condensed and shot towards them. Ch. Ning Hanshuang, everything in the world has its counter. Although your frigid ice divine physique is powerful, there are ways to counter it. Lin Feng sneered. He waved his right hand and the 4 vicious cauldrons flew out. This was a cauldron forged by 100 human saints. It was a supreme treasure that alchemists dreamed of obtaining. Lin Feng shouted, "Everyone, come in. Let's use the 4 vicious cauldrons to deal with Ning Hanshuang." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After saying that, Lin Feng, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green mantis scorpion king all jumped into the 4 vicious cauldrons. Clang clang clang, the numerous ice spears bombarded the 4 vicious cauldrons and all of them shattered. Inside the 4 vicious cauldrons, Lin Feng, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green mantis scorpion king all activated the 4 vicious cauldrons together. The 4 vicious cauldrons were surrounded by runes. Dao Tai, Hun Dun, Cheong Qi, and Bayan, the 4 great beasts appeared and roared ferociously. The 4 vicious cauldrons carried the ferocious might of the ancient beasts and charged towards Ning Hanshuang. In the void, it was as if there was an ancient divine mountain crushing the firmament as it flew through the sky. Rumble, 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 it shook the heavens. It's useless. No matter what methods or treasures you use, you won't be able to stir up any trouble in my frigid ice divine kingdom. Ning Hanshuang sneered in the face of the 4 vicious cauldrons' attack. "Ice laws!" Ning Hanshuang shouted coldly. Her hands kept changing as she formed hundreds of seals. The seals were sent into the frigid ice divine kingdom. Next, clanging sounds could be heard. Ice chains appeared in the frigid ice divine kingdom. They were the chains of laws. Ning Hanshuang had the frigid ice divine body. She had cultivated to the creation realm and condensed the laws of ice. She fused her laws with the frigid ice divine kingdom and formed the ice chains. The dense chains immediately wrapped around the 4 ferocious cauldron. "Hey, let's see how you'll die." Ning Hanshuang laughed proudly. The chains formed by the ice laws emitted a shocking wave of energy that surged into the 4 vicious cauldrons. Ning Kanzhuang wanted to use the power of the ice chains to forcefully refine Lin Feng, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green mantis scorpion king to death. At that moment, Lin Feng's cold laughter could be heard from the 4 vicious cauldrons. Ning Kanzhuang, it's too early for you to be happy. Today, I'll break your ice laws and frigid ice divine body. As soon as he finished speaking, flames flew out of the 4 vicious cauldrons. There were 2 types of flames. The first type of flame was the purple earth core fire. The purple earth core fire quickly ignited the ice chains. The second type of flame was the black gold incinerating fire. The black gold incinerating fire quickly filled the entire frigid ice divine kingdom and surrounded it. Bang! 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 Under the burning of the 2 types of heavenly flames, the ice chains and frigid ice divine kingdom were about to collapse. If Ning Kanzhuang was facing someone else, she would definitely kill them. But Ning Kanzhuang had trapped Lin Feng. Lin Feng had 2 types of heavenly flames, which directly restrained Ning Kanzhuang's frigid ice divine body. Ah! What kind of flame is this? Ning Kanzhuang screamed in disbelief. Her frigid ice divine body was most afraid of flames. Heavenly flames were the most powerful type of flame. Even getting close to a heavenly flame made Ning Kanzhuang feel as if her body was about to be melted by the heavenly flames, and her magic power would dissipate. Run! Ning Kanzhuang did not even hesitate and ran outside. Roar! Suddenly, the black flame god incinerating fire transformed into a flaming beast and slammed into Ning Kanzhuang's body, sending him flying. At the same time, the purple earth core fire had already destroyed the ice chains. Lin Feng and the other 2 controlled the 4 vicious cauldrons to crash into Ning Kanzhuang. Ning Kanzhuang could not dodge and was hit by the cauldrons. It was as if she had been struck by lightning, and she spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Lin Feng, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green mantis scorpion king flew out. Suppress her for me. Lin Feng sneered and controlled the 4 vicious cauldrons to fly towards Ning Kanzhuang, swallowing her into the cauldrons. How dare you suppress me? Let me out. Ning Kanzhuang wanted to rush out of the cauldrons. Clang! But at this moment, the cauldron's exits were sealed by the top cover. Roar! 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 Dao Tai, Hun Dun, Cheong Qi, and Dao Wu roared continuously. The 4 beasts turned into 4 distorted beast runes and suppressed the 4 corners of the top cover, sealing the cauldrons. Bang! 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 Ning Kanzhuang was constantly bombarding the top of the cauldron. But it was to no avail. The cauldrons were completely sealed. Chapter 856. Banners fluttered in the dark. A total of 50,000 people were riding on strange beasts as they traversed through the void. They were cultivators from Gentleman's City. Lin Feng and Han Zihua were riding a chariot. The army was made up of all the powerful clans in Gentleman's City. We'll reach Ao Tian Ancient City tomorrow at noon, said Han Zihua. All right. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Ao Tian Ancient City was the #1 city in the Eastern Godly Prefecture. It was the ruler of Ao Tian Ancient City, the Dugu clan. They were the most powerful clan in the Eastern Godly Prefecture. Who would dare attack Ao Tian Ancient City in the Eastern Godly Prefecture? But now, Lin Feng was leading an army of 4 cities to attack Ao Tian Ancient City. The gates of Ao Tian Ancient City were wide open, and people were coming and going. It was as lively as ever. A loud rumbling sound came from the horizon, and countless people looked outside. They saw a black mass of troops riding on strange beasts charging over, as if they were celestial soldiers and divine generals. The sound of the war drums reverberated through the clouds. War horns! Someone wants to attack Ao Tian Ancient City? Many people were astonished. Who are they? How dare they attack Ao Tian Ancient City? Do they want to die? Many people were talking. They couldn't believe that someone would dare attack Ao Tian Ancient City. Wasn't that the same as attacking the Dugu clan? The Dugu clan was a powerful clan with many strong cultivators. It wouldn't be easy to attack them. Rumble. Rumble. In another direction, war banners were waving as well, and an army was rushing over. Another great army has arrived. Many people shouted in shock. This was the second large army. Looking at the number of people, it was likely that they were even larger than the first army. Before everyone could calm down, the third army came crushing through the sky. Look, those are people from Heaven Saint City. The leaders of the 5 clans are all here. Those are people from Sun Moon City. Their leader is the city lord, Li Mingdao. Those are people from Stone City. The leaders of the 9 clans are here. When the 200,000 strong cultivators arrived, some people recognized the leaders of the 3 armies. Everyone was puzzled. What was going on? Sky Saint City, Sun Moon City, Stone City. These were all ancient cities in the East County, and now, without any warning, they were leading an army to attack the proud Heaven Ancient capital. Rumble, in the distance, the 4th army was rushing over. Another army. Inside Aotian Ancient capital, countless people were looking outside. Many of them were pale with fright. Many cultivators rushed out of proud Heaven's ancient city and fled, worried that they would be caught in the crossfire and get caught up in the crossfire. The 4th group is from Gentleman's City. The city lord of Gentleman's City, Han Zihua, personally led them. Many people in Aotian ancient capital were scared out of their wits. The armies of the 4 ancient capitals had arrived. In the history of the divine land of the East County, such a large-scale movement had only occurred when they besieged the soul-devouring palace. Close the gates and activate the defensive barriers. Proud Heaven Ancient Capital's general shouted anxiously, "Hurry up and report this to the city lord." Everyone in Aotian Ancient City was panicking. No matter how strong Aotian Ancient City was, it couldn't face the siege of 4 cities. He didn't dare to say that he could resist the masters of the 4 cities. "Your Excellency." Zhong Junhua flew out of Stone City's army and bowed to Lin Feng. Everybody looked at Lin Feng. The 4 ancient capitals had sent their troops because of Lin Feng. Today, Lin Feng, you followed me to attack proud Heaven Ancient capital. I, Lin Feng, will remember your kindness. Lin Feng cupped his fist and bowed. Mr. Lin, you're too polite. Dugu Aotian is arrogant and despotic, and he has never taken us seriously. The Dugu family is even more arrogant and has done many things. Today, we'll follow Mr. Lin to destroy the Dugu family. We'll get rid of the greatest evil in the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Liu Xian, the head of the Stone City's Liu family, hurriedly said with a strong sense of righteousness. He first placed himself on the moral high ground to punish the Dugu family. Leader Liu, you're right. The Dugu clan is ruthless. They've been doing everything they can to expand their influence. They've destroyed all the influential groups and clans who dared resist. Many innocent people have died. Back in the days, the Soul Devourer Temple wasn't as evil. If we can destroy the Dugu clan, we'll be able to restore peace to the Eastern Godly Country, said Wang Donglong, the leader of the Wang clan in Sky Saint City. The high-ranking members of the influential groups were furious. They were all condemning Dugu Aotian. Lin Feng cupped his fist and said, "You're all very righteous. I, Lin Feng, admire you. When we cut off Dugu Aotian's head, peace will return to the Eastern Godly Country. Then, we'll have to work together to protect the peace of the Eastern Godly Country. That's our responsibility," said the high-ranking members of the influential groups hastily. Of course, they were just being polite. The reason why these factions were willing to attack proud Heaven Ancient capital was not because they were doing something righteous. The influential groups only cared about benefits. How could they be righteous? The world of cultivators had always been this cruel. The world was bustling with activity, and everyone was here for profit. The influential groups were willing to follow Lin Feng to attack proud Heaven Ancient capital because they thought highly of Lin Feng's future. Now, the influential groups wanted to take a gamble. They wanted to follow Lin Feng to attack proud Heaven Ancient capital. In the future, if Lin Feng really grew up, he would become a heaven-defying cultivator. They had been following Lin Feng since the beginning, so how could they not benefit from it? Riches and honor had to be sought in the midst of danger. Besides, those influential groups had also heard that Lin Feng had a way to fight against a god. They didn't have any doubts anymore. In this world, there was no friendship without reason, and there was no helping hand without reason. Lin Feng naturally knew why they were following him, but Lin Feng didn't care. All he cared about was that they could help him, and that was enough. Dugu Ao Tian and the high-ranking members of Proud Heaven Ancient Capital arrived on the city walls. What is the meaning of this? You've led an army here. Do you want to fight to the death with Proud Heaven Ancient Capital? The high-ranking members of the allied army sneered when they heard Dugu Ao Tian's threat. Lin Feng stepped forward and looked at Dugu Ao Tian coldly. Dugu Ao Tian, do you still remember me? When Dugu Ao Tian saw Lin Feng, his eyes widened. He knew Lin Feng's true identity, and he also knew that Lin Feng had killed Dugu Shen. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. When he saw Lin Feng, Dugu Ao Tian gnashed his teeth and said, "Little bastard next door, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and extract your soul. I'll send you to purgatory, where you'll suffer endless torment." Lin Feng said coldly, "Dugu Shen acted so domineering in front of me in the past, but I killed him. As expected of an axe, you're jackals of the same lair." Dugu Ao Tian gnashed his teeth and laughed savagely. "Little bastard, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces." Lin Feng sneered and shouted, "Everyone in Proud Heaven Ancient Capital, listen up. The allied army of the 4 cities is here to destroy the Dugu clan. If you don't want to die, stay in your homes and don't come out. If anyone dares to join forces with the Dugu clan, then when the city falls, your family or organization will be slaughtered by the allied army. Attack." The order to attack the city was given. Rumble. The ground shook violently. Enormous ballistas were pushed out of the city. Every ballista required 3,000 people to push, and the giant ballista required 500 people to pull it open. It was said that once the ballistas were fired, even beasts like Bai En and Cheong Chi would be killed. Over 1,000 ballistas were being pushed toward Proud Heaven's ancient capital by countless cultivators. Fire! 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 Shouts shook the sky. Whoosh! 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 Each arrow was 300 meters long and 60 meters in diameter. They were covered in twisted runes. Bang! 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 One arrow after another bombarded the defensive formation that enveloped Aotian ancient capital. Chapter 857. Crack! 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 After 3 days and 3 nights of attacks from the 250,000 soldiers, the spell formation covering Proud Heaven's ancient capital was finally destroyed. Lin Feng shouted, "Don't panic! Don't panic! Form a small formation with 1,000 people and a large formation with 10,000 people. Cooperate." Battles between cultivators were all about magic treasures and divine abilities. Therefore, once they started fighting, it would be a chaotic battle. Strong cultivators could easily kill a lot of people. This was very different from the armies of the mortal world. The armies of the mortal world didn't have high enough cultivation, so they liked to form formations. Lin Feng had joined the army of Zhun Wu to fight against the invasion of the beasts. He knew a lot about formations. He quickly gave orders to the leaders of the 4 cities and had them set up formations. Long snake formation. 2 dragons emerging from water formation. 3 talents of heaven and earth formation. 4 gates formation. 5 tigers formation. 6 sting 6 armor formation. 7 stars formation. 8 gates formation. 9 words formation. 10 sides ambush formation. Although these large formations were used by the armies of the secular world in war, they were still very powerful. However, they could still be very useful in a battle between cultivators. Cultivators were much stronger than ordinary soldiers of the mortal world. Cultivators were undisciplined and unrestrained, so they fought for themselves in a chaotic battle. They didn't cooperate and often suffered heavy casualties. Once they formed a large formation, they would be invincible. Under the command of the upper echelons of the 4 ancient cities, all the cultivators gathered into all kinds of military formations. Boom! Boom! The cultivators of the 4 cities attacked Proud Heaven Ancient Capital from all directions. "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." Dugu Aotian's cold voice came from Proud Heaven Ancient Capital. Apart from the Dugu clan, There were also 10 great clans in proud heaven ancient capital. They were all ancient clans, and they were also involved in this battle. Kill them. Battle cries could be heard from all directions as cultivators surrounded and attacked the allied army of the 4 cities that had invaded proud heaven ancient capital. These people were waiting for the enemy to arrive and had the advantage. They had thought that they could single-handedly slaughter the army of the 4 cities. But when they started fighting, they were shocked to find that they were wrong. The allied forces of the 4 cities were arranged in various formations in an orderly manner. A small square formation had 1,000 people, and 10 small square formations formed a large square formation with 10,000 people. There was a total of 25 large square formations. During the battle, the various square formations complemented each other. He was simply invincible. Puff, puff, puff. The coalition forces of the 4 cities began to harvest lives. Countless cultivators were killed by the allied forces of the 4 cities. Ha ha ha. I didn't think that a battle between cultivators could be fought in such a way. That's a deployment spell from the ordinary world. I hadn't thought that deployment spells from the ordinary world would be so powerful. On the side of the coalition forces of the 4 cities, countless people were excited. Originally, many people thought that this battle would be extremely difficult. The casualties were disastrous. Many of them even came with the determination to die. But he didn't expect the result to be like this. Surprisingly, it was the cultivators from proud heaven ancient capital. The cultivators of the proud heaven ancient capital were even stronger than the cultivators of the 4-city alliance. Moreover, the allied forces of the 4 cities had traveled a long way and attacked the city continuously for 3 days. They had consumed a lot of resources. Proud heaven ancient capital's cultivators, on the other hand, were waiting patiently. No matter how one looked at it, the cultivators of the proud heaven ancient capital should have had the upper hand in this battle. The reason for this was that the cultivators of the proud heaven ancient capital were too scattered. They still thought that a battle between cultivators was a chaotic battle, which led to their defeat. Of course, the cultivators of the 4 cities also knew this. This time, the cultivators of the 4 cities had obeyed the orders of Lin Feng and formed a deployment spell because the higher-ups of the 4 cities had obeyed his orders. There had been no infighting. If Dugu Aotian had asked the cultivators of the proud heaven ancient capital to form a deployment spell, it would have been impossible. The clans of the proud heaven ancient capital had many tricks up their sleeves. If they weren't united, how could they fight as one? Perhaps this was the so-called human heart. When people were united, their sharpness could cut through metal. Your Excellency, the cultivators of the proud heaven ancient capital are retreating. I'm afraid they won't be able to last much longer. The higher-ups of the 10 clans of the proud heaven ancient capital came to Dugu Aotian's side with sad faces. It's a military deployment spell. How did that little bastard of the Lin clan get the cultivators of the 4 cities to work together? Dugu Aotian's face was gloomy. He was very knowledgeable and could naturally see the deployment spell of the 4 cities at a glance. It was a military deployment spell used by the armies of the mortal world. The armies of the mortal world had strict military discipline, and the soldiers followed the rules of the army. Therefore, they could form a military deployment spell with a single order. In the past, Dugu Aotian had personally gone to the mortal world to observe military deployment spells. After he came back, he tried to practice them, but the results were very poor. Therefore, Dugu Aotian simply gave up. But now, Lin Feng and the allied army of the 4 cities were united. Everyone had the same goal, which was to form a deployment spell and kill the cultivators of the proud heaven ancient capital. Dugu Aotian's face was very unsightly. You guys stop the allied army of the 4 cities. I'll go and ask the gods to help. When the gods arrive, the allied army of the 4 cities will all die. Dugu Aotian said. The eyes of the higher-ups of the 10 clans suddenly lit up. If the gods attacked, the allied army of the 4 cities would only have 250,000 people. Even if they had 250,000 people, they would still be defeated. Cultivators of the proud heaven ancient capital, listen up. The city lord has already asked the gods to help. Everyone, stop the allied army of the 4 cities. Once the gods arrive, the allied army will be destroyed, shouted the higher-ups of the 10 clans. The morale of the cultivators of the proud heaven-ancient capital rose. The battle between the two sides became even more intense. In the depths of the Dugu clan's mansion, the members of the Dugu clan had already set up an altar. There was a small bronze person on the altar. Dugu Autien and the members of the Dugu clan kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Dugu Autien prayed, "Great God, the son of Lin Batian is leading an army to besiege proud heaven-ancient city. Please come and capture the son of the sinner Lin Batian." The bronze dwarf suddenly opened its eyes and said in a loud voice, "Lin Baitian's son? Is it true?" "It's absolutely true," said Dugu Autien hurriedly. The bronze person smiled ferociously, "A descendant of the sinner's blood. It's a direct descendant of the sinner's blood." "Excellent." Crack. As soon as it finished speaking, the bronze person immediately shattered. At the same time, in the sky, an endless amount of golden light poured out. The golden light seemed to connect to a mysterious world. Boom. A moment later, a man wearing a divine robe stepped out. The man was surrounded by an endless amount of divine light. Behind him, the image of the gods and Buddhas of the heavens appeared. After he appeared, the void distorted and the great Tao trembled. Countless people looked up to the sky at the man shrouded in divine light. God. It's really a god. A god has arrived. Countless people shouted in shock. Thump, thump. The cultivators of the proud heaven-ancient capital and the allied army of the 4 cities couldn't help but kneel on the ground and worship the god. The rumors are true. The Dugu clan can communicate with gods. A god has arrived. Are we going to die? Countless people from the allied army of the 4 cities looked up at the god in the sky with pale faces. Many of them were filled with fear and despair. It was a god. Chapter 858. The higher-ups of the 4-city alliance looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had said that he had a way to deal with God. Now that God had appeared, everyone was worried. After all, how could God be so easy to deal with? Therefore, the higher-ups of the 4-city alliance were pale with fear. They didn't have much confidence in Lin Feng's ability to deal with God. But now, all their hopes were pinned on Lin Feng. They could only hope that everything Lin Feng had said was true. "Are you a descendant of the sinner's blood?" God looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. The calamity that befell the Lin family must have something to do with this so-called God in front of him, or the power behind him, right? "Who are you?" Lin Feng's voice was filled with killing intent. "A descendant of the sinner's blood has no right to know who I am. I couldn't capture your father, so I can capture you and force your father to show himself. It's the same." God's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed Lin Feng. The gigantic hand blotted out the sky as it came grabbing down. In that instant, everyone felt as if the world was about to freeze. No one could move at all. Even his mind was about to stop working. That was the terrifying thing about God. When God attacked, he could imprison the world. In front of God, any living thing was as weak as an ant. It was impossible to fight against God. "Demon Lord," Lin Feng transmitted his voice. Buzz. The demon orb vibrated violently. Swoosh. Demonic chi covered the sky. The demon lord was enveloped in demonic chi. He stepped forward in the air and threw a punch at God. Bang. The demon lord and God collided. He dissolved God's attack, but God was forced back 3 steps by the demon lord's punch. "Quick, look. What's happening? What's that demonic chi in the sky? What a terrifying bestial chi. It seems like there's something in the bestial chi, but I can't see what it is." That clump of demonic energy came from Lin Gong's body. Could it be a supreme treasure? Countless people of the coalition forces of the 4 cities shouted excitedly, although they didn't know what was inside the demonic chi. However, the demonic aura had forced the god back. That was a high and mighty god that looked down on all living beings. He was actually pushed back by a ball of demonic chi. It was too unbelievable. That ball of demonic chi definitely hid a shocking secret. Lin Gongzi said that he had a way to deal with the gods. So it's true, I knew Lin Gongzi was born to be an emperor, he wouldn't die so young. Just as I guessed, that bestial qi might be a godly weapon from the ancient times. Lin Gongzi is so young. Not only is his cultivation high, but he's also a heaven-level array master. He must have had some heaven-defying luck, so I'm not surprised that he has an immemorial mystical armament. The high-level officials of the four-city coalition army were talking about it. What are you? You look like a human, but not a human. You look like a demon, but not a demon. Are you really the weapon spirit of a godly weapon? The god looked coldly at the demon lord. The demon lord said, you can think of it that way, or you can think of me as something else. I've appeared today to devour you. What a joke. The weapon spirit of a weapon wants to devour a god. The god sneered disdainfully. The demon lord said coldly, you're just a clone of the god. How dare you be so arrogant? Today, I'll kill you and devour your divine essence. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon lord charged at the god with boundless demonic qi. The god's eyes were cold. This clone already has the power of a primary god. Dealing with a mere weapon spirit like you is as easy as crushing an ant. The god also charged at the demon lord. God descends to the heavens. The god attacked, and boundless divine light surged in the sky. Images of gods appeared in the divine light. The divine light was like the Milky Way, and it pressed down on the demon lord. Space-time reversal. The demon lord attacked with a peerless divine ability as well. The divine light that had formed the images of gods shattered. Bang! The god and the demon lord collided, and everyone felt the world shake. This was a battle between gods. They could destroy the world with a snap of their fingers. What kind of terrifying godly weapon does Lin Gongzi have? The weapon spirit of a godly weapon can fight against a god. It's too powerful. Lin Gongzi must have paid a great price to get the weapon spirit of an immemorial mystical weapon to help him. Indeed, the implement spirit of an immemorial godly weapon has its own consciousness. It won't do anything carelessly. I don't know what kind of price Mr. Lin paid to get the implement spirit of an immemorial godly weapon to help. But if you can kill a god, it's worth it. The higher-ups of the Allied army were all discussing the situation. They thought that the demon lord was the weapon spirit of an immemorial mystical weapon. But Lin Feng knew that the demon lord wasn't the weapon spirit of the demon orb. Before, the demon lord had let slip that he was one of the big shots of the undying world in the ancient times. As for why the demon lord had appeared in the demon orb, Lin Feng didn't know because the demon lord had never mentioned it. In the sky, the demon lord and the god were fighting, and all kinds of powerful divine abilities were displayed. The battle between the two was very fierce. Dugu Aotian shouted, it's very difficult to revive an immemorial mystical armament spirit. Normally, if you want to revive an immemorial mystical armament spirit, you'll have to pay a huge price. That bastard from the Lin family must have used some unknown method to revive the immemorial mystical armament spirit. As long as that bastard dies, the immemorial mystical armament spirit will fall silent, and the immemorial mystical armament will become an ownerless item. At that time, the immemorial mystical armament will be ours. Come with me, kill that bastard from the Lin family. Kill that little bastard from the Lin clan, shouted the strong cultivators of Aotian ancient capital under Dugu Aotian's command. They rushed towards Lin Feng. Dugu Aotian, I'm going to kill you today, said Lin Feng icily. He raised his black dragon sword and threw himself at Dugu Aotian. Let's go together. The higher-ups of the Allied army rose up in the air and followed Lin Feng to attack the strong cultivators of Aotian ancient capital. Below them, the cultivators of the Allied army also rushed towards the cultivators of Aotian ancient capital. Up in the sky, the demon lord and the god were fighting. In the sky, the strongest cultivators of Aotian ancient capital were fighting against the strongest cultivators of the Allied army. In the cities, the Allied army was fighting against the ordinary cultivators of Aotian ancient capital. It was an all-out war. Boom. In the sky, Lin Feng and the strong cultivators of the Allied army were fighting against the strong cultivators of Aotian ancient capital. Blood splashed everywhere, and from time to time, strong cultivators were killed and their corpses fell down. Die, boy! Shouted Dugu Aotian, holding a huge blood-red axe. He descended from the sky and swung it towards Lin Feng. It was as if he could split a mountain. Chapter 859. Danger. Lin Feng was surprised and moved backwards, but Dugu Aotian's attack had locked onto him. He couldn't escape. The situation was extremely dangerous. Suddenly, behind Dugu Aotian, Dugu Wutian stabbed his death war spear at Dugu Aotian. Dugu Aotian felt the cold light behind him and didn't dare to continue attacking Lin Feng. With a flip of his hand, he swept the axe behind him. Clang! The blood-red axe and the death war spear collided. It was like a collision of divine weapons. Thump, thump, thump. Dugu Wutian was pushed back a dozen steps by Dugu Aotian's attack. As the strongest person in Aotian ancient capital, Dugu Aotian was at least at the 4th or 5th level of the creation realm. When he saw that the person who attacked was Dugu Wutian, Dugu Aotian roared angrily, "Dugu Wutian, you actually betrayed me." Dugu Aotian's eyes were filled with killing intent, but he still couldn't believe that Dugu Wutian would betray him. "Wutian, what's wrong with you? You actually joined forces with the little bastard of the Lin family to deal with the Lord." In another direction, a cultivator called Dugu Zuntian shouted angrily. Dugu Wutian and Dugu Zuntian were originally slaves who had raised horses for Dugu Aotian. Later, the two of them had accidentally consumed the dragon heartgrass, and their bodies had been changed by the dragon heartgrass, gradually revealing their talents. When Dugu Aotian saw that the two slaves were so talented, he gave them the surname of the Dugu clan and the names Wutian and Zuntian respectively. Then, he let them join the Proud Heavens Legion and climb up step by step to their current positions. One of them was the Legion commander of the Proud Heavens Legion, while the other was the Vice Legion commander. Their current achievements naturally couldn't be separated from Dugu Aotian's nurturing. Therefore, they had always been very loyal to Dugu Aotian. Even if Dugu Aotian asked them to do something as heartless as exterminating a human race, they would do it without hesitation. Dugu Wutian said, "Zuntian, how many outrageous things have we done for Dugu Aotian all these years? Ask yourself honestly, don't you feel guilty in your heart? If you put down the butcher's knife now, you still have a chance to turn back. If you continue to be stubborn, sooner or later you will be sent to the 18th level of hell and never be able to live again. I think you've lost your mind." Dugu Chaotian rushed towards Dugu Wutian with a dragon-head broadsword in his hand. He sneered and said, "You dared to betray Master. Today, I will cut off your head on behalf of Master. You can only atone for your sins with death. Let's kill Dugu Zuntian together." Han Zihua shouted in a deep voice, leading the experts of Gentleman City to besiege Dugu Zuntian. They appeared to be very careful because even Han Zihua had yet to break through to the creation realm. Therefore, these people besieged Dugu Zuntian, who was at the creation realm. They relied on their absolute advantage in numbers and Dharma treasures to suppress Dugu Zuntian. Slash, in the void, Lin Feng slashed out a 300-meter-long sword light, directly slashing towards Dugu Aotian. "Brat, with your cultivation level, you want to fight me? You're overestimating yourself." Dugu Aotian was incomparably arrogant. The blood-colored axe in his hand suddenly shook. Blood light flew out, instantly breaking Lin Feng's attack. Dugu Aotian is at the 5th celestial layer of the creation realm. He's too strong. We have to be smart, otherwise we'll definitely die at his hands. Dugu Wutian transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Dugu Aotian was indeed very strong. His cultivation level was way higher than theirs. Blood-colored axe destroys the world. Dugu Aotian attacked in a domineering manner. A gigantic axe light appeared in the void and shot towards Lin Feng and Dugu Wutian. Dugu Aotian, who was standing in the void, looked like Pan Ji-yu had come back to life. This move of his really had a hint of an axe that could shatter an entire world. Clang! Lin Feng and Dugu Wutian brandished their weapons to block, but they were blown away. The two of them flew a few thousand meters away, and blood flowed out of their orifices. Dugu Aotian's attack was ridiculously strong. "Let's end this. Give me your head." Dugu Aotian's voice was indifferent. He didn't stop. The instant he repelled Lin Feng, He rushed towards Lin Feng again. Dugu Aotian waved his blood-red axe. He slashed towards Lin Feng. Blood God's axe. When the axe slashed out, a mysterious existence wearing a blood-red robe appeared above Lin Feng. It was a god. A blood god. This was a powerful divine ability that manifested a blood god. When the blood god attacked, it could split heaven and earth. The blood god wielded his axe and slashed down with all his might, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Oh no, Lin Gongzi is in danger. In countless directions, the cultivators of the Four Cities Alliance army saw the scene in the void, and their faces turned pale. In the sky above, the battle between the demon lord and the god was getting more and more intense. Demonic chi swept across heaven and earth. Divine light surged in the void. Every time the demon lord and the god collided, the void would shatter. Endless darkness could even be seen in the shattered void, which was connected to the starry sky outside. The shattered void was being reconstructed amidst the shattering. The demon lord and the god's attacks were getting more and more violent. God refinement. The god attacked, and a furnace swallowed the demon lord in an instant. The furnace burned fiercely. The god wanted to refine the demon lord to death. Heaven and earth primordial slash. The demon lord, who was trapped in the furnace, shouted coldly. He tore the furnace apart, turned into a chaotic light, and attacked the god. Galaxy reversal. The god continued to attack, and with a wave of his hand, a galaxy world appeared in the sky. The stars in the galaxy world all smashed towards the demon lord. It was a doomsday scene. Doomsday battle song. The demon lord transformed into his original body and walked in the void. In the apocalypse, my will is unyielding. I would rather die than surrender. I know that there are mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and that there is only a slim chance of survival. But even if I die, I have no regrets. The demon lord sang the sonorous and powerful doomsday battle song. The endless stars that smashed down from the galaxy reversal were shattered by the doomsday battle song. This doomsday battle song was an abnormally terrifying divine ability. What a powerful weapon spirit. Today, I will let you die without a grave. God's punishment. The god seemed to be angry, and with a roar, he gathered the power of billions of heavenly tribulations in his hands. It was rumored that only the supreme heavenly path could control the power of heavenly tribulations. Even the god couldn't control this kind of power. But the god in front of him was able to use the power of heavenly tribulations. To be able to use the power of heavenly tribulations, other than the ethereal heavenly path, only the people from that place. The demon lord's expression suddenly changed. You know too much. All the more you should die. The god laughed coldly. On behalf of the heavenly path, I punish you. You will fall into the endless purgatory, become an undead, and sink for billions of years. You will be tortured by the flames of purgatory for all eternity. God's punishment, descend. As soon as the god finished speaking, the dense power of heavenly tribulations rushed towards the demon lord. The demon lord's expression was uncertain. You are the most sinful of all. You think that you are superior and can control the life and death of all living things, but all life should be equal. Today, I will let you have a taste of my 9 slashes of the demon god. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon lord soared into the sky. The demon lord turned into a stream of demon energy. Chapter 860. Blood God's Axe, Fall of Gods and Demons. This attack enveloped Lin Feng, causing him to feel the smell of death. This feeling was too terrible. The aura of death enveloped his entire body, and Lin Feng felt that his body was unable to move. Heaven punishing fighting will. Lin Feng roared. The battle intent in his body surged out like a sea. He used the heaven-punishing fighting will to dissolve the pressure of the blood god's shadow. Axe shattering the heavens. Lin Feng roared, and an axe light condensed in the air and blasted out. When the heaven-punishing fighting will and the axe shattering the heavens were used together, their power multiplied. This was because Xing Tian was known as the #1 war god of the ancient era and was incomparably domineering, and Lin Feng's axe light attack was also a domineering type of attack. Thus, they complemented each other. Clang, clang. The two attacks collided. Waves of destructive power swept out from the center of the collision. Lin Feng was sent flying over 10,000 meters, his entire body dripping with blood, while Dugu Aoqian was also forced to retreat. However, Dugu Aoqian was too powerful, he was not injured, and continued to charge towards Lin Feng. Brat, die! Dugu Aoqian chopped down with his axe again. Lin Feng didn't even have time to take a breather. Lin Feng didn't even have time to breathe. Come out! Lin Feng's eyes were cold as he quickly opened the beast slave bag. The swarm of insects immediately flew out. Under the lead of the dark green mantis Scorpion King, the poisonous insects that blotted out the sky pounced towards Dugu Aoqian. The dark green mantis Scorpion King hid within the swarm of insects and lurked towards Dugu Aoqian. Damn it! Seeing the swarm of insects pouncing towards him, Dugu Aoqian couldn't help but curse. Originally, he was about to kill Lin Feng, but now that such a change had occurred, he was naturally extremely depressed. Axe sweeping 8 directions. Dugu Aoqian shouted coldly as the blood-red axe in his hand swept out. Shua! Suddenly, the dense axe light condensed into a huge net that swept towards the surroundings. When the swarm of insects pounced over, countless poisonous insects were killed by the huge net formed by the axe light. However, there were too many poisonous bugs, covering the sky and earth. Therefore, there were still poisonous insects that broke through Dugu Aoqian's defense. Crunch! The poisonous bug bit Dugu Aoqian's body. Dugu Aoqian groaned, so it's poisonous, but it's useless against me. Instead, it can make me even more powerful. Dugu Aoqian's body absorbed the poison of the poisonous insects. The poison stimulated his body, causing Dugu Aoqian's fighting strength to become even more berserk. So perverted, Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Dugu Aoqian's strength was completely beyond his imagination. If this continued, even if millions of insects died, they probably wouldn't be able to cause any harm to Dugu Aoqian. I still have bronze fragments that I can use. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and decided to use this treasure. This was a fragment of a Saint Emperor artifact. It was extremely powerful, but it consumed too much energy. In the past, when Lin Feng's cultivation was low, the energy in his body would be instantly sucked dry when he activated the bronze fragment, causing him to fall into a weakened state. Now, his cultivation base had increased. However, when he activated the bronze fragment, most of his energy would be sucked away, causing his fighting strength to plummet. Therefore, Lin Feng wouldn't use the bronze fragment unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, the situation was critical. It was time for him to use the bronze fragment. Let's break through Dugu Aoqian's net of axes. Lin Feng looked at Dugu Wutian. Dugu Wutian nodded. He and Lin Feng attacked together. 3 death spears. Dugu Wutian roared as he thrust out his spear 3 times in a row. Layers of spear lights flashed. The 3 spears merged into one. Then, he stabbed forward fiercely. Black Dragon Sword, slash! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He fused his sword energy with the cosmic sword formula into his Black Dragon Sword and used his most powerful sword attack. You're overestimating yourself. Die. When he saw Lin Feng and Dugu Wutian attacking him, Dugu Aoqian didn't show any fear. Instead, he sneered and swept his huge axe, causing a violent explosion. He was at the 5th stratum of the creation realm. Clang, 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 clang. Axe lights, spear lights, and sword chi intertwined and collided. Dugu Aoqian was too strong. He had broken through Lin Feng and Dugu Wutian's attacks. Then, the axe lights swept again. Slash. Lin Feng and Dugu Wutian were severely injured. They were almost cut in half at the waist. Blood spilled everywhere. Ha ha ha. You're too weak. You can't even withstand a single attack from me. Dugu Aoqian was extremely arrogant. He swept his blood-red axe in all directions, killing countless poisonous insects. Then, he jumped out and chopped at Lin Feng and Dugu Wutian with his axe. He wanted to kill them both with his axe. I'm dead. Dugu Wutian shouted sadly. Oh no. The cultivators of the Alliance of the 4 Cities changed their expressions. If Lin Feng died, the Alliance of the 4 Cities would collapse. If that happened, the allied forces of the 4 cities would be defeated, and all the clans involved in this war would be exterminated by Ao Tien ancient capital. That boy is going to die. Dugu Wutian, that traitor, is going to die too. The cultivators of Ao Tien ancient city were excited. Seeing that Lin Feng and Dugu Wutian were about to be killed, suddenly, there was a flash of light. A Cheong Qi flew out. It was a clone of the ancient divine emperor. It was a clone that Lin Feng had refined. He hadn't used the Cheong Qi clone because he had been waiting for this moment. Dugu Aotien's attack was so powerful that the Cheong Qi clone was almost cut in half by Dugu Aotien. However, the Cheong Qi clone blocked the fatal attack for Lin Feng and Dugu Wutian. Whoosh! A green light shot out like a bolt of lightning. Lin Feng used all his dharmic powers to take out the bronze fragment. What's that? Dugu Aotien's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but he was too close to Lin Feng. They were only 5 meters apart. At such a close distance, Dugu Aotien had no time to dodge. With a poochie sound, the bronze shard pierced through Dugu Aotien's chest. Dugu Aotien let out a blood-curdling scream as his body flew back. The blood-red axe-light net that enveloped him immediately dissipated. A dense swarm of poisonous insects rushed forward, and a large amount of poison entered Dugu Aotien's body. The dark green mantis scorpion king's sharp claws directly pierced through Dugu Aotien's chest. Die! Dugu Wutian jumped up and stabbed with his death war spear. With a slash, the spear pierced Dugu Aotien's dantian. Ah! Dugu Aotien screamed. His dantian was destroyed, and his cultivation was gone. Lin Feng used his immortal body to recover with difficulty. He flew over and grabbed Dugu Aotien. Ha ha ha, Dugu Aotien is crippled. Kill all the cultivators of Ao Tien ancient city. Leave none alive. Lin Feng shouted. Kill him. The cultivators of Death City were excited. They had thought that Lin Feng was going to die. They hadn't thought that Dugu Aotien would be the one to be crippled. The morale of the allied army of the 4 cities was greatly boosted. The city lord is crippled. Hurry up and run. The cultivators of Ao Tien ancient city screamed in fear and fled in all directions. The allied army of the 4 cities slaughtered the cultivators of Ao Tien ancient city. Very quickly, rivers of blood flowed in Ao Tien ancient city. Boom, in the sky, the demon lord used the 9 slashes of the demon god and clashed with the god. A terrifying shockwave spread out and smashed towards the ground. Hurry up and run, shouted Lin Feng. His expression changed drastically, and he flew away. Countless people tried to run away. Bang! The shockwaves of the battle between the demon lord and the god destroyed half of Ao Tien ancient city. Countless people died tragically. Chapter 861. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Feng gasped for breath. He had almost been cut in half at the waist. Thanks to his immortal divine body, he was slowly recovering. Take this. Lin Feng threw a precious 10,000-year-old spirit herb to Dugu Wutian. Dugu Wutian had contributed greatly to this battle. Thank you, fellow Lin. Dugu Wutian quickly swallowed the 10,000-year-old spirit herb. Under the treatment of the 10,000-year-old spirit herb, Dugu Wutian's face regained some color. Dugu Wutian, you traitor! You crippled my dantian. Dugu Aotien roared, his face distorted. Dugu Wutian said expressionlessly, Dugu Aotien, you evil thief. For your own selfish desires, you eradicated a total of 172 forces and killed 35 million innocent people. I was your accomplice back then, and I felt uneasy every day. I was ashamed to face those who died tragically. My life was worse than death. After fellow Lin enlightened me, I abandoned the darkness and joined the light. Today, I destroyed you for the good of the world. If there is another chance like this, I will still destroy you without hesitation. Hearing Dugu Wutian's words, Dugu Aotien was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng looked at Dugu Aotien indifferently. A just cause enjoys abundant support, an unjust cause finds little support. Dugu Wutian, keep an eye on him. Don't let him die. After the battle, I have something to ask him. Lin Feng threw Dugu Aotien to Dugu Wutian. Then, He ordered the dark green mantis scorpion king to help Han Zihua and the others kill Dugu Zuntian. After the dark green mantis scorpion king received the order, it led the insect swarm to attack. Lin Feng used his indestructible godly body to heal himself. His injuries were too severe, and he couldn't fight anymore. In the sky, the demon lord and god clashed and gathered power again. Boom! The demon lord and god attacked again. 9 slashes of the demon god. The second slash. The void shattered. Divine punishment, second slash, 9 heavens divine tribulation. Bang! Once again, the attacks from both sides collided fiercely. A battle between gods was not something that mortals could imagine. Around the demon lord and god, the illusions were collapsing and reforming. They charged at each other, fighting until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The 9 slashes of the demon god versus the god's punishment. Both sides fought fiercely. The god's body was pierced through and blood flowed out. The demon lord's origin power was obliterated, and his body became illusory. Both the demon lord and god received varying degrees of damage. Haha, it seems like you won't be able to hold on for much longer without a physical body. Deity sneered. His killing intent soared to the sky. He became more and more confident about this battle. He could feel the demon lord's power weakening. If we were in the ancient immemorial era, I could crush someone like you with one hand. The demon lord's voice was cold. This isn't the immemorial era. Deity's voice was indifferent. He attacked again, wanting to defeat the demon lord as quickly as possible. The demon lord coldly glanced at Lin Feng's Dantian. You're still hibernating. Don't you want your god's origin power anymore? As soon as the demon lord finished speaking, the void around him began to distort. The demonic orb and Shenming demonic book flew out, lingering in the black fog. Lin Feng was shocked. It seemed that the demon lord was only temporarily residing in the demonic orb. The demonic orb also seemed to have its own spirit. Otherwise, why would it fly out on its own? The Shenming demonic book had always been very strange. Lin Feng was not surprised that it flew out. Boom! Up in the sky, divine light surged. Demonic chi churned, and demonic chi covered the sky. No one could clearly see the battle in the sky. The battle was too intense, so everyone was far away from it. Even Lin Feng couldn't see clearly what had happened during that great battle. My strength is limited, so I can't participate in the battle of gods. But since the demon lord, the demonic orb, and the Shenming demonic book have all attacked, I'm guessing that they have a way to kill deity. These guys won't attack for no reason. They want to divide up deity's origin power. I have to find an opportunity to devour deity's origin power. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. The demonic orb and the Shenming demonic book. Weren't those 2 treasures destroyed in the immemorial era? Why did they appear? Deity shouted in disbelief. He then looked at Lin Feng. It's that kid. Not only does he have sinner's blood, but he also has an even more terrifying bloodline power. What kind of bloodline power can surpass sinner's blood? Could it be that race? Deity suddenly shouted in disbelief. He thought of that legendary race. Breaking through the undying world, overturning the Chaos Tower, slaughtering the 9 layers of heaven, overturning the 18 layers of hell. Only that race had such a terrifying bloodline. Boom! The demon lord didn't say a word. While deity was still in shock, he rushed forward. At the same time, the Shenming demonic book and the demonic orb flew out. Together, they surrounded deity. Chains appeared from the demonic orb and wrapped around deity. On the Shenming demonic book, a dense number of Dao characters appeared. There were hundreds of them. Together, they suppressed deity. The demon lord turned into a scorching sun and suppressed deity. Bang! Deity moved to block the combined attacks of the demon lord, the demonic orb, and the Shenming demonic book. Both sides fought fiercely. The Shenming demonic book seized the opportunity and sent 2 Dao characters into deity's body. Of the 2 Dao characters, one was deity. The other was perish. Together, they formed deity's perish. These 2 Dao characters dealt a heavy blow to deity. Deity roared. He wanted to force the 2 Dao characters out of his body. But he couldn't. Bang, the two Dao characters exploded, and Deity's body began to crumble. Destroy him. The demon lord and the demonic orb rushed forward. Powerful attacks bombarded Deity. Why is it like this? I am a deity, how can you destroy me? Deity roared angrily. He was unwilling. But he couldn't resist. Under the combined attacks of the demon lord, the demonic orb, and the Shenming demonic book, Deity's body exploded. This deity will remember you. When this deity's true body appears, all of you will die. Deity's voice fell. Even Deity's soul was shattered. Deity's origin scattered in the sky. The demon lord, the demonic orb, and the Shenming demonic book began to devour Deity's origin. Deity's origin, devour it. Lin Feng also rushed forward and began to devour Deity's origin. The demon lord, the Shenming demonic book, and the demonic orb were furious. They wanted to sweep Lin Feng away. You three short-sighted fellows. If we share Deity's origin, we can continue to work together in the future. If you want to take Deity's origin for yourself, we will go our separate ways. Lin Feng shouted. The demon lord coldly snorted. He ignored Lin Feng and began to devour Deity's origin. The Shenming demonic book and the demonic orb did the same. Lin Feng let out a long breath.